Chapter 1. Taotao. Don't be afraid. A bone spur pierced Zhao Tiedan's chest. Zhao Tiedan broke the bone spur off with one hand and stabbed it into the eye socket of the bone demon in front of him with his backhand. Dad. Taotao's eyes were blurred with tears. A year ago, the world changed drastically, and the 3,000 worlds merged into one boundless primitive world. Thousands of races fought each other in the primitive world. The hot weapons that humans once took pride in were no more than fireworks in front of those top races. The human order was almost broken. Only more than 20 cities and more than 100 million people were left, barely surviving in a corner. Zhao Tiedan used to be a fitness coach. He brought his 2-year-old daughter Taotao and struggled to move towards the nearby Yinchuan city during the era of Great Integration. But as they were approaching Yinchuan city, Zhao Tiedan and Taotao encountered hordes of bone demons. These bone demons are not undead creatures. They are social beasts, humanoid in shape, and slightly larger than humans. They collect bones from various animals and then insert them into their bodies. Zhao Tiedan held onto his body, vomiting blood continuously, but he thought of his daughter, who was nearby. If he fell, his daughter would be torn to pieces by the bone demon. So he can't fall down. Yinchuan city is right in front of him, and he absolutely cannot fall down. At least he couldn't fall down before sending Taotao to Yinchuan city. But he couldn't see his Taotao get married and grow up. Zhao Tiedan clapped his hands forward, and the skull of a skull demon was smashed like a watermelon. At the same time, the bone spurs on the bone demon's head pierced into Zhao Tiedan's palms, but Zhao Tiedan did not feel any pain. Or rather, he had long forgotten the pain. I have been able to hold on to this moment only because of a belief. Finally, after a brutal fight, more than a dozen skull demons were slaughtered by Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan grinned at Taotao and walked over to pick up his daughter. Taotao, it's okay, it's okay. Dad, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Even though Taotao is still very young, she still feels sorry for her father. At this time, the outline of Yinchuan city could already be seen, and blood began to seep from the corners of Zhao Tiedan's mouth. Daddy, big house, big house. Taotao finally relaxed when she saw Yinchuan city ahead. However, Zhao Tiedan's steps became increasingly sluggish, as if each step was filled with lead. Zhao Tiedan's face was filled with dejection. At this time, Zhao Tiedan saw a military truck coming towards him, and he grinned. When Zhao Tiedan fell, he did not forget to put Taotao safely on the ground. Plop. He was so tired, really so tired. Death will not end because of his will. Zhao Tiedan could sense that his death was approaching. Daddy, get up, Daddy, get up. Taotao tried to pull Zhao Tiedan's arm. Don't sleep on the road. But her whole body was not as heavy as one of Zhao Tiedan's arms. So how could she possibly pull Zhao Tiedan? A military truck stopped beside Taotao, and several soldiers got out. A soldier came up to Zhao Tiedan, first checked his breath, then turned him over and saw his bloody body and the shocking wounds. It's too late. Ding. The lift weight get stronger system activated. Zhao Tiedan was awakened by an inexplicable sound. He sat up and touched his body. The wounds were still there, but there was no bleeding. I glanced around and saw the dark sky, the blood-red moon, and the smell of decay. Am I dead? So, is this the world of the dead? At this moment, a window popped up in front of Zhao Tiedan. Host, Zhao Tiedan. Race, heroic spirit, neither the living nor the dead, a body shaped by a willpower that transcends everything. Level, transcendent realm, transcending the mortal body. Characteristics, tireless, overeating. Skill, blood-red sun. The lower your health, the stronger your power. Health, 2500. Stamina, 1000/1000. Overall physical fitness, 145. Zhao Tiedan click to view features. Introduction to tireless and overeating. Tireless, heroic spirits never tire, but their physical strength still has limits. Overeating, any injuries and fatigue can be recovered by eating. At this moment, the figure of a brother appeared in front of Zhao Tiedan. He has muscles all over his body, a big bald head, and he is doing the golden rooster stands on one leg pose. Hello, I am your system elf. Wait a minute. A system assistant is just a system assistant. Please don't call yourself a system elf. Your appearance will make me redefine the word elf. This is the form I created based on my understanding of you. The brother elf said confidently. Please change your form. It's already been finalized and cannot be changed. If you don't change it, uninstall it. I uninstalled the uninstall button. I'm already a dead man. Why should I face a brother system? You are dead, but your daughter is alive. When you are able to break through the void in the future, you will descend directly into the human world. Whoever touches your daughter will be punished. Is that right? That seems to be the case. Then tell me about your function. Daily task, Lift weights 300 times. System provides dumbbells, 30 kilograms x 2. At this moment, 2 dumbbells appeared in front of Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan reached out and gripped a pair of dumbbells, which were heavier than he remembered. For more than a year, he has been fleeing outside, with insufficient food and clothing. Now that he has been reborn after death, his physical strength must have decreased a lot. Zhao Tiedan started lifting weights. 1, 2, 3. Stamina -3. Stamina -3. Thanks to the characteristics of the heroic spirit, it is tireless. Although his endurance was decreasing, his movements did not slow down. Every time the dumbbells are raised and lowered, the endurance value will decrease by 3 points. After lifting the weights 300 times, the endurance value will only be 100. Daily task completed. Quest reward: health plus 100, stamina plus 100, constitution plus 5. Zhao Tiedan felt empty in his stomach. Brother, why do I still feel hungry even though I'm dead? Nonsense. Learn about the law of conservation of energy. How dare you, a brother system? Talk to me about the law of conservation of energy. I think your first priority now is to fill your stomach. I'm already dead. How can I starve to death? Let's not talk about whether you will starve to death now, but at least you should consider whether you will be eaten. There might be a surprise when you turn around. Zhao Tiedan turned his head and saw a ferocious beast the size of a lion or tiger appearing not far behind him, staring at him as if it were its prey. The ferocious beast looked like a canine, with black spots all over its body, 2 horns on its head, 2 tails, and a barb on the tail. F***K. The ferocious beast launched an attack on Zhao Tiedan. Its huge body pounced on him and directly pressed Zhao Tiedan under it, and its 2 tails suddenly pierced into Zhao Tiedan's body. Vitality -704. Vitality -655. In an instant, Zhao Tiedan's vitality was reduced to only 1/3. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan's skill, Bloody Sunset, was activated. The lower the health, the stronger the power. Zhao Tiedan ignored the piercing of his chest and exerted force to push the beast back to the ground. He lifted the dumbbell and smashed it on the murderer's head. Left, right, left, left, right, left, left, right. He kept smashing the beast's head until it was bloody and his stamina was exhausted, and only then did he stop. Zhao Tiedan sat on the ground and pulled out the 2 sharp tails from his chest, but the wound did not bleed and he did not feel any pain. In fact, the lack of pain sensation is not a good thing. Pain is an early warning system for living things. If you lose your sense of pain, you lose your warning and the ability to judge your physical condition. 1 in a million people are born without the ability to feel pain, and very few of these people survive to adulthood. Why do the creatures in this world of death also have flesh and blood? Who told you that this is a world of death? Isn't it? This is the world of heroes. The living are in the human world, the dead are in the world of the dead, and heroes naturally have their own world. So I shouldn't go to the world of the dead? You are not dead, but I'm dead. You are now a heroic spirit. According to Norse mythology, the heroic spirit will be welcomed by 100 beauties as they enter Valhalla. Then I can lie in the arms of countless beauties and achieve eternal life. It's the same name, but they're actually 2 different concepts. I don't care. The title is the same. I just want the same treatment. I think you should eat as soon as possible. After all, your vitality is constantly decreasing. Time flies. Yinchuan City, Xingfu Community. Taotao, you have to remember this. When the teacher comes to visit you, you have to do what the teacher says, okay? Got it, Mom. 3 years have passed, and Taotao has become familiar with her new home. She was adopted by a retired female soldier whose adoptive mother was injured on the battlefield and could no longer have children. Of course, she adopted Taotao because she liked her. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Lin Xiao opened the door and saw 3 men and women in black windbreakers outside. The woman in the lead had long hair draped over her shoulders and was very beautiful, but there was a cold look on her face. The 2 men behind him also had serious expressions and were not smiling. Hello, we are here to test your child's talent. Although the woman's words were polite, there was a sense of alienation in them. After the arrival of the Great Fusion Era, humans lost the deterrence of thermal weapons, but they also gained another weapon, that is, cultivation. Although the Great Fusion Era has only lasted for a few years, strong people have begun to emerge. Please come in, please come in. Lin Xiao greeted hurriedly. After the 3 entered the house, the first thing they saw was the round-faced girl on the sofa, looking at them with her big eyes. Taotao, come here. Taotao came to Lin Xiao obediently. The 2 men in black opened their respective suitcases, revealing the various instruments inside. The woman in black glanced at Lin Xiao and said, First, we need a drop of blood. Taotao, bear with it, it won't hurt. Mom, I'm not afraid of pain. Duh. Chapter 2. A drop of blood fell into a circular groove instrument, and a lid immediately popped out of the groove to close it. After about a minute, a series of data popped up on the instrument's display. Tester. Age, 5 years old. Abilities, none. Talent, F. Psychic, F. Spirit, A. Constitution, C. Evaluation, no innate awakened special abilities, mediocre talent. Physical fitness slightly above the average level of peers, strong spirit, can develop in the direction of heroic spirit master. But due to the limitations of talent and the growth of psychic power, it is estimated that the future limit can reach DC level. The woman in black looked at Lin Xiao and said calmly, "The child's talent is quite ordinary, but if you are willing, you can guide her to become a heroic spirit master. She should receive some basic books early on. You can find them online, and physical books are also easy to buy. After she turns 12, if she still wants to pursue this path, she can enroll in a relevant school. There are currently 2 schools in Yunchuan City. Ma'am, could you tell me about the profession of heroic spirit master?" Lin Xiao was also very unfamiliar with it. Although 4 years had passed since the first year of the Great Fusion, most ordinary people still had only a vague understanding of various extraordinary professions. If it was something like superpowers, she could still understand it, but she had never heard of the extraordinary profession of heroic spirit master. A heroic spirit master, as the name suggests, signs a contract with a heroic spirit, borrowing its power to protect themselves and fight. As the woman in black was speaking, a dark shadow appeared behind her. The shadow was a mass of black substance, and its outline could not be seen clearly. What could be vaguely seen was that it was a woman holding a sickle in her hand. She pointed at the dark shadows behind her. These are heroic spirits. It's hard to understand where they come from. Through some kind of ritual, you sign a contract with them, and they will lend their power to the heroic spirit master. Each heroic spirit master can only sign contracts with one heroic spirit, but the same heroic spirit can be signed by many heroic spirit masters. The heroic spirit master's psychic power determines the strength of the heroic spirit they can communicate with for the first time. The stronger the psychic power, the stronger the power they can borrow. When the psychic power is strong enough, they can even summon heroic spirits into the world. At this moment, Taotao bravely stretched out her hand and touched the black shadow. However, her hand passed through the shadow without any substantial touch. After Lin Xiao sent the 3 people away, he began to search on the internet. After the Great Integration, the population dropped sharply and the political situation in various countries almost collapsed. However, after several years, mankind finally survived the most difficult time, and the internet and communications began to recover. Lin Xiao searched for information related to heroic spirit masters on the internet, clicked on an authoritative website, and browsed the content about heroic spirit masters. In addition to what the cold and beautiful woman in black had said before, Lin Xiao learned more information about the heroic spirit master. The first communication with the heroic spirit is the most important, because once the contract is signed, the heroic spirit cannot be changed in this lifetime. Ordinary heroic spirits can only improve the heroic spirit master's physique at most, while powerful heroic spirits possess the supernatural power to control wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Lin Xiao also found a method of bodybuilding and soul-tempering exercises on this website. Anyone can download and practice these 2 exercises. As the name suggests, body training is a method of exercising the body. The law of soul tempering is to enhance spiritual power, which is very important to most professions. However, the younger you are, the better the effect of your practice. Lin Xiao is already 30 years old this year. It cannot be said that his practice has no effect, but it is better than nothing. It is barely enough to strengthen the body, but it is obviously unrealistic to rely on these 2 sets of skills to become the king. However, Taotao's age is just right. Regardless of whether she wants to become a heroic spirit master in the future, there is no harm in practicing. The Realm of Heroic Spirits. 2997, 2998, 2999, 3000. Daily task. Complete 3000 weightlifting reps today, 5000 kilograms dumbbells. Daily rewards. Health plus 2000, stamina plus 1000, constitution plus 200. When your physical fitness exceeds 100,000, your life level will be upgraded from True Spirit Realm to Void Spirit Realm. Awakening a new heroic spirit characteristic. 2 fists against 4 hands. Daily task. 5000 kilograms dumbbells x2, 7000 kilograms dumbbells x2. Daily task. Lift weights 3000 times. Lift weights 4,000 times. 2 fists against 4 hands. The more enemies within 1,000 meters, the stronger your own strength. For each additional enemy, your physical fitness increases by 1,000. Zhao Tiedan opens his property panel. Host, Zhao Tiedan. Race, heroic spirit. Level, void spirit realm. Features, tireless, gluttony, 2 fists versus. For hands, skill, blood red sunset. Health, 255,000. Endurance, 110,000/40,000. Comprehensive physical fitness, 10,025. It's time to find something to eat. Zhao Tiedan had just finished exercising and was hungry. Due to his habit of overeating, Zhao Tiedan would feel a strong sense of hunger once his condition declined. The heroic realm is extremely vast, and there are countless strange and bizarre creatures. Almost all of these living creatures are Zhao Tiedan's food. Zhao Tiedan had just beaten a beast to death when he suddenly saw a city in the distance. Zhao Tiedan was stunned for a moment. He was not the only heroic spirit in this world. I thought, since this world is called the world of heroic spirits, then I shouldn't be the only heroic spirit. Zhao Tiedan was not in a hurry to go over. After eating and drinking his fill, Zhao Tiedan headed towards the city. However, when Zhao Tiedan approached the city, he found that the city was much farther away and much larger than he had imagined. Zhao Tiedan had previously estimated how big the world was. On Earth, if a person stands on a plane, the farthest they can see the ground is about 4.5 kilometers away. After arriving in the realm of heroes, Zhao Tiedan once passed through a plane. At that time, Zhao Tiedan estimated the limit of his vision, but the result was immeasurable. It might be 10 times the arc of the Earth's vision, or even farther, because it was already so large that it exceeded the limit of what the naked eye could see. This also shows that the arc of the heroic realm is much smaller than that of the Earth, so its area is also much larger than that of the Earth. Of course, there is another possibility. The heroic realm is not a sphere. Zhao Tiedan walked for 2 days, covering almost 200 kilometers, but still did not reach the city. At this moment, a shadow passed over Zhao Tiedan's head. Zhao Tiedan immediately became alert and looked up at the sky. A figure fell from the sky and landed in front of Zhao Tiedan. When Zhao Tiedan saw the falling figure, he found it was a big guy over 3 meters tall with a pair of huge wings on his back. This big guy was wearing golden armor with complicated and obscure patterns on it, which looked very gorgeous. Hey, are you a newborn heroic spirit? Strange, which world are you from? The big guy looked at Zhao Tiedan's clothes. Zhao Tiedan was now wearing animal skins and carrying a pair of bone sticks over 1 meter long on his back. Who are you? Zhao Tiedan still looked at the big guy warily. I am already a little giant among humans, but in front of this big guy, I become a shorty. I am the captain of the 1st Brigade of the Holy Spirit City King's Guard. I was a member of the Shun clan of the Azure World. You can call me you Falcon. I'm from Earth, a human, Zhao Tiedan. Earth? You know Earth. Zhao Tiedan noticed you Falcon's expression and showed a bit of surprise. Among my contractors, there are humans from Earth, said you Falcon. What is a contractor? Zhao Tiedan asked curiously, while also slightly relaxing his guard. The more than 3 years of training in the wild have enabled him to develop a strong sense of perception, especially the perception of malice, which he can detect very keenly. So far, he has not noticed any malicious intent in you Falcon. Contractors, we coexist with them. We need their psychic energy, and they need our strength. You Falcon said, we are no longer living, nor are we dead. So, although we have a lot of time, we cannot grow on our own. To become stronger, we need psychic energy, but we cannot generate it. So we need to obtain psychic energy from the living. That's how contractors appeared. You Falcon paused and continued. If the living want to borrow the power of the heroic spirit, they need to provide spiritual energy. The more power they borrow, the more spiritual energy they need to provide. If we want our true bodies to descend into the world of the living, we will need to provide even more spiritual energy. How does the heroic spirit choose its contractor? You can't choose now. Powerful or potential contractors will be chosen first by veteran heroic spirits. Veteran heroic spirits have accumulated experience and have made contracts with many living beings, so they are more qualified than young heroic spirits like us to have priority. People like me can only wait until others have chosen them before I can contract with living beings. As for new heroic spirits like you, it's a blessing to be chosen by a living being. Actually, I feel pretty strong. I know, maybe in your original world, you were considered quite strong, but this is the realm of heroes. I'm afraid you can't even defeat a single terror demon. Chapter 3. Zhao Tiedan felt that he had a brother plug in, and he didn't care at all and had no contractor. So there is no need to argue with you Falcon. so just keep quiet. Do you have any special characteristics? Yu Falcon asked. Tireless, said Zhao Tiedan. This trait is good. Yu Falcon nodded. It allows you to maintain peak condition until your physical strength is exhausted. If you have enough time to accumulate and grow in the future, this trait will bring you more advantages. Yu Falcon, how many characteristics do you have? A few more traits? Do you think traits are like cabbages? Only when you are born will you awaken a trait, and this trait will stay with you forever. No heroic spirit has 2 traits. Yu Falcon said speechlessly. My trait is called Hateful Face. Zhao Tiedan couldn't help but become curious when he heard the name of the falcon's characteristic. Speaking of Yu Falcon's figure, it is really scary. He is more than 3 meters tall, and his shoulders are more than twice as wide as mine. But to say that he looks hideous is an exaggeration. Yu Falcon's face can only be described as honest, far from being hideous. The characteristic of the hideous face is that if the enemy is scared by me, my strength will increase by 10%, and the enemy's strength will be suppressed by 10%. This characteristic is quite useless. Yu Falcon sighed. Zhao Tiedan glanced at Yu Falcon and said, have you ever considered changing your look? For example, hang some intestines on your body, smear blood all over your body, and then make your expression a little more perverted, like this. As he spoke, Zhao Tiedan grinned, his mouth corners almost reaching his back teeth, but his smile was fake, and his eyes were wide, just like those villains in movies and TV dramas. Yu Falcon immediately took a few steps back with an inexplicable fear on his face. Zhao Tiedan immediately put away his smile and said, also, replace your dentures with a set of fangs. The effect will be doubled. Yu Falcon couldn't help but start thinking about the feasibility of this plan. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the Holy Spirit City. According to Yu Falcon's introduction, the Holy Spirit City has a history of 30,000 years. The forces in Holy Spirit City are intertwined and complex, and Yu Falcon belongs to the royal Tianhui clan. The Tianhui clan naturally comes from the Tianhui world. After becoming Holy Spirits, they still possess the racial talents of the Tianhui clan and the characteristics of heroic spirits, so they are born extremely powerful. However, in the Holy Spirit City, the Tianhui clan is not the only one in power. There are several other forces that check and balance each other. Zhao Tiedan, the Yuxuan Yaking, joins the King's Guard, which means he joins his first team. Zhao Tiedan has just arrived, so it would be nice to have a place to stay. I simply agreed and officially became a member of the King's Guard. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan also received a set of golden armor, which was similar in style to Yu Falcon's, except that Yu Falcon's armor looked more advanced. The next day, Zhao Tiedan arrived at the King's Guard training ground. When Zhao Tiedan saw the falcon again, he was stunned. Because today's falcon was not wearing the golden armor from yesterday, but a set of armor that was interwoven with black and red, which looked very evil. At the same time, his weapon changed from a big sword to a ghost-head sword. Yu Falcon was currently gathering the members of his team. When he saw Zhao Tiedan coming, he grinned, revealing his fangs. Zhao Tiedan, you're late. Being late on the first day is not a good habit. Now run 100 laps around the training ground. If you can't finish before noon, then I will use my beheading knife to cut off your flesh piece by piece. Yes, Captain. Zhao Tiedan had never expected that the first sword strike from Yu Falcon after he changed his style would be aimed at him. This training ground is probably only 500 meters, and 100 laps is 50 kilometers, which is much less physically demanding than my daily tasks. Zhao Tiedan took out his dumbbells. He was promoted to the Void Spirit realm yesterday, and the weight of the dumbbells increased from 5,000 kilograms to 7,000 kilograms. They were indeed a bit heavy to start with. Zhao Tiedan was running and lifting weights at the same time. After running 100 laps, Zhao Tiedan also completed his weightlifting quota for the day. Daily task: complete 4,000 weightlifting reps today, 7,000 kilograms dumbbells. Daily rewards: health plus 3,000, stamina plus 1,500, constitution plus 300. System: you've developed a new way to lift weights, running and lifting. Awakening a new trait, swift and powerful steps. Zhao Tiedan's mind moved, and he opened the panel to check the feature introduction of Jianbu Rufei. Running at full speed. Your speed will continue to increase, increasing by 10% of your initial speed per second, with no theoretical limit. Zhao Tiedan felt that this skill was quite impressive. If he could run for long enough, would that mean he could reach the speed of light, or even exceed it? If I run at full speed now, it's about 100 meters/3 seconds, which is equivalent to 33 to 1 second. If the speed increases by 10% per second, after 10 seconds it will be 66 meters per second, and after 100 seconds, it will reach supersonic speed. However, to reach the speed of light, one needs to run at full speed for 10,420 days, which is nearly 30 years. With my current physical fitness, running at full speed for a whole day is already the limit, and the speed of light is only feasible in theory. After Zhao Tiedan returned to the team, Yu Falcon looked at him and said, "Your speed is pretty good. You actually completed 100 laps in just 1 hour." Next comes combat training. Although Yu Falcon said that it is almost impossible for heroic spirits to improve their strength. However, skills and experience can be accumulated, and heroic spirits can exercise their bodies. However, compared with the improvement brought by psychic power, the effect of improvement through exercise is not so obvious. The first squad of the King's Guard, including Yu Falcon, has a total of 10 members. The 10 teams were all composed of heroes of various shapes and sizes. Zhao Tiedan was actually the smallest of the 10 heroes. Zhao Tiedan himself never thought that one day he would become the smallest person. Although they are all humanoid, they are from different races. If there is anything in common, it is that none of them have any extraordinary heroic spirits. Tiedan is a new heroic spirit, so he needs to understand the classification of heroic spirits. Liahu, please explain the basics of heroic spirits to Tiedan. Yes, Captain. Liahu is a tiger-headed monster. He is the tallest in the team except for Yuan, and is nearly 3 meters tall. Liahu brought Zhao Tiedan to the side and took the initiative to speak. I am from the world of beasts, the tiger tribe. Earth, humanity. Humans, I know about the contract world that was just discovered in recent years. It seems like everyone knows about Earth. Even though Earth is a newly discovered contract world, it has a very large population and a high proportion of contractors. Furthermore, the humans on Earth seem to be experiencing a war, and many heroic spirits have discovered that humans have a very high psychic compatibility and great potential. Therefore, contracts with humans are very popular right now. Liahu's tone revealed a hint of envy. Once you contract with a high-potential human, you will receive generous psychic rewards for hundreds of years to come. Humans don't live for hundreds of years. After cultivating spiritual energy, the life cycle will be greatly extended, and the life level will be leaped, so hundreds of years are possible. Liahu continued. First, let me tell you about the level division. This level is common to most worlds. Liahu paused and continued. First is the mortal realm, which is the level that most creatures in the world are born into. Then there are the limit realm, transcendent realm, and transcendent realm. Just as the name suggests, they reach the limits of a creature and transcend the limits. Next are the true spirit realm, void spirit realm, and original spirit realm. These 3 levels are the transition of body and soul. The level of power is completely different from the first 3 levels. Liahu continued. Anything else? Of course there are higher levels. The ruler of our holy spirit city, the leader of the Sky Gray clan, has surpassed the Yuanling realm and reached the Sky realm. Zhao Tiedan clenched his fists. Sky realm? Can he break through the void and return to Earth? Or find a way to contact Taotao and make a contract with her? Zhao Tiedan currently has no other options but to improve his own strength first. Aside from completing a contract with a living being, is there no other way for a heroic spirit to become stronger? It's not entirely absent, Zhao Tiedan said. The area beyond 1,000 kilometers outside Holy Spirit City is considered a wilderness. There are a large number of ferocious beasts in this wilderness. These beasts have contracts with creatures from various realms. The creatures that have contracts with them are called psychics. They hunt them and seize their spiritual energy. Moreover, the corpses of most ferocious beasts can also be exchanged for spiritual energy coins. Our mission as the King's Guard is to regularly clear out the ferocious beasts. As for the spoils of war, they all belong to us. Chapter 4. Zhao Tiedan's eyes lit up. Hunting wild beasts was something he was familiar with. In the past few years, he has been fighting against all kinds of ferocious beasts in the wilderness. Liahu said that wild beasts would also make contracts with living beings. Does that mean that there is a possibility that my daughter will also encounter a psychic? So I have to get a photo of my daughter so that all the wild beasts in the wild can see my daughter and behave themselves. However, a few years have passed, and my daughter should have grown up, right? I wonder how she is now. Is she still a crybaby? Thinking of this, Zhao Tiedan's nose felt a little sour. When will there be a mission to hunt wild beasts? Zhao Tiedan asked. I don't know. You have to ask our boss. At this moment, Yu Falcon walked over, and his tall body brought a huge sense of oppression. Zhao Tiedan looked at Yu Falcon with envy. With his body shape, he looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. He wished he could have such a big body. Liahu returned to the team. There was a hint of coldness in Yu Falcon's tone. Yes, Captain. Liahu felt even more oppressed and immediately ran back to the line. As soon as the fierce tiger left, the falcon immediately revealed its true form. Tiedan, your method is really good. I feel that the effect of my characteristics has been greatly improved. Not enough. This is not enough, said Zhao Tiedan. Why is it not enough? This is just a visual change. You also need more brutal fighting styles, said Zhao Tiedan. For example, grab an enemy and tear them in half right there, letting blood splatter on their heads. Or grab their head and crush it. This creates a greater visual impact. It's easy to change the image, but it's hard to change the fighting style. This is a skill I have honed for 100 years in my life. You Falcon said in embarrassment. No, what you lack is the opportunity to try. Zhao Tiedan said affirmatively. How about our team organize an activity to hunt wild beasts? I can show you how to do it on the spot. You Falcon touched his chin and looked at Zhao Tiedan questioningly. Can you do this? You are still a new heroic spirit. I don't think you are familiar with your own strength. Most new heroic spirits are very unfamiliar with their physical condition. If they can exert 50% or 60% of their strength, it would be considered good. All the bones in Zhao Tiedan's body were making explosive sounds, and the momentum in his body suddenly burst out. Yu Falcon took 2 steps back. He actually felt fear. Is this guy really a newborn heroic spirit? By the way, what level are you? Yu Falcon had always regarded Zhao Tiedan as a newborn heroic spirit, so he also thought that Zhao Tiedan should be at the extreme realm. Many newly born heroes are not familiar with their new bodies and identities, so the initial level monitoring will be lower than the actual level. Yu Falcon knew about the human race. He also had a human contractor, so he had some understanding of humans. The upper limit of a human being transformed into a new heroic spirit will not be too high, and it is likely to be the extreme realm. But at this moment, the aura of Zhao Tiedan has probably reached the extraordinary realm, or even the transcendent realm. It should be the transcendent realm. Zhao Tiedan said. Zhao Tiedan didn't want to say that he was in the void spirit realm now, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Have you awakened any extraordinary powers? What supernatural power? Controlling water, fire, wind, thunder, or other forms of power is easy to identify. Basically, you know what extraordinary power is when you see it. In fact, after Yu Falcon mentioned it briefly, Zhao Tiedan roughly understood that extraordinary powers are superpowers. No, I can reach the extraordinary realm with just a pair of fists. Since you are so confident, I will organize a hunting operation tomorrow. Yu Falcon has listened to Zhao Tiedan's advice and made changes to its appearance, and the effect is indeed good. So he decided to continue trying Zhao Tiedan's suggestion. Changes were also made in the fighting style. Activate special mission, Bloodbath of Beasts. Hunting 100 adult wild beasts in the next month. Zhao Tiedan was a little surprised when he saw the system prompt. Over the past 3 years, the daily tasks given by the brother system have been to lift weights, and lift weights without fail. This time, a different task was finally updated. Holy Spirit City, the home of the Titans. As one of the 5 major families in Holy Spirit City, the Titans occupy the north of Holy Spirit City. They are born with unparalleled strength and indestructible willpower, so they are also the largest race of heroes among the 5 major families. Their adult forms possess the power of the transcendent realm, and a few powerful Titans can reach the true spirit realm. They have the largest number of mid- and low-end combat forces, and there are also many high-end combat forces, including 18 in the Void Spirit Realm and 4 in the Yuan Spirit Realm. However, the Tianhui clan has only 1 person in the Sanqiong Realm, so no one can shake the royal status of the Tianhui clan. But the Titans have always been restless. They have always wanted to replace the Skyhui clan and become the royal family of the Holy Spirit City. Over the years, the Titans have been making small moves in private. At this moment, the Titan clan's great elder Yuan can call his grandson Huanxing to his front. Huanxing, a large-scale contract ceremony will be held on the Tianluo continent in 10 days. I require that you sign contracts with all the Tianluo people. The more living beings that have a heroic spirit contract, the more spiritual energy will naturally be fed back. Of course, the more creatures you contract with, the more power you will get distributed. If 2 contracted creatures use the power of the heroic spirit at the same time, the heroic spirit's body will also be weakened. The more contracted creatures use the power at the same time, the more severe the weakening will be. Therefore, the rewards of contracting multiple creatures at the same time are naturally high, but the risks are also not small. However, as Yuanxin's grandson, Huanxing does not need to worry too much. First of all, Huanxing's strength has reached the true spirit realm. Even if 10 creatures use his power at the same time, he can withstand it. And he has Yuanxin as his backup. Even if he consumes too much energy, Yuanxin can provide him with psychic coins for recovery. Grandpa, I'm not the only heroic spirit on the contract table. It's impossible for the Tianluo people to choose only me as a heroic spirit. What if we're attacked by a group of ferocious wild beasts when we open the contract platform? Huanqing's pupils suddenly contracted. Was his grandfather going to release a group of wild and ferocious beasts onto the contract table? Although the contract platform is outside the city, it is also heavily guarded. 10 days from now, I will arrange for 100 newborn heroic spirits with no background to participate in the contract ceremony with you. I will also remove the guards on the contract platform. Those newborn heroic spirits will all be killed by the wild beasts before the contract ceremony begins. By then, you will be the only heroic spirit left to participate in the contract. Grandpa, but I will also be attacked by wild beasts. Yuan Shun took out a bottle filled with purple liquid. Even though the bottle was sealed, Huanqing could still smell a hint of fragrance. This is water made from crushed and diluted starstone. Spraying it on yourself will make the wild beasts treat you as one of their own kind. Chapter 5. Zhao Tiedan still took out the dumbbells as usual and did a set of 4,000 weightlifting. Yu Falcon watched Zhao Tiedan lifting weights and really couldn't understand the meaning of his actions. Tiedan, the heroic spirit's body has almost been finalized, and the improvement it can receive through training is very limited, said Yu Falcon. The improvement is limited, which means there's still room for improvement, Zhao Tiedan said. Besides, lifting weights is a man's romance. But since you've been training so intensely, you'd better not hold us back when we go hunting wild beasts. I also have another trait, overeating. As long as I have enough food, no matter if I'm injured or tired, I can recover in the shortest possible time. I only told you Falcon my first characteristic because I was not familiar with him. Now I tell you Falcon that I have bisexuality because I am already familiar with him and I trust him enough. Of course, this is also to gain you Falcon's trust in himself. Dual characteristics. Yu Falcon looked at Zhao Tiedan in surprise. He was a newborn heroic spirit, and he had the strength to transcend the realm. Yu Falcon felt that Zhao Tiedan had great potential, and it was very likely that his strength could be promoted to the true spirit realm before he contracted his first living being. After completing a set of weightlifting, Zhao Tiedan started eating and drinking a lot. The benefit of joining the King's Guard is that food and accommodation are provided. The prices in Holy Spirit City were also cheap enough. One psychic coin could allow Zhao Tiedan to live comfortably in the city for 10 days, and Zhao Tiedan's salary was 100 psychic coins a year. If the transformation of heroic spirits were not uncontrollable, Zhao Tiedan would have wanted his daughter to become a heroic spirit as well. After eating and drinking, Yu Falcon gathered his team members and prepared to set out to hunt wild and ferocious beasts. Captain, how do we transport the wild beasts we hunted back? Of course I'll carry it back, Yu Falcon said as a matter of course. Yu Falcon felt that if these 10 people were unlucky, they could only hunt 5 or 6 wild beasts, and if they were lucky, they could only kill a dozen or so. And these 10 rough guys have no problem carrying a wild and ferocious beast each. Zhao Tiedan touched his chin, which meant that even if he hunted more prey, he would only be able to bring back a few in the end. Zhao Tiedan originally wanted to make a fortune by hunting wild beasts. Now it seems that I was overthinking it. They walked all the way until night fell, and the group was still moving forward. The weakest members of their team have strength close to the transcendent realm, so they all have good endurance. The falcon flew in the sky, observing the nearby terrain and whether there were any wild and ferocious beasts. Zhao Tiedan still envied the birdman Yu Falcon and really wanted to equip himself with a pair of big wings. Not to mention flying up and down, it would also be a useful tool for holding cups. Uzi, what is the value of wild beasts? Zhao Tiedan asked the fierce tiger beside him. If you encounter a wild beast with psychic energy, the most valuable one is the blood. Whether you absorb it yourself or convert it into psychic coins, it is the biggest gain. The second most valuable one is the blood of the wild beast. The blood of the wild beast is the most important material for the ritual of communicating with the world of living beings. Zhao Tiedan's heart moved. Huzi, do you know how to perform this ceremony? Do you think it's that easy to communicate with the world of living beings? Just tell me if you can do it. Why would I ask you if it's easy? Won't. Zhao Tiedan spat. At this moment, a falcon let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry high in the sky. This is the ability of the Shun tribe. They can make high-decibel chirping sounds, which have certain lethality. However, for the same level, this skill is somewhat useless. So on weekdays, falcons only use this kind of chirping sound to convey some commands or information. The boss has found his prey. Everyone immediately sped up and ran in the direction indicated by the falcon. Zhao Tiedan immediately exerted his strength. His speed was already fast, and with his characteristic of being able to run at the speed of a lightning bolt, his speed became even faster. He soon distanced himself from the others, and after running about 5 kilometers, Zhao Tiedan finally saw the wild beast. It was a giant beast that was 6 meters long, covered in armor, and had 2 horns on its head. This giant beast has thick forelimbs and moves like an ape, and can stand up for a short time. After seeing Zhao Tiedan, the first thing he did was rush towards him. Zhao Tiedan immediately used both hands to hold the beast's horns. Yu Falcon descended from the sky, raised his ghost head sword, and was about to step forward to rescue Zhao Tiedan. "No, I'll show you what brutality is." Zhao Tiedan suddenly exerted force with his arms, sank his feet slightly, grabbed the giant beast's horns, and lifted it up directly. Yu Falcon gasped, "What a powerful force." The beast before him was definitely at the transcendent realm level, weighing at least 7 or 8 tons. Little did he know that the dumbbells Zhao Tiedan used for daily exercise weighed 7 tons each. It's not difficult at all to lift this giant beast. Zhao Tiedan lifted the beast as high as he could and slammed it to the ground, making a dull thud and causing the ground to tremble violently. With just this one blow, the giant beast lost half its life. Zhao Tiedan looked up at Yu Falcon and grinned. "When killing the enemy, you still have to remember to keep a ferocious smile, just like me." Zhao Tiedan grabbed the beast again and began to throw it left and right. Bang, 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 bang. After falling more than a dozen times, the giant beast was completely dead. Zhao Tiedan stepped on the beast's body and pulled hard with both hands. The beast's head was torn off directly, and the beast's blood poured on Zhao Tiedan's body. Bloody. 1/100. Yu Falcon stared at Zhao Tiedan blankly, his blood boiling. "Yes, that's the feeling. This savage and brutal fighting style is the ultimate that I pursue." He seemed to see a more ferocious and wild beast. The battle here ended, and the other team members arrived. Everyone cleaned up the scene and collected the valuables from the horned ape. This horned ape has no spiritual power, but its horns and fur are worth a lot of money. When the guards go out on hunting missions, all the spoils are divided equally, regardless of their strength. If you feel it is unfair, you can go out hunting on your own. Zhao Tiedan can accept this distribution method. After everyone collected the valuables from the horned apes, they sat down to rest and eat and drink. Although the various forces in Holy Spirit City are intertwined, the atmosphere in their team is still quite good. We are all rough guys and don't have so many troubles. Everyone sat around the fire, eating meat and drinking wine. "Boss, how can we sign a contract with a living being?" Zhao Tiedan asked curiously. This is also what he is most eager to know. "Do you want to sign a contract with your relatives when they were alive?" Yu Falcon asked. "Is it that obvious?" Many heroic spirits have the same idea as you. Chapter 6. It's not difficult to contact relatives who have passed away. There are many ways to do it, but it's not so easy to sign a contract with them. Yu Falcon said, "First, contracts are divided into natural contracts and chaotic contracts. Both parties agree on a time and then initiate the ceremony simultaneously. Both parties will have a large number of contractors participate, and they will select suitable contract partners. This is a natural contract. Zhao Tiedan feels that this is like a talent market and job fair, with a fixed time and a fixed place. Both parties interview each other and sign a contract if they like each other. Another type is the chaos contract, projecting one's mental power into the void chaos. With luck, one encounters a projection that requires power. Accepting this projection, the contract is concluded. Neither party has any knowledge of the other's world, identity, or potential. It could even be a trap." Yu Falcon said, "This is the chaos contract. It's completely impossible to predict anything about either party." What are the conditions for participating in the nature contract? Holy Spirit City holds several large-scale selections every year. They are responsible for the contract ceremony, and the selection methods vary. Furthermore, Earth and the heroic spirit realm don't have any cooperation in this regard. This means your relatives in life are unlikely to complete the contract with you through the natural contract. Is there absolutely no way? It's not completely impossible. Yu Falcon said, "The underground black market in Holy Spirit City sells the coordinates of spiritual contracts in the void chaos. As long as you pay enough, it shouldn't be a problem to buy the coordinates of a spiritual contract of an earthling from them. Didn't you say that before the contract was made, no one knew which world the spiritual contract was from?" "We can't tell, but some people can. Heroic spirits have all sorts of unique characteristics. Some might not be good at combat, but they possess powerful support abilities. If I want the coordinates of an earthling's spiritual contract, how much would it cost?" "I don't know. I just know there's such a black market, but I've never traded there." Zhao Tiedan stood up and looked at the vast night. "Tiedan, are you planning to act at night?" The strength of the wild beasts under the red moon will increase by 30%. Zhao Tiedan didn't care at all. He had been in the wild for 3 years. Everyone just reminded Zhao Tiedan. No one stopped him. It's not that they don't care about Zhao Tiedan, but they know that Zhao Tiedan is not a little sheep. Zhao Tiedan is very adapted to the wilderness under the blood moon. Everything that comes out at this time is a hunter. There are powerful creatures among the wild beasts. However, Zhao Tiedan encountered everything he should and shouldn't have encountered during these 3 years. Everyone he encountered so far has become his food. Under the blood moon, a giant beast over 20 meters tall lurked near Zhao Tiedan. When Zhao Tiedan passed by, it opened its eyes. Shadow Beast. This is the name of this wild beast, which is good at disguise. It can also change the color of its body and restrain its breath. This is also the reason why Zhao Tiedan passed by it without noticing anything. However, when it tried to stand up, Zhao Tiedan finally noticed it. It can indeed disguise itself perfectly when it is not moving, but once it moves, its camouflage will be ineffective. Zhao Tiedan suddenly stopped, turned around, and punched towards the back. The shadow beast's huge body suddenly pounced towards Zhao Tiedan. Its size and weight were probably about 20 tons, and even Zhao Tiedan could hardly withstand it. Moreover, under such a fierce impact, Zhao Tiedan was pushed back more than 10 steps. Zhao Tiedan shouted, grabbed the shadow beast's head with both arms, and suddenly lifted it up with force. At this moment, the shadow beast's body suddenly became ethereal, breaking away from Zhao Tiedan's control. The next moment, it turned back into a solid entity and pounced towards Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan was not paying attention for a moment, and the left half of his body was firmly bitten by the shadow beast. Feeling the pain, Zhao Tiedan raised his right fist and kept hitting the shadow beast's head. The shadow beast also felt pain, but it still held on to half of Zhao Tiedan's body tightly, and was still exerting force, trying to bite Zhao Tiedan in half. However, Zhao Tiedan was physically strong, and the shadow beast's fangs could only barely pierce Zhao Tiedan's skin. The knotted muscles clamped down on the shadow beast's teeth. Zhao Tiedan immediately took out a dumbbell from the system package and smashed it hard on the shadow beast's head. Snap! There was a large dent in the shadow beast's head. Zhao Tiedan raised the dumbbell again, but the shadow beast became intangible again, and Zhao Tiedan swung it in vain. This shadow beast is extremely good at fighting, has rich experience, and is very powerful. Zhao Tiedan had encountered shadow beasts in the past, which were similar in size to the one in front of him, but they were definitely not as difficult to deal with as this one. It even has a high IQ. Zhao Tiedan suspects that this shadow beast is probably the psychic beast of a psychic from some other world. But tonight, both of them were really angry. Zhao Tiedan looked at the bloody holes on his body, and the shadow beast was hit by Zhao Tiedan. Neither of them was in a good situation. At this moment, both of them wanted to cut the other into pieces. Chapter 7. Zhao Tiedan took out 2 dumbbells, and the shadow beast's aura suddenly burst out, staring at Zhao Tiedan menacingly. Roar! The shadow beast suddenly ran around Zhao Tiedan. Although it was huge, it was very fast. The moment it circled behind Zhao Tiedan, the shadow beast suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a mouthful of flames. Zhao Tiedan was shocked. He didn't expect that this shadow beast could actually breathe fire. Zhao Tiedan rolled over to avoid the pillar of fire, but the shadow beast turned its mouth in the direction of the fire, and the pillar of fire chased Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan raised the dumbbell and smashed it towards the shadow beast. Whoosh-da-bang! The shadow beast was hit by the 7-ton dumbbell, and its entire body fell to the ground. This blow was too heavy, and Zhao Tiedan immediately took advantage of the situation and pounced on him. But at this moment, the shadow beast became ethereal again. Zhao Tiedan cursed in his heart. This shadow beast was too cunning. Moreover, once it was attacked, it would immediately become virtual. This ability was too buggy. He currently had no way to deal with it. However, the shadow beast's transformation can only last for 1 second, so it quickly emerged from the transformation. Zhao Tiedan took advantage of this time, raised the dumbbell, and smashed it on the shadow beast's head. The shadow beast's huge tail swept across, and Zhao Tiedan was caught off guard and flew out. However, the shadow beast's tail was not very powerful, with a force of about 3 or 4 tons. Zhao Tiedan regrouped and pounced on the shadow beast again. Shadow Beast sensed that he could not defeat Zhao Tiedan. At this moment, a beam of light enveloped the shadow beast, and the next moment the shadow beast disappeared in front of Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan stood there in a daze for a long time. What was going on? Why did the shadow beast disappear? Is this what psychic communication is? On Earth, the Psionic Academy. Lu Wuyin looked at the student in front of her. She was a teacher in the summoning department of the academy. Today's class is a practical class on summoning. Now I will teach you the advanced use of psychic energy. As he spoke, Lu Wuyin formed a seal with his hands and shouted softly. Spiritual technique. Shadows descend. A huge hexagram appeared under Lu Wuyin's feet, and a beam of light shot out from the hexagram array into the sky. Under the curious gazes of many students, a shadow descended from the sky along the beam of light. As Lu Wuyin's spiritual energy continued to be released, the shadow became more and more solid. Finally, as Lu Wuyin's spiritual power reached its maximum, the phantom became completely solid. However, when everyone saw the giant beast summoned by Lu Wuyin, they were stunned. Because at this moment the giant beast's body was covered with scars, and it seemed that it had suffered serious injuries. Lu Wuyin was a little surprised and communicated with the giant beast mentally. Haizi, what's wrong with you? This giant beast is the shadow beast that fought Zhao Tiedan in the realm of heroes. Swallow, I encountered a powerful enemy. Fortunately, you summoned me suddenly, otherwise I would have been killed by that guy. Please lend me some more spiritual energy. I need it to heal my wounds. Okay. Lu Wuyin signed a contract with the shadow beast named Haizi. It can be said that they share the same fate. So when she saw Haizi injured, Lu Wuyin did not hesitate to use her spiritual energy. Lu Wuyin was transferring spiritual energy to Haizi while giving lectures to students. Spiritual beasts exist in another world, and they also have their own battles, so injuries are inevitable. Lu Wuyin said. In addition to improving our own physical strength, spiritual energy can also be provided to spiritual beasts to heal their injuries. Psychics and heroic spirits are similar, and even have many things in common. They can both use psychic energy to summon and borrow their power. I can use full summoning, and there are also summons that borrow power and will clones. A psychic or a summoned beast alone is not very powerful, but once the two are combined, their strength will increase exponentially. The psychic energy can give the summoned beast a huge bonus, and similarly, the summoned beast can give the psychic powerful strength. The same is true for the heroic spirit. At this time, a little girl asked, Teacher, who is stronger, the Yingling master or the psychic master? Lu Wuyin looked at the girl who asked the question. She remembered that the girl's name was Zhao Tao. There's no distinction between strong and weak. Strength and weakness are determined by many factors. The more powerful your psychic energy, the stronger the summoned beasts or heroic spirits you can contract. Psychic energy can provide summoned beasts and heroic spirits with greater power, while also improving their basic strength. Therefore, improving your own psychic energy is the most critical. However, even within the same level, there are differences in strength. The most obvious difference is extraordinary power. For example, my spirit beast is at the true spirit realm, but it possesses the characteristic of void transformation. At the same time, after becoming a spirit beast, it awakened the talent of Yanjin. Teacher, how do you distinguish between talents and characteristics? Most traits are passive abilities, and a few are active skills. However, traits only appear after psychic awakening or inheritance. No matter how powerful you become later on, traits will no longer appear. Talents are all active skills. Yanjin is a fire talent. Teacher, can we awaken our talents? Yes, but the chance is not high. Lu Wuyin continued. If you awaken the extraordinary system, then you can be classified as a superpower. However, the younger you are, the greater the chance of awakening. If you are over 7 years old and have not awakened your extraordinary talent, then it is impossible for you to awaken again. However, even if you don't awaken the extraordinary system, you children still have the opportunity to borrow extraordinary power from heroic spirits or spirit beasts. Teacher, are there different levels of supernatural powers? This is very complicated, but the supernatural system is definitely stronger than the pure physical system. This is a recognized fact at present. The extraordinary system, even with the same attribute, has many branches, each with a unique form of expression. What Lu Wuyin said was still rather general. After all, her students are currently only in the enlightenment stage. What they are taught now is just basic knowledge. If they want to acquire more professional knowledge in the future, they will need to go to higher institutions. After a while, the shadow beast Haizi had almost recovered. Swallow, I have fully recovered. So are you staying here now? Or are you going back to your own world? That guy might have accomplices. I'm not sure I can handle him. I'd better wait a few days. Although Haizi is a wild and ferocious beast, after signing a contract with Lu Wuyin and sharing their mental power, Haizi's IQ has been constantly improving. Now its IQ is no lower than that of humans, and it also knows how to avoid danger and seek good fortune. Then assist me in the next few days and teach these children. Perhaps you can choose a suitable psychic from among them. A psychic can only have one psychic beast, but a psychic beast can contract with multiple psychics. The more powerful the summoned beasts are, the more power they can distribute. Of course, they can only respond to the full call of one psychic at a time. Chapter 8. At dawn, when the sun and the moon alternated, Zhao Tiedan dragged his tired body back to the camp. At this time, everyone had already gotten up. Seeing Zhao Tiedan returning with injuries, Yu Falcon immediately came up to ask, "Tiedan, you look a little disheveled." Although it's a bit embarrassing, the harvest is good. Zhao Tiedan took out his spoils. A bundle of sharp horns of an unknown beast, several rolled-up furs, several bottles of beast blood, and a few psychic coins. When everyone saw Zhao Tiedan's harvest, they all gasped. These psychic coins had obviously just been infused, and judging from the other spoils, Zhao Tiedan had encountered at least 5 wild beasts of the transcendent realm last night. However, judging from the injuries on Zhao Tiedan's body, he had obviously experienced several fierce battles. "Give me something to eat." Yu Falcon knew that Zhao Tiedan had the trait of gluttony, so he didn't ask any more questions. There were still quite a few horned apes slaughtered yesterday. After a hearty meal, Zhao Tiedan's injuries were all healed, and his physical strength and energy returned to their peak. Everyone looked at Zhao Tiedan with envy. After all, the binge-eating feature was so useful. "Tiedan, do you still need to rest? You guys go around again. I want to exercise for an hour," Zhao Tiedan said. There should be a few more ferocious beasts nearby, and they are all very powerful. They were all just rough guys. There was no need to beat around the bush. It was no problem for Zhao Tiedan to go hunting alone at night, so it was certainly no problem for the 9 rough guys to join forces in broad daylight. After everyone set off, Zhao Tiedan took out the dumbbells and started exercising. An hour later, Zhao Tiedan finally completed his daily routine for the day. Daily task: complete 4,000 weightlifting reps today, 7,000 kilograms dumbbells. Daily rewards: health plus 3,000, stamina plus 1,500, constitution plus 300. System: your physique has improved. You need to increase the intensity of your training. Increase the dumbbell weight from 7,000 kilograms to 7,200 kilograms, and increase the number of reps from 4,000 to 4,500. Zhao Tiedan took some more food and felt his body recover. At this time, Yu Falcon and others also returned from hunting. They brought back 2 wild and ferocious beasts, one in the transcendent realm and the other in the extraordinary realm. Zhao Tiedan also took a cold shower to remove the dirt and blood on his body, making him feel more energetic. Although they would have to hurry on their journey, they would inevitably be covered in mud again. Everyone set out on the road again, still walking in 2s and 3s. Zhao Tiedan had better physical strength and recovery ability than the others, so he carried most of the supplies. After walking for a few hours, they encountered a wild and ferocious beast of little value. Just when everyone was planning to rest on the spot, a falcon descended from the sky. There are a lot of corpses of wild beasts ahead. Everyone's expression changed. Finding a large number of corpses of wild and ferocious beasts in the wild was not a good sign. Any possibility exists, and most of them will bring danger to them. Yu Falcon glanced at everyone and asked, "Do you want to go over and take a look? Let's go over there. We need to know who hunted them. If it's not an enemy, that would be great. If it is an enemy, at least we can know their methods of attack." Liu said, "It is impossible for their team to kill wild beasts on a large scale. Anyone who can achieve this level of killing must be much stronger than their team. If they were to cause mass killings with some purpose, their team would also be in danger. Instead of being timid, it is better to be proactive." Yu Falcon looked at everyone again. "What do you think?" "Since Liu has said so, then I agree." Me too. Me too." No one objected, and Yu Falcon finally made the decision to go together to check the situation. After walking for half an hour, we saw a plain in front of us. As far as the eye could see, we saw the corpses of hundreds of wild and ferocious beasts. This should be a group of ferocious beasts. When you get closer, you can see that they are vegetarian beasts. This is a spear beast, a herbivore. Adult spear beasts are all in the extraordinary realm, but they are relatively docile in temperament. Even if attacked, they will not fight back most of the time because their blood and essence have been drained. Yu Falcon made his judgment after examining the corpse. Is it worth the money? The blood of the spear beast is worth a bit of money. It can be used to carve formation patterns during contract ceremonies, but the effect isn't very good. It has a major flaw. What flaw? The blood of the spear beast can attract a large number of carnivorous beasts. That's not really a disadvantage, is it? The contract ceremony is scoped. If there are heroic spirits nearby, they are likely to enter the contract range. Therefore, the contract ceremony is usually performed in a place far away from the city. Once you are far away from the city, there will be more wild beasts. If the blood essence of so many spear beasts is used to carve the array pattern, it will attract a large number of wild beasts. Boss, something's not right, Liehu said solemnly. The blood essence of the spear beast has almost been abandoned in contract rituals these days. How could someone still collect it on such a large scale? Let's go back to the city immediately and report this matter to the city lord. Yu Falcon had already noticed something suspicious and immediately said to everyone. At this moment, dozens of black spots appeared in the sky. We can't leave. Yu Falcon's face turned gloomy. Boss, is that one of your people? No, it's the Tianyu clan. They come from the same world as me, but they are hostile to my Shun clan. In Holy Spirit City, the Tianyu clan is a vassal of the Titan clan. The Tianyu clan landed one after another. Zhao Tiedan saw these Tianyu clan members clearly. The wings of these Tianyu clan members were obviously different from those of the falcon. The falcon's wings were broad and dark gray, and looked like the wings of an eagle. The wings of the Tianyu clan are all pure white, and they are all extremely handsome, completely different from the rough and sturdy Yu Falcon. The Tianyu clan looks like the legendary angels. If you put a halo on their heads, they will be perfect angel cosplayers. The guy in the lead is called Silver Wing, and he's in the true spirit realm. His special ability is Infinite Blade, which can make any substance on his body as sharp as a blade. Moreover, the Tianyu clan's racial talent can control the wind. His strength is extremely powerful. Even if all 10 of us were tied together, we might not be able to defeat him. Zhao Tiedan narrowed his eyes and looked at the Tianyu clan in front of him. The other members of the clan either showed their claws or took out their weapons, all ready for battle. They are all heroes. To be able to become heroes, they are all people with strong willpower. Almost all of them died in battle, so no one is afraid of them. Even though they knew they were invincible against the enemy before them, they still planned to give it a try. Yu Falcon, this really surprises me. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to kill you a second time. A cruel smile appeared on Yi's face. Everyone looked at Yu Falcon, who touched his nose and said, I was killed by him when I was alive. The Tianyu clan is equivalent to the royal family in the Kanglan world. They regard us as a filthy clan and have been hunting down our Shun clan. Even if we have to fight to the death, we must face it with a smile. Zhao Tiedan strolled forward with a cruel smile on his face. Chapter 9. Yi looked at Zhao Tiedan who was approaching, and then looked at Yu Falcon. Birds of a feather flocked together. You were so reckless when you were in the blue world. Silver Wing suddenly spread its wings, and the edges of the wings shone with metallic luster. The next moment, Silver Wings suddenly burst out and attacked Zhao Tiedan. The moment he approached Zhao Tiedan, he suddenly swung his wings forward. Zhao Tiedan has a dumbbell in his hand. At the moment Silver Wing attacked, Zhao Tiedan picked up the dumbbell and smashed it at Silver Wing. Silver Wing's bladed wings pierced into Zhao Tiedan's chest, and Zhao Tiedan's dumbbells also hit Silver Wing's chest. In terms of power, Zhao Tiedan is at the Void Spirit Realm, which is higher than Yi's true spirit realm. But Zhao Tiedan can't fly, so if he wants to take down Silver Wing in one blow, he must pay a price. And this is the price Zhao Tiedan is willing to pay. And this is also because Zhao Tiedan is confident enough in his own defense. Blood spurted out of Zhao Tiedan's chest, and at the same time, Yi's chest was dented by the huge force. But Zhao Tiedan just stood there, while Yi had already vomited blood and fell to the ground. Yi spat out blood and looked at Zhao Tiedan in horror. Everyone looked at Zhao Tiedan and Yi in astonishment. Zhao Tiedan strode forward, stepped on Yi's wings, and stretched out his hands to grab Yi's head. Oh, hiss. Zhao Tiedan ignored Yi's wailing and forcibly tore Yi's head off. He killed Silver Wing. Revenge for Silver Wing. Kill them. Whether it was Yu Falcon or the Tianyu clan, they all looked at Zhao Tiedan with incredible eyes. Is this true? Is this true? Zhao Tiedan held up Yi's head and looked at the Tianyu clan in front of him with a sinister smile. Zhao Tiedan turned his head to look at Yu Falcon and other teammates. Do you want to join us? Yu Falcon seemed to sense Zhao Tiedan's madness and couldn't help but grin. Kill! Kill! All the members of the King's Guard also roared and rushed towards the Tianyu clan. The fierce tiger pounced and knocked the Tianyu clan member who was about to take off to the ground, and the tiger head suddenly pounced and bit the Tianyu clan member. Another member of the Tianyu clan wanted to take off into the air, but was hit down by a black dumbbell. Yu Falcon became even more crazy, fighting in the air with a ghost head knife in hand. All the members of the Tianyu clan who tried to take off would be hit by his sword. It was obvious that the Tianyu clan had the advantage in numbers and strength, but they were still suppressed by Zhao Tiedan and others, relying on their ruthlessness. However, the Tianyu clan is stronger in terms of numbers and strength, so Zhao Tiedan also suffered casualties. Zhao Tiedan and Yu Falcon were also covered in wounds. They used ferocity, and the Tianyu clan also had many brave warriors. The fight between the two sides was the purest collision of flesh and blood. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Even Zhao Tiedan was not immune to injury. Zhao Tiedan is not invulnerable, and aside from his strength, there is little else special about him. As time went on, 5 members of Zhao Tiedan's side had died in battle, and more than 20 members of the Tianyu clan had died. Neither side had the option of surrender. But gradually, Zhao Tiedan's characteristic, fast running, began to show results. His speed was getting faster and faster, and at this moment, he truly demonstrated the terrifying power of the Void Spirit realm. He only needs to keep running and swinging his fists, and the heroic spirits of the Tianyu clan will be smashed to pieces one by one. However, the faster the speed, the more his stamina is consumed. Even he couldn't speed up forever. The Tianyu clan, who had lost their silver wings before the war, had no one to lead them and became headless flies. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, the battle was over, and only Yu Falcon, Zhao Tiedan, Lai Hu, and a team member named Shuego were left on the king's guard. The 4 of them were exhausted and sat on the ground gasping for breath. The ground was littered with corpses, and dozens of members of the Tianyu clan were all slaughtered by them. Similarly, the king's guard also paid a huge price. After Zhao Tiedan recovered some strength, he began to collect the spoils. The first thing they searched was Yin Yi's body. Zhao Tiedan found a ring on Yin Yi's hand. The moment he took it out, he felt a room appeared in front of him, and there were many things in the room. The moment Zhao Tiedan regained his composure, he immediately left the room. This is, space ring. Yu Falcon also saw the space ring confiscated from Zhao Tiedan. How do we divide this? Zhao Tiedan turned around and asked. You killed Yin Yi, so this space ring belongs to you, but the things inside will be divided equally among the 4 of us. Yu Falcon said. Zhao Tiedan nodded. Then how should we compensate the brothers who died in the battle? We are heroic spirits, and we have no relatives in this world. We can't compensate them. Let's find a place to bury them. Zhao Tiedan took out the supplies from the space ring and placed them all in front of everyone. Is this the blood essence of the spear beast? Zhao Tiedan said, pointing to a large jar of blood-red liquid. This is worthless. Why don't you find a place to throw it away? Zhao Tiedan's heart moved, and he said, this one is mine, and the rest can be divided among the 3 of you. He now needs to complete the Bath of Blood quest. The current task progress is 6/100, and there is still a long way to go before completion. Under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible to complete this task within a month. However, the blood essence of the spear beast can attract a large number of wild and ferocious beasts, which gives him the opportunity to complete the task. Have you thought it through? Yu Falcon asked seriously. Yes, I've made up my mind. I want this jar of blood. Do you have any objections? Yu Falcon asked Lai Hu and Shuego again. No. Soon, the spoils were distributed and everyone gathered together again. Let's discuss what we should do next. Yu Falcon got straight to the point. We've killed so many members of the Tianyu clan, but the Tianyu clan has a close relationship with the Titans, so they're bound to be enemies. If we go back now, we'll definitely face revenge from the Titans. Won't the Tianhui clan stand up for us? Zhao Tiedan asked. No, we are too insignificant to deserve their help. We are not even vassals of the Sky Gray clan. We are just cannon fodder under the Sky Gray clan. They will not go to war with the Titan clan directly for us. Aren't we dead then? That's not entirely true. Yu Falcon glanced at the crowd and continued. We can join other cities. Besides Holy Spirit City, the closest one to us is Holy Moon City, about 5,000 miles away. Holy Moon City and Holy Spirit City are hostile to each other. If we join Holy Moon City, we must find a way to gain the trust of its ruler. Chapter 10. Zhao Tiedan, Liahu and Shuego were all somewhat reluctant. To them, there is no difference between Holy Moon City and Holy Spirit City. Is there no other way out? Liahu asked. Yu Falcon hesitated for a moment. What do you mean? We don't want to live under someone else's roof and continue to be other people's dogs. Liahu replied. Zhao Tiedan nodded. He didn't mind working for anyone as long as there was something in return. You will get as much benefit as you put in, instead of being abandoned at will and having to flee when something goes wrong. Then we can only go to the more distant Shadow Moon Sea, Yu Falcon said. The coastline of the Shadow Moon Sea is dotted with villages of all sizes and small factions. It's very chaotic there, completely different from Holy Spirit City. Whoever has the bigger fist can occupy a piece of land. At the same time, the Shadow Moon Sea is also subject to attacks by sea beasts. If you agree, Then we can go there and build our village. Is it far? It's very far, at least tens of thousands of miles away, and it will take half a year to walk. Yu Falcon said seriously. Let me ask you one last question. Are you really determined to develop your own power? Zhao Tiedan, Liahu, and Shuego looked at each other, then nodded heavily. Even if going to the Shadow Moon Sea is extremely dangerous and desolate, it is still better than continuing to be a dog in Holy Spirit City or Holy Moon City. Moreover, they are all heroes, and most of them do not have families to burden them, so they can make choices calmly without worrying about bringing trouble to their families. It doesn't matter where Zhao Tiedan goes. With these brothers who have been through thick and thin with him, he won't have a bad time wherever he goes. After making the decision, everyone set out on their journey to the Shadow Moon Sea. Among the four of them, Yu Falcon is a veteran heroic spirit who is 45 years old and has 3 contractors. The other 3 are all new heroic spirits. Liahu's heroic spirit age is 5 years, Shuego's is 4 years, and Zhao Tiedan's is 3 years. In terms of strength, Zhao Tiedan is the strongest, but the leader of the team is still Yu Falcon because he has the most stable personality and the most knowledge and experience, so he is the best leader. Along the way, Yu Falcon began to explain the situation of the Shadow Moon Sea. The Shadow Moon Sea was very far away from them, and the journey was extremely dangerous. Their destination, the Shadow Moon Sea, should actually be called the Shadow Moon Coast, a coastline stretching for thousands of kilometers. The Shadow Moon Sea is an area of sea beyond the coastline. Many places on the Shadow Moon Coast are gathering places for people like them who are being hunted or wanted. It is not entirely true to say that there are no rules there. Some people have tried to establish rules there and unify the forces there, but they have not been able to gain absolute dominance. To put it bluntly, dominance is based on strength. For example, the Holy Spirit City is suppressed by a Sky Realm being, and there are several super clans, more than a dozen Yuan Ling Realm beings, and more than 100 Su Ling Realm strongmen, who jointly maintain the rule and order of the Holy Spirit City. This is the result of joint maintenance by one superpower and many strong powers, so the Holy Spirit City can maintain its current dominant position. There is no single force in Shadow Moon Coast that has absolute dominance. In order to stabilize the order in a region, either one side must be strong enough to crush other forces, or one side must eliminate all other forces. In fact, the chaotic situation in Shadow Moon Coast is a good opportunity for the four of them. Their strength cannot be said to be extremely strong, but it is definitely not difficult for them to gain a foothold. One Void Realm and 3 Transcendent Realms can still achieve something. Zhao Tiedan lifts weights every day without fail. At the beginning, Yu Falcon and others were still skeptical, but as time went by, they stopped saying anything. Although they felt that Zhao Tiedan's daily weight lifting would hardly improve his own strength, Zhao Tiedan's weight lifting did not affect them. He also planned to use the blood of the spear beast to attract more wild beasts and complete the bloodbath mission. However, I don't know what rewards the bloody mission can bring. Holy Spirit City, Titan Clan. The great elder Yuan Shun looked at the report from his subordinates with a dark face. You mean, everyone Silverwing brought died? Yes, Master Yuan Shun, they are all dead. The subordinate knelt on one knee and reported. We found their bodies 300 kilometers east of Holy Spirit City. Do you know who did it? It was done by a team of the King's Guards, a subordinate of the Sky Gray clan. I found that they were the only ones to leave Holy Spirit City recently. We also found the bodies of the King's Guards nearby. Their companions buried them in a valley. Is it the Tianhui clan who took action? Yuan Shen's face changed, and he asked slightly nervously. No, it's very likely that they met by chance. The King's Guard discovered Silver Wing and his men collecting the blood of the spear beast. To silence them, Silver Wing attacked them, but failed to destroy them. Instead, Silver Wing and his people were completely wiped out. This bunch of trash, there are so many of them, but they can't even defeat a mere guard team. It's a shame. Yuan Shen's face became even uglier. Yuan Shen looked at his confidant with a gloomy look. Have the members of the King's Guard returned? No, judging by the traces, they probably knew they had offended our Titans, so they chose to defect. They are currently heading north. We are currently unable to confirm where they plan to go. Find them and bring back the Longspear Beast's blood essence. The contract ceremony with the gatekeeper cannot be affected. Yuan Shen paused, then said, You go in person. Since they were able to eliminate Yi and his clan, they must have at least a powerful Void Spirit Realm expert. I don't want any accidents to happen this time. Yes, Master Yuan Shen. Yimo walked out of the hall. He was Yuan Shen's confidant, a Titan warrior, and also a powerful person in the Void Spirit Realm. He possesses the Titan's gift, Indomitable Spirit. As long as his feet are on the ground, he will not be exhausted. After he became a heroic spirit, he awakened another characteristic, fighting to the bitter end. The more damage he takes, the stronger he becomes. And he also awakened the extraordinary power, Fengju. Control the power of wind to wrap around your body, giving you 10 times the normal speed. So even if his opponent is a strong man of the same level as him, he is not afraid. He has killed quite a few powerful people of the same level. After receiving the order, the Karma demon immediately left the Holy Spirit City and headed north. The demon returned to the battlefield and began to check the traces left on the battlefield again. First of all, there was the body of Silverwing. Silverwing was ambushed and hit in the chest by a heavy object, making him lose his combat capability. Then the opponent took the opportunity to tear off Silverwing's head. There were still traces of blood on Silverwing's sharp wings, indicating that the opponent did not have the strength to crush Silverwing. It could only be said that he was not weak, but in the eyes of the Karma demon, he was not so strong that he could not be defeated. Chapter 11. After 10 days' journey, Zhao Tiedan and his companions were already very far away from the Holy Spirit City. They also deliberately slowed down. After all, traveling at such a high intensity all the time is a burden for everyone. Even though the falcon was flying in the sky, its range was much greater than that of the 3 people on the ground, and it was also very physically demanding. Among the crowd, only Zhao Tiedan maintained a very good condition. Now that the pace has slowed down, Zhao Tiedan plans to complete the bloody mission. You Falcon, let's find a place to rest for 2 days. Is there any particular reason? I need a battle and plan to use the blood of the wild beast with a spear to attract a large number of wild beasts. Zhao Tiedan said, Okay, I think this cave is good. We can rest here for 2 days. But you need to be careful when using the spear beast's blood. If you use too much of it, it will attract all the wild beasts within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. I see. Yu Falcon wondered if Zhao Tiedan had some special traits that necessitated the battle against the ferocious wild beasts. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. After all, he knew that Zhao Tiedan had 2 characteristics, tirelessness and overeating. There couldn't be a third characteristic. It's not that the 3 characteristics don't exist, but they are very rare. If Zhao Tiedan possesses all 3 characteristics, he will be given special training in any force. Zhao Tiedan told the 3 of them about this. After 10 days of almost sleepless travel, Shuego and Lai, who were also quite tired, so when they heard that they could rest for 2 days, they had no objection. They rested in a cave for the time being, while Zhao Tiedan took a spear and beast blood and found a valley with dense forests and grass. In the past few days, he encountered several wild and ferocious beasts on the road. Zhao Tiedan always took the lead and went straight up to tear the beasts apart. The current progress of Bloodbath is 11 out of 100. After Zhao Tiedan restored his energy, endurance, and vitality to their peak, he waited quietly for night to fall. The blood moon gradually rose into the sky, and the roars of beasts were heard from the dense forests in the valley. Zhao Tiedan glanced at the sky and took out the spear of wild beast blood from the space ring. As soon as the blood jar was opened, the fishy smell inside instantly hit me in the face and quickly spread to the entire mountain stream. The roars of beasts around me became more and more frequent. It seems that the blood essence of the spear beast is indeed very attractive to those wild and ferocious beasts. Zhao Tiedan reached into the jar and wiped a handful of sticky blood, then smeared it on his body and face, then closed the jar and put it into the space ring. Pairs of blood-red animal eyes emerged from the dense forest, and some wild beasts could no longer restrain themselves and began to approach Zhao Tiedan. These beasts seemed to lose their minds when they smelled the blood of the spear beast. Zhao Tiedan suspected that the effect of the spear beast's blood on them was more than just causing them to lose their minds. In the fitness industry, there is a saying that the more you want to eat something, the more your body needs it. Just like children like to eat candy, because sugar is very important for children's development. Another example is fried food. The body needs fat to accumulate. Fat is not all bad. In fact, fat plays a vital role in human health. The wild beasts would lose their minds for the blood of the spear beast, perhaps because the blood of the spear beast was of great benefit to them. But now is not the time to think about that. Zhao Tiedan took a deep breath and prepared to fight. Roar! A dark shadow descended over Zhao Tiedan's head. Zhao Tiedan exerted force with both feet, suddenly jumped up and threw a punch. Ouch! With a scream, Zhao Tiedan's fist pierced the beast's belly. Bloody! 12 out of 100. Roar, roar, roar. The wild and ferocious beasts hiding in the grass around them went completely crazy. The blood energy in Zhao Tiedan's body evaporated with the air in the mountain stream, becoming increasingly stronger. Two ferocious beasts, each over 10 meters tall, suddenly jumped out of the bushes and charged towards Zhao Tiedan. These are two horned lizards that have the extraordinary talent of controlling fire or water. As they rushed towards Zhao Tiedan, the two horned lizards, one spewing flames from its mouth and the other surrounded by water arrows, shot towards Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan moved and ran quickly, avoiding the flames and water arrows while circling the side of the horned lizard. Then he made a sharp turn and rushed towards the horned lizard. With one punch, the fire-controlling horned lizard was knocked over by Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan stepped on the horned lizard's abdomen with such force that a bloody hole was created in its abdomen. Zhao Tiedan took advantage of the momentum and rushed towards another horned lizard that was controlling the water. The water-controlling horned lizard immediately condensed water arrows and shot them at Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan did not dodge this time and let the water arrows hit his body. These water arrows had very strong penetrating power. Even though Zhao Tiedan's body was as strong as steel, he was pierced by these 3 water arrows. But Zhao Tiedan did not stop and punched the horned lizard's head. Bloody. 14 out of 100. After killing the 2 horned lizards, Zhao Tiedan did not stop, but continued to run at full speed, his speed getting faster and faster. While running, Zhao Tiedan took out a piece of barbecue from the space ring and started chewing it in big mouthfuls. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan's wounds were healing rapidly and his consumed strength was recovering. As Zhao Tiedan was running, several wild and ferocious beasts jumped out. Zhao Tiedan had already sped up by this time, and almost in a single collision, he directly smashed the obstacles in his way. Zhao Tiedan was still holding the food, which was already stained with blood, but Zhao Tiedan didn't care and tore off a piece of meat in one bite. Bloody. 19 out of 100. More and more wild beasts attacked, but Zhao Tiedan continued to charge. Almost all the wild beasts were no match for Zhao Tiedan's rampage. At this time, Zhao Tiedan's speed had already reached close to the speed of sound. But Zhao Tiedan also felt that he had reached his limit. If he continued running like this, his body would collapse first. Although Zhao Tiedan's ability to run as fast as flying allows him to accelerate infinitely, it does not mean that he can actually accelerate infinitely. The speed of sound should be his current limit. Zhao Tiedan slowed down and gradually stopped, while speeding up his eating speed. He wanted to run again. However, the wild beasts around would not give Zhao Tiedan a chance to rest. They were constantly surrounding Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan took another step and started running again. His initial speed was not fast, but it only took 10 seconds for Zhao Tiedan's speed to double, and after 20 seconds it would triple. Bloody. 45 out of 100. An hour later, Zhao Tiedan had killed 30 or 40 wild beasts. However, perhaps the smell of the wild beast's blood on his body had completely evaporated, and there were no longer such a dense crowd of wild beasts surrounding him. Zhao Tiedan ran deeper into the forest, while smearing a spear of wild beast blood on his body. Chapter 12. Bloody. 75 out of 100. Bloody. 84 out of 100. Bloody. 97 out of 100. Zhao Tiedan was madly slaughtering the wild beasts. During this night, Zhao Tiedan had no idea how many injuries he had suffered, and his mission was getting closer and closer to completion. Finally, after Zhao Tiedan crushed the head of a wild beast, the system prompt sounded. Bloody. 100 out of 100. Mission accomplished. Quest reward. You bathe in the blood of all beasts. Your realm is elevated, and your life is transformed. Su Ling Realm, Yuan Ling Realm. Constitution, 104,000, 500,000. HP, 450,000, 1.5 million. Endurance, 550,000, 1.2 million. Daily dumbbell weight, 7,200 kilograms, 50,000 kilograms. Daily lifting weights, 4,500, 10,000. New awakening feature, plundering. Characteristics, predatory. After killing an enemy, there is a certain chance that the enemy's characteristics will be plundered. Zhao Tiedan took a breath of cold air. This special mission actually directly promoted him to a higher realm. This reward was something Zhao Tiedan had never expected, and also awakened new characteristics. And although this feature is of little use in actual combat, it has huge potential. Zhao Tiedan opens his personal dashboard. Host, Zhao Tiedan. Race, heroic spirit. Level, Yuanling Realm. Traits, tireless, gluttonous, 2 fists against 4 hands, fast pace, predatory. Skill, blood red sunset. HP, 1.5 million/1.5 million. Endurance, 1.2 million/1.2 million. Comprehensive physical fitness, 500,000. Zhao Tiedan felt the beast blood sticking to his body, transforming into a pure force. blending into his skin, into his limbs and bones, and into his blood. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan felt waves of burning pain, as if flames were scorching his skin. The clothes on his body also began to burn. Zhao Tiedan was in so much pain that he couldn't stand steadily. The burning pain didn't ease at all. Zhao Tiedan gritted his teeth and started running wildly, looking for a source of water that could ease the burning pain. Finally, after running all over the mountains, Zhao Tiedan finally saw a waterfall. Without thinking, Zhao Tiedan dived into the pool under the waterfall. Steam rose from the pool, and Zhao Tiedan's whole body was emitting scorching heat. Zhao Tiedan gasped for breath. Although the clear water relieved some of his burning pain, the burning sensation still did not stop. In the burning pain of crying like this, Zhao Tiedan gradually lost consciousness. Zhao Tiedan just threw himself into the water. It was not known how long it had been before Zhao Tiedan felt suffocated and suddenly surfaced, gasping for breath. Zhao Tiedan glanced at the sky. How long had he been soaking in the water? He didn't drown even when he was unconscious. Do heroic spirits not need to breathe? Zhao Tiedan sank back into the water and soon felt suffocated. It seems not. I still need to breathe. It may be that his life level has undergone a leap, so after falling into a coma, his body protects itself and temporarily enters a state of suspended animation. Zhao Tiedan came out of the water and walked back naked. At this moment, the burning pain had disappeared, and Zhao Tiedan felt relaxed all over, and his steps became much lighter. This feeling of life leap is something I have never experienced before. Zhao Tiedan felt his own breathing and could even automatically discard the impurities in the air and absorb the parts that were beneficial to the body. Back to the cave where they stayed, Falcon was on guard last night, so the first thing Zhao Tiedan saw was him sitting outside the cave. Blood Dog and Liahu were still sleeping soundly. When Falcon saw Zhao Tiedan coming back naked, he immediately came over to him. Tiedan, did you go out hunting last night? Or were you out fooling around? Although this is the world of heroes, some 404 transactions still exist. I encountered a fire-breathing creature, and it burned all my clothes. Zhao Tiedan sat down in front of the fire and took out the meat of the ferocious beast to roast. After eating and drinking, Zhao Tiedan continued his daily weightlifting routine. Today, the weight of dumbbells has increased directly from more than 7 tons to 50 tons. In the past, the weight of the dumbbells was increased little by little. But this time it was directly increased from more than 7 tons to 50 tons, a span that made Zhao Tiedan a little bit difficult. At the same time, the number of weight-lifting exercises increased from 4,500 to 10,000. Falcon was also eating breakfast and watching Zhao Tiedan lifting weights. Tiedan, how heavy is this in your hand? It's a weight you can't lift. Zhao Tiedan responded while lifting weights. Let me try. Falcon felt that Zhao Tiedan was exaggerating a bit. He knew that Zhao Tiedan was very strong and could tear apart wild beasts with his bare hands. But he felt that he was quite strong. After all, his physique was there. He was over 3 meters tall and had a body of muscular muscles, not much smaller than Zhao Tiedan. If Zhao Tiedan can lift weights, then I won't be much different. Besides, they are just 2 pieces of iron. How heavy can they be? Falcon came up to Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan glanced at Falcon and said, "Wait for me for an hour. I want to do this 10,000 times today." Falcon didn't force it and just watched Zhao Tiedan lift weights. 99.95, 99.96, 99.97, 99.98, 99.99, 10, 000. Daily task completed. Quest reward. Health plus 10,000, stamina plus 10,000, constitution plus 5,000. Zhao Tiedan let out a long breath and looked at Falcon. "Boss, do you really want to try?" "Of course, I just want to try and see if your training method can really strengthen my body." Zhao Tiedan lifted the dumbbells and placed them in front of Falcon. "Catch them with both hands. Don't underestimate my strength," Falcon said carelessly. Zhao Tiedan looked at Falcon speechlessly. "Are you sure?" "Don't worry up." The moment Zhao Tiedan released the dumbbells, Falcon was pulled to the ground by the falling dumbbells. The weight of the dumbbells also created spider webs on the ground. Although the weight of 50 tons is not enough to cause the earth to collapse, it is still a very terrifying weight. Falcon jumped up immediately and looked at the dumbbells on the ground with horror. He tried, but couldn't move the dumbbells at all. This dumbbell is like a small mountain, welded firmly to the ground. Zhao Tiedan bent down and pulled up the dumbbells. "Now you're going to keep trying. Now I know how you developed your strength." Falcon sighed as he looked at Zhao Tiedan. This power is indeed beyond his reach. "I thought the dumbbells Zhao Tiedan used every day didn't look big, and no matter how heavy they were, they couldn't be that heavy. Who knew it would be so serious and insane?" But can you really become stronger by training like this? Yu Falcon asked. Zhao Tiedan clenched his fists and said, yes. Although physical training may not improve strength as significantly as psychic power, it can indeed improve over time. If you want to try, I can guide you. Then I'll give it a try. Yu Falcon was also tempted. Physical strength has always been considered inferior to extraordinary power. But in battle, it is very important, and a strong physique has a great impact on the battle. Chapter 13. When Liehu and Shuego heard that Yushuan was going to lift weights with Zhao Tiedan, they wanted to join in the fun. It's not that they think lifting weights is useful, but they think the journey is long and they want to find something to do when they have nothing to do. Generate a Falcon fitness plan to enhance core strength and include exercise equipment. Generate a Tiger fitness plan to enhance sustained explosive power and include exercise equipment. Generates a Blood Dog fitness plan to enhance endurance and includes exercise equipment. The improvement of the three people will be fed back to the host. Zhao Tiedan couldn't help but laugh when he saw this message. He and his brother have been using the system for a long time, but this is the first time he knows that the system has this function. Tongzi, what do you say about me opening a gym? That's what you said the brother system. Trigger mission, gym. Task, open a fitness center within 1 year. It doesn't seem difficult. Zhao Tiedan looked puzzled. The previous bloody mission was not difficult, but it did involve some danger. However, this gym mission seems to have no other difficulty except the time limit. In view of the host's strong request, this system has specially increased the difficulty of the task for the host. The mission difficulty has been upgraded. The gym must have 100 members to meet the requirement. The brother system's wretched image appeared before Zhao Tiedan. Host, how do you feel about increasing the difficulty of this mission without increasing the reward? Zhao Tiedan had a blank expression on his face. How difficult is this? He is an ace fitness coach. In his previous life, he opened a chain of fitness gyms and ran it very successfully. So even if the world changed, he didn't think it would be difficult to open a gym within a year and have 100 members. Do you need me to increase the difficulty a little more? If you increase the reward, I can allow you to increase the difficulty. Forget it then. Zhao Tiedan looked at the three of them and said, now I'll arrange a training plan for you. Zhao Tiedan raised his hand, and there was a barbell in his hand. I weighed it, 2 tons. Zhao Tiedan threw the barbell to Yu Falcon. The moment Yu Falcon took the barbell, he immediately felt the huge weight and staggered backwards. But he still stood still and held the barbell tightly in his hand. Push it 1,000 times every day, said Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan looked at the bloody dog again and took out a weighted vest. This weight-bearing vest weighs 500 kilograms. Blood Dog, you are wearing a weighted vest. You must wear it at all times, and you need to run 20 kilometers every day. Blood Dog waited and said, it seems I've underestimated it. This weight isn't good enough. Zhao Tiedan glanced at the bloody dog. He didn't know what long-distance running with a load was. A weight of 500 kilograms is indeed relatively light for a blood dog in the Transcendence realm. However, the mental and physical challenges of long-distance weight-bearing running far exceed those of Yu Falcon's 300 barbell presses. Just hold on for 10 days before you tell me you're being looked down upon. Zhao Tiedan looked at Liehu again. Liehu grinned and rubbed his hands. What training program did you arrange for me? Zhao Tiedan threw a jump rope to Liehu. Liehu looked at Zhao Tiedan in surprise. Tizi, are you mistaken? How can I exercise with this? It's not heavy at all. It can't even be used as a weapon. That's right. You have to jump rope 20,000 times a day, and you have to complete a set of 10,000 jumps within half an hour of starting each time. You can't rest in between. After completing 10,000 jumps, you can only rest for half an hour before you have to start the second set. Zhao Tiedan looked at the three of them and said, starting today, you will all start exercising according to my requirements. Now, let's get started. The three of them looked at each other. Since they were the ones who brought up the matter, they were too embarrassed to refuse. They could only start training according to Zhao Tiedan's request. Yu Falcon started doing barbell presses. 2 tons of presses were not his limit, but it is still difficult to do it 1,000 times. It was relatively easy for Yu Falcon to do the first 100. After doing 200, I felt my arms were weak and I had no strength. After 500, each push-up requires charging. On the other side, Blood Dog put on a weighted vest and started a long-distance run. He didn't find it difficult at all. But after he ran a few kilometers, fatigue began to sweep over his body and mind. It's like a long-distance runner who can run a half marathon easily, but if he is asked to carry a 20-kilogram load, he may not even be able to run 10 kilometers. Weighted running is very energy-consuming, and this is the case with Blood Dog. He has greater strength, but he does not know how to regulate his breathing, nor does he know how to evenly distribute his energy consumption. I ran too fast in the early stages and consumed too much energy, so I started to feel weak later on. As for Liehu, his situation was not much better than Yuhuan and Shuego. He thought he had the easiest situation. In fact, the time for a set is fixed. A set of 10,000 jumps needs to be completed in half an hour, which is equivalent to at least 5 jumps per second. High-frequency continuous output is his weakness. Long-term rope skipping is an example of this high-frequency output training method. On the first day of training, all 3 of them failed to complete their training workload. No way, no way. You still tell me it's simple? Who was it that had the audacity to say that he looked down on you? Zhao Tiedan mocked the 3 of them verbally, without mercy. The 3 of them didn't even have the energy to argue with Zhao Tiedan at this time. They were truly shocked. The training methods proposed by Zhao Tiedan seem simple, but they are not so easy to complete. Moreover, they do not have the overeating characteristic that allows them to recover their physical strength quickly. Once they fail in their first attempt, they will not be able to complete it because their physical strength has not fully recovered. Tomorrow. I will definitely finish it tomorrow. Yu Falcon said, gritting his teeth. I hope you keep your word, little dog. The 3 of them were furious. Why hadn't they realized Zhao Tiedan was so annoying before? Zhao Tiedan doesn't think they can do it tomorrow. After high-intensity training, lactic acid will accumulate in the muscles of the body. Even if the physical fitness is fully recovered, the condition will not be able to reach its peak. Only after a few days, until the body has adapted to the amount of exercise and the metabolism of muscle lactic acid has accelerated, can the training volume be completed. Zhao Tiedan didn't remind them. After all, he still wanted to taunt them a few more times. Eat well, sleep well, and do your best tomorrow. Iron Gall, do you think we can't finish it tomorrow? I didn't say that. I'm still looking forward to your performance tomorrow. The blood moon hadn't risen yet today, so the 3 of them all went to sleep. The amount of training Zhao Tiedan had given them had already reached their physical limits. Zhao Tiedan was in charge of keeping watch. At this moment, Zhao Tiedan vaguely sensed something. In the direction of the Holy Spirit City, there was a breath approaching them from an unknown distance. Is this the perception of the Yuanling realm? Zhao Tiedan was a little surprised. The aura was very clear, but the distance was very far, estimated to be more than 1,000 kilometers. Chapter 14. Zhao Tiedan tried to detect the man's energy. That person is more than 1,000 kilometers away from them. If the other party is at the same level as themselves and they can sense him, then he can definitely sense themselves. Therefore, it can be judged that the other party is not in the Yuanling realm, and if it is below the Junling realm, one may not be able to sense it. So the other party may be in the Junling realm or the Zuling realm. The other party was most likely sent by the Titans, and since they had killed the Silver Wing and Sky Feather clans, the strength they had demonstrated had already surpassed the true spirit realm. So if the other party wanted to hunt them down, they would have to be at least in the void spirit realm. The other party probably didn't lock onto the exact location of their group, so they were looking for the traces they left behind. Zhao Tiedan felt that after breaking through to the Yuanling realm, some inexplicable abilities appeared in his body, and these abilities did not belong to the category of characteristics or racial talents. For example, when I was unconscious, I soaked in water for several hours and did not drown. For example, he could sense the breath from more than 1,000 kilometers away. However, I am unable to control it accurately now. This perception is very vague, and the distance of more than 1,000 kilometers is incredible to think about. Brother, you can. Host, don't you see what time it is now? I have to sleep even if you don't. You're just a piece of shit. What the hell are you doing sleeping? I'm a self-disciplined person. If I don't have a good night's sleep, how can I face tomorrow and unexpected events? Tongzi, I feel like I have gained some more abilities after breaking through the Yuanling realm. That's how life transitions work. Just like in the history of life evolution, when single-celled organisms evolved into multicellular organisms, there was a mutation in their abilities. So what are my abilities after breaking through to the Yuanling realm? Why isn't it displayed on the dashboard? Maybe you're just too stubborn. Others break through to the Yuanling realm without any help, but you've been thinking about it all day and still haven't figured it out. Could it be that your muscles have broken through, but your brain hasn't? You don't know it yourself, do you? I won't talk to you anymore. I still need to get some beauty sleep. The brother system disappeared. Zhao Tiedan continued to try to control his perception and sense the person who was more than 1,000 kilometers away. Gradually, Zhao Tiedan seemed to grasp that feeling. The next moment, Zhao Tiedan's eyes seemed to penetrate the night sky, across thousands of mountains and rivers, and saw a clear outline of a figure. Zhao Tiedan's pupils suddenly contracted. Awakening passive skill, boundless. Wuya, able to sense enemies at a distance that are hostile to oneself. The current maximum range of perception is 2,000 kilometers. Zhao Tiedan was a little surprised. It turned out that only when this ability was fully mastered could it be considered awakened. Zhao Tiedan activated his Wuya skill once again. This time, his control was obviously more skillful than before, and the images transmitted back to his brain were also clearer. He was a giant with a height of 5 meters. Yu Falcon was more than 3 meters tall. In front of the giant, he was no match for a little chicken. As for Zhao Tiedan and the others, they are just rats. Is this the Titan? Zhao Tiedan observed the giant. However, after moving for a while, the Titan did not move again, but found a place to rest. The next day, when Yu Falcon and the other two woke up, Zhao Tiedan had already prepared breakfast for them. Hurry up and have breakfast. After breakfast, we will have today's training. Yu Falcon and the other two all felt pain in their hands and feet. We still have to keep going. It's okay. I can train while walking. It won't affect you. Are you scared? No way. Are you guys that petty? Psychic Academy. Run, run. Lu Wuyin clapped her hands. Keep breathing. Keep moving. These children, who are only about 7 years old, should have been enjoying the care and love of their parents. But after enrolling in the Psychic Academy, they have to bear a heavy burden. A girl was running among many children, far ahead. Lu Wuyin looked at the girl who was at least 30 meters ahead. Zhao Tao? Lu Wuyin had the most profound impression of this child. Zhao Tao's psychic talent is not outstanding. It was initially detected as F-level psychic talent, and its current psychic level is at the extreme level. However, Zhao Tao's original talent was too poor, so she was destined to not be able to reach a very high position, and the extraordinary realm was almost her limit. However, at the extraordinary realm, no matter whether it is a psychic or a heroic spirit master, they cannot even summon the consciousness clone of the contracted party. At most, they can only borrow the power of the contracted party. Although Zhao Tao's talent is poor, she has a strong willpower that her peers do not have. Lu Wuyin is still willing to give Zhao Tao some help in her growth to the best of her ability. Of course, she was only at the transcendent realm, so the help she could provide was very limited. Finally, after running 10 laps, Zhao Tao was the first to cross the finish line, and the children behind him also arrived one after another. Teacher, our practice should be based on spiritual energy, right? Why do we need to exercise our bodies? A child asked breathlessly. When you borrow the power of your contract partner, you also need a strong body to withstand this power. It's like your contract partner lends you 1,000 kilograms of power, but you can only withstand 500 kilograms. This power will damage you. But we can use psychic energy to strengthen ourselves. Psychic energy can strengthen yourself, but you also need to reserve some for your contract partner. The proportion of this energy distribution will need to be determined through actual combat. Zhao Tao stood behind the crowd, silently taking note of Lu Wuyin's words. She knew her talent clearly. Her talent and psychic abilities is very average, so she needs to focus more on training her physical strength. Thanks to the fact that his father was a fitness coach, although Zhao Tao was still young at that time, Zhao Tao grew up in the gym and still remembered some fitness and exercise methods. Although my psychic talent is not as good as others, I will work hard on my physical fitness. Teacher, when can we make a contract? It's still early. Generally, you have to wait until you are 12 years old. Of course, if your family has connections and can contract a powerful contracted beast or heroic spirit, you can start earlier. The reason why we have to wait until the age of 12 is mainly because after the age of 12, the upper limit of psychic power can be determined and both parties to the contract can make choices and decisions. Before the age of 12, there are too many uncertainties. Those with powerful psychic powers or huge potential will naturally be favored by contracted beasts and heroic spirits. Similarly, people with potential will also choose powerful contracted beasts or heroic spirits. This is a two-way race. Zhao Tao felt a little disappointed. Her psychic potential was average, and there might not be anyone willing to make a contract with her. Chapter 15. Yu Falcon pushed the barbell with both hands. 997, 998, 999, 1000. Finally, this was the third day after he received training. He had not been able to complete the training tasks arranged by Zhao Tiedan in the first 2 days, but today he finally successfully completed 1,000 barbell presses for the first time. Although Yu Falcon's arms were very tired at the moment, he was also very excited. Done. Finally done. At this moment, a faint red light suddenly appeared on Yu Falcon's body. Yu Falcon was stunned for a moment and looked at his hands. This feeling was very strange. The next moment, he understood what was going on. The falcon suddenly spread its wings and soared into the sky. He had never felt flying so lightly. This is the power of the wind. He awakened an extraordinary power called invisibility. He can control the air, creating an invisible barrier while also eliminating wind resistance. Yu Falcon was very excited at the moment. He had not expected that Wang Chun Zhao Tiedan's training mission could actually awaken extraordinary powers. As he soared in the air, he felt that he didn't need to exert any effort at all and could fly 10 times faster than before. This feeling was amazing. After soaring in the air for a few minutes, the falcon descended towards Zhao Tiedan. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan also received a system prompt. Feather Falcon's Constitution plus 150. The host also gains Constitution plus 150. Tiedan, your training method is really effective. Yu Falcon excitedly told Zhao Tiedan the good news. How should I train next? Keep going. Keep pushing 1,000 times a day. He just completed the push-up for the first time. How could he increase the amount so soon? Okay. Yu Falcon was a little disappointed. He originally thought that he should challenge a higher level of difficulty. Yu Falcon looked into the distance again and saw a figure running in the distance. It was the blood dog. On the other side, there is a fierce tiger jumping rope. The falcon spread its wings and flew towards the bloody dog. Soon he arrived above the bloody dog. Blood dog, are you capable of this? You can't even complete such a simple training. Zhao Tiedan had mocked the three of them before, and now that Yu Falcon had completed the training first, he naturally had to mock them back. However, he had no right to mock Zhao Tiedan, so he could only show off to Shui Go and Lai Hu. My training is definitely the most difficult among the three of us. You haven't experienced it at all. Blood Dog retorted unwillingly. If you have the ability, you will know once you try it. Yu Falcon suddenly activated his invisibility, and an invisible wall of air appeared in front of the blood dog. The bloody dog was running when it suddenly bumped its head. What happened? The bloody dog was confused. What did he bump into? The bloody dog stood up, went forward and touched around, but there was nothing. He continued to run forward, but after a few steps, there was another thud, which knocked him unconscious. This time, Blood Dog was certain that it was definitely Yu Falcon's doing. Stinky Birdman, what have you done? The falcon's nose was so proud that it was about to reach the sky. I completed my training and accidentally awakened extraordinary powers. Blood Dog was stunned for a moment. How is this possible? Can one awaken extraordinary powers just by exercising the body? Believe it or not. Yu Falcon said it lightly, but his face was full of pride. But this is also my unique talent. Blood Dog suddenly hesitated and said, could it be the fitness plan Tiedan made for us? Yu Falcon thought for a moment and said, then just keep going and see if you've completed the training and see if there's any effect. Yu Falcon himself wasn't sure whether it was the result of the training plan arranged by Zhao Tiedan or if he had awakened accidentally. At this moment, the fierce tiger in the distance suddenly let out a deafening roar. Feather Falcon and Blood Dog covered their ears at the same time. The whistling sound was so violent that both of them felt dizzy. Feather Falcon and Blood Dog looked at each other and immediately ran towards Liahu. When they came to Liahu, they saw that Liahu's whole body was emitting a violent aura. Liahu, what's wrong with you? Liahu looked at his arms, then looked at Shuego and Yuan. I awakened a new characteristic, trampling. Liahu himself was also confused. He didn't know why he awakened the new characteristic. Have you completed the amount of training Tiedan assigned you? Just finished. This time, Yu Falcon was finally certain that the training plan arranged by Zhao Tiedan for them was not aimless and really had miraculous effects. I have awakened extraordinary power, invisible, Yu Falcon said. Immediately, Yu Falcon and Lai Hu both looked at Blood Dog. Now Blood Dog was the only one that had not completed the training. Bloody Dog, what about you? Liahu grinned to his back teeth. Blood Dog turned and left. I still have to complete my training. Blood Dog was extremely depressed at the moment. He felt that he was no worse than them. If they could complete the training today, then he could too. At this moment, Blood Dog heard Zhao Tiedan's voice. Blood Dog, start the count again. Who told you to stop? Blood Dog stared at Zhao Tiedan with wide eyes. How could you say such cruel words? If you insist on saying that, then today's training is a failure, said Zhao Tiedan. Can you do it, then dog? Yu Falcon and Lai Hu looked at the bloody dog teasingly at the same time. The blood dog had already run more than half of the way, but because of the interruption of the falcon and the sudden violence of the tiger, his run was interrupted. You guys. The bloody dog was so angry that he was fuming. Blood Dog ultimately failed to complete today's training. His physical strength was exhausted, so he couldn't start counting again. Wearing a 500-kilogram weight vest and running 20 kilometers is simply inhuman torture. In the evening, everyone gathered in front of the campfire, and Yu Falcon brought out a lot of delicious food and wine. Where did this come from? Zhao Tiedan discovered that these foods and wines seemed to be packaged on Earth. I got it from my human contractor. Yu Falcon said. Can heroic spirits and contractors trade items? Yes. But first the contractor must be able to perform a perfect summon and summon your real body over. You Falcon said, but these food and wine are of no value. They are gifts from my contractor. Everyone was tired of eating barbecue, as they had barbecue every day. Now that they could change the taste, they were in a much better mood. Zhao Tiedan picked up a bottle of white wine and drank it down in one gulp. This long-lost taste really makes me miss it. There is also wine in the heroic realm, but the taste is completely different from the wine on Earth. I'll keep watch tonight, said you Falcon. No need, I'll keep watch tonight. Zhao Tiedan said. Iron Gull, you've been on guard for 3 consecutive nights. Someone is hunting us, Zhao Tiedan said. You can't handle it. Everyone gasped. They had no idea that Zhao Tiedan actually knew someone was chasing them. He should be from the Titan tribe, about 5 meters tall. Chapter 16. You Falcon and the other 2 felt their nerves tense. Although they are fearless and brave, they are not really newbies. So I quickly figured out the key. The Titans are hunting them, most likely because they have disrupted some of their plans. Therefore, the Titans must kill them or take back the blood of the spear beast. These are actually foreseeable. Can you handle it? Guess my strength. Zhao Tiedan laughed. In fact, when Zhao Tiedan killed In Yi, they had guessed that Zhao Tiedan's strength was definitely at the true spirit realm or above the true spirit realm. However, Zhao Tiedan does not have any extraordinary powers, so he should have reached the true spirit realm or the void spirit realm in his physical body. However, the actual combat power is slightly lower because there is no extraordinary power. It has to be said that the 3 of them were quite accurate in their predictions about Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan clenched his fists. To be honest, he also wanted to test how strong he was. The feeling of the void spirit realm and the yuan spirit realm is completely different. That feeling is too dreamy, so dreamy that even Zhao Tiedan feels it is unreal. Iron Gull, I think we should join forces. Since the Titans have sent people to hunt us down, they are definitely not ordinary people. I know you're not ordinary people, but you are ordinary people. I think you'll be a burden to me. So could you please be more self-disciplined? You Falcon and the other 2 were both annoyed and helpless. They also know their own strength, which is indeed a bit disappointing. The Transcendence realm is indeed a bit embarrassing. The average combat power of the Titans after they reach adulthood is at the true spirit realm, and a few Titans with outstanding talents can even reach the void realm. There are only a few people in the Yuanling realm of the Titans. It is impossible to let them leave the Holy Spirit City easily, and the Jinling realm may not be able to keep them, so it is most likely that the powerful people in the Zuling realm are chasing them. In front of the powerful people in the void realm, they really have no chance to show their abilities except to hold them back. If you can't win, run away. With your strength, running away should be no problem. I know that without you telling me. Their speed had slowed down a lot in the past few days, and the Titans chasing them were getting closer every day, so Zhao Tiedan estimated that he would be able to find them tonight. The devil has been discovering the whereabouts of that group of people these days. This group of people were really good at running, so much so that he chased them for 7 or 8 days. However, judging from the traces they left behind, he was not far away from them. In particular, not long ago, he discovered a cluster of fires with residual heat from the fire, which meant that the distance was less than 100 miles. The devil immediately chose to pursue overnight to complete the Great Elder's task as soon as possible so that he could return home early. It was not until the second half of the night that the demon suddenly saw a fire ahead. The demon immediately accelerated towards the direction of the fire. Near the fire, the devil gradually saw a figure sitting in front of the fire. When he saw the man clearly, the other person also discovered him. Since you're here, come and sit down. Zhao Tiedan kept his perception locked on the demon, so he noticed him before he got close. The demon didn't approach, but instead stood 10 feet away, muffled and said, "Do you know why I'm here?" "Those who are chasing us." Zhao Tiedan replied. "Did you know I would come?" The devil narrowed his eyes. He couldn't see the depth of the man in front of him. Before coming here, he had already investigated all the information about the King's Guard Team 1, and he also knew that Zhao Tiedan in front of him was a human, a newborn heroic spirit, and his naturalization information was Transcendent Realm. But he always felt that there was a vague aura of danger emanating from Zhao Tiedan. The devil of karma trusts his own judgment very much. Although this instinctive feeling is illusory, it has helped him avoid life and death crises many times. So when faced with Zhao Tiedan's invitation, he didn't dare to step forward. Zhao Tiedan looked at the Yema, but the Yema was standing against the light, and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. However, the silhouette hidden in the darkness exudes a tyrannical aura. Zhao Tiedan stood up and brushed off the dust from under his butt. "Since you don't want to sit down and talk, then just start fighting." The demon's breathing became rapid, and a faint green light emanated from his body. Extraordinary power, Fengju. Activate. The karma demon suddenly burst out with terrifying speed, without holding back, and going all out. Zhao Tiedan's eyes fixed. What a fast speed, faster than his normal speed. When Zhao Tiedan was in the void realm, his speed was about 30 meters per second. However, the giant in front of him, whose size was several times that of himself, was moving at a speed close to the limit of his time in the void spirit realm, almost reaching the speed of sound, and even faster than Zhao Tiedan's normal speed after he was promoted to the Yuan spirit realm. Okay, quick. The karma demon appeared in front of Zhao Tiedan almost instantly, and his huge fist loomed over him like a mountain. Boom! Zhao Tiedan was blown away in an instant, and his whole body flew 1,000 meters away like a kite. The devil touched his fist and muttered to himself that he was in very strong physical condition, and his full-strength punch was not able to completely destroy his body. Zhao Tiedan spat out a mouthful of blood. This punch was really not light. Even with his current physical condition, he was injured by this punch. If I were still in the void spirit realm, I would really not be the opponent's opponent. Zhao Tiedan looked at the demon in the darkness in the distance. His feet moved quickly, and he suddenly accelerated and ran. He easily broke through the speed of sound, and there was a bursting sound from his body. That was the explosion caused by breaking the sound barrier. When he was in the void realm, Zhao Tiedan was unable to break through the sound barrier, as his body simply could not withstand the terrifying wind pressure. However, after breaking through to the Yuanling realm, his physical fitness improved significantly. At this moment, Zhao Tiedan easily broke through the sound barrier without any discomfort. The demon's pupils suddenly contracted. Here it comes. The devil felt the pressure coming towards him, and the next moment, Zhao Tiedan appeared in front of him and punched him as well. The terrifying force of the fist spread throughout the body of the demon, and he was blown away. But Zhao Tiedan increased his speed again, chasing the demon that was flying backwards and delivering another punch. He continued to chase and punched again. The karma demon was stunned and rolled on the ground until he hit the wall of a small hill before stopping. Wow! A mouthful of blood vomited out of the devil's mouth, and at the same time, blood lingered on his body. Features: fight to the bitter end. Launch: the more serious the injury, the stronger the power of the karma demon will be. At the same time, the racial talent, unyielding, was also rapidly recovering the injuries of the karma demon. Ewiyo! The demon roared wildly, and the blood in his body began to boil. With a kick of his foot, the karma demon kicked out a big hole in the ground, and the karma demon shot out like a cannonball. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan was running wildly, and his speed was getting faster and faster. The physical strength of the Yuanling realm is far greater than that of the Zuling realm, so his speed limit is also very terrifying. Zhao Tiedan and the karma demon met above the fire, and both sides rushed directly towards each other. There is no technique involved, only the expression of the aesthetics of violence in one's own way. Chapter 17. Zhao Tiedan retreated more than 10 meters, while the demon was directly knocked away 100 meters away. The karma demon stood up again and vomited blood again. His characteristic of fighting to the end was activated again, and the blood energy in his body became even stronger. Zhao Tiedan attacked again, and the demon raised his fist to meet the attack. You punch me, I kick you back. Gradually, Zhao Tiedan also discovered that the power of the karma demon was growing stronger and stronger, and there was even a sign that it was surpassing his own. This surprised Zhao Tiedan greatly, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. Could it be that the other party also had the skill of setting sun like blood? The two men fought face to face, and Yimo's injuries became more and more serious. At the same time, his strength had become strong enough to compete with Zhao Tiedan. Even Zhao Tiedan began to feel hurt. However, Zhao Tiedan also activated the Bloody Sunset at this time. The effect of the skill Bloody Sunset is similar to the effect of the Karma Demon's characteristic fight to the end. The effect of Bloody Sunset is that the lower the health, the higher the strength bonus, which lasts for 10 minutes. As for the fight to the end skill, the more damage you take, the higher the strength bonus will be. It is a passive effect that lasts forever. If we only look at the effects, the effect of Blood Red Sunset is stronger. However, the passive characteristic is more convenient because it is permanent after all. The Karma Demon also felt the sudden increase in Zhao Tiedan's power. At the same time, seeing the thick and almost sticky blood on Zhao Tiedan, his eyes couldn't help but focus. Could it be that he also possesses the characteristic of fighting to the end? This made Yimo feel uneasy. Zhao Tiedan was stronger than him. Now that they were going to fight to the death, his advantage would be gone. Zhao Tiedan was more anxious than him, because the Blood Red Sunset did not last long, only 3 minutes. So he had to resolve the battle within 3 minutes. Otherwise, he would be in a passive position. I thought that with my strength in Yuanling realm, I could definitely defeat the Titan in Zuling realm. I didn't expect it to be so hard. This is also the power of the feature. A powerful feature can change a battle. Puff! The Karma Demon punched Zhao Tiedan in the chest, and Zhao Tiedan spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan's blood began to boil. Zhao Tiedan's strength increased greatly, and he also returned a punch. Both of them were the type who took a tough approach, without any fancy moves. They just used all their strength, and were all determined to kill each other. Zhao Tiedan's punch went straight into the chest of the demon. The Karma Demon was blasted into the air. Zhao Tiedan suddenly jumped up and was about to use a smooth combo on the demon. But at this moment, the demon who was lifted up did a roundhouse kick and kicked Zhao Tiedan heavily to the ground. The ground was smashed into pieces. Zhao Tiedan didn't care about the pain. He spat, flew into the air again, and punched through the devil's abdomen. The severely injured Karma Demon's power surged again, and he punched Zhao Tiedan on the forehead in midair. Zhao Tiedan fell to the ground again, but Zhao Tiedan, who was also injured, also increased his strength. Without waiting for the demon to land, he jumped up again and swept the demon's neck with a simple whip kick. The Karma Demon flew out in a spin. As soon as Zhao Tiedan landed, he suddenly chased after the flying Karma Demon. Although the kick just now was heavy, it was not fatal. He couldn't give the Karma Demon any chance to turn the tables. This time he won't stop. As long as he starts running, he will run to victory. The demon endured the severe pain and was about to fall to the ground. As long as his feet touched the ground after landing, he can quickly recover from his injuries with his unyielding nature. But Zhao Tiedan ruined his plan again. Zhao Tiedan rushed to the front of the demon again and punched him. The demon was blown away and blood was spurting out in the air. The injuries to his body made it impossible for him to exert any strength. Although his strength continued to increase as a result of fighting to the bitter end, without a fulcrum, he could not fully exert his strength. And when Zhao Tiedan runs, the power he can unleash is nothing compared to that of the Karma Demon. In particular, Zhao Tiedan's speed has skyrocketed. As Zhao Tiedan ran, sonic booms continued to erupt from his body, and his iron fist continued to bombard the broken body of the demon. The tyrannical power is wreaking havoc on the Karma Demon, who has lost the power to resist. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Zhao Tiedan's body was on fire. His high-speed running caused friction with the air to generate high temperatures, and his fists were also blazing. Puff! Zhao Tiedan smashed the demon's head with 1 punch, and the hot fist burnt the demon's broken head. Plunder, seize the characteristics and fight to the end. Fight to the bitter end. The more damage you take, the stronger your power will become. Zhao Tiedan gasped as he looked at the newly added Fight to the End feature on the attribute panel. This feature does not conflict with the skill Bloody Sunset. Although the effects are similar, they are 2 different formulas, and one is an active skill and the other is a passive skill. Zhao Tiedan took out the food from the space ring and replenished his strength and recovered from his injuries on the way back. Yu Falcon and the other 2 were shocked when they saw Zhao Tiedan coming back with such serious injuries. They still highly recognize Zhao Tiedan's strength. The fact that Zhao Tiedan was seriously injured meant that the people chasing them must be quite powerful. Everyone immediately started preparing food for Zhao Tiedan. Everyone knows that Zhao Tiedan is a glutton. Solved. Of course, without you 3 little dogs, I would have no problem dealing with it. If you're talking about a thin dog, it's also a bloody dog. I have completed the training. Yu Falcon said proudly. I've finished it too. Liahu said in the same tone. The 3 of them looked at the bloody dog. Blood Dog's face flushed red. I'm going to exercise now. He was really D off by the 3 of them this time. They just finished the training 1 day earlier than him, but they acted as if they couldn't finish it themselves. Unfortunately, it was the middle of the night and there were ferocious beasts everywhere outside. The blood dog probably wouldn't be able to run more than a kilometer before being pushed and chased by the beasts. Sure enough, within just over 10 minutes, the bloody dog returned, looking devastated. However, Blood Dog still held his breath and completed the training the next day under the attention of everyone. Feather Falcon's Constitution plus 150. The host also gains Constitution plus 150. Done. I'm done. Blood Dog's voice could be heard from several kilometers away. Blood Dog was very excited, and he also awakened new characteristics. Blood Dog couldn't wait to run to Zhao Tiedan and the other 2 to share his joy. My dear, I have awakened my special ability. Zhao Tiedan was still lifting weights at the moment and looked back at the blood dog. What characteristics did you awaken? The characteristic I awakened is called Shadow. Zhao Tiedan thought the name was a bit strange. What effect does this feature have? My shadow and I can interchange. Aren't all traits passive? Yours looks like an active skill, and it should be considered a supernatural power, right? I don't know either, but it's definitely a characteristic. Characteristics are like instincts. Awakened people will understand their characteristics immediately. However, supernatural powers require practice, familiarity, and even constant exploration. Once a characteristic is awakened, it will basically reach the maximum level of proficiency, but the proficiency of extraordinary powers needs to be improved bit by bit. I'll ask you Falcon later. Zhao Tiedan didn't know much about this either. At this time, Yu Falcon also completed today's training and came to Zhao Tiedan and Shuego. Little dog, have you completed today's training? Blood Dog suddenly became proud. It's done, and it also awakened a special feature called Shadow. Oh, Yu Falcon also became interested. What effect? Then Blood Dog repeated the characteristics of the Shadow. After listening to Blood Dog's explanation, Yu Falcon's expression turned serious. What's wrong? What's wrong with this feature? Asked Zhao Tiedan. This is a small fraction of the power of the former Shadow King. What do you mean by a small part of the Shadow King's power? Zhao Tiedan and Blood Dog became curious. Specialties are only possessed by creatures in the heroic spirit realm. However, millions of years ago, heroic spirits and savage beasts had none. That was until the emergence of the four godcasters. They desired to forge their own godhoods and become legendary gods. However, for unknown reasons, a war broke out among the four of them, ultimately shattering their own godhoods. These four godhoods are Shadow, Death, Destruction, and Life. The destruction of these four godhoods brought about earth-shattering changes in the heroic spirit realm. Since then, all newly born heroic spirits and savage beasts have been able to awaken specialties during their birth. Yu Falcon paused and continued. The Blood Dog Shadow is a fragment of the Shadow Godhead. However, it's not the complete Godhead, but rather something close to it. The same Godhead is in competition with the other, and they are natural enemies. If a successor to the same fragment of the Godhead appears in the same era, war is bound to ensue to seize the other's fragment. So, the Shadow I awakened is very powerful. Blood Dog asked excitedly. Yu Falcon punched Blood Dog on the forehead. Don't you understand yet? Your characteristics will bring you danger. Danger? We are heroic spirits. Why should we fear danger? If someone really wants to take my power, then come on, I will beat the shit out of him. I think Blood Dog's mentality is right. The four of us have nothing. The worst that can happen to us is just a handful of dirt. Zhao Tiedan grabbed Blood Dog's shoulder and said, besides, we still have us. How about this, Blood Dog? As long as you call me Grandpa, I'll take care of everything you need from now on. Blood Dog punched Zhao Tiedan back. You want to be my grandfather? Dream on. Duh. Chapter 18. For the next month, almost nothing significant happened, except for encountering a few foods. After a month of training, Yu Falcon, Lai Hu and Shuego have all seen a significant improvement in their strength. Yu Falcon was the first to enter the true spirit realm, while Lai Hu and Shuego have also stepped half a foot into the void spirit realm. They are also more enthusiastic about the training arranged by Zhao Tiedan. Yu Falcon, you need to increase your training volume, Zhao Tiedan said. Change the barbell to 3 tons and complete 1,500 presses every day. And you need to do these presses while flying. What about us? Shuego and Lai Hu looked at Zhao Tiedan eagerly. After all, the results of Zhao Tiedan's training are visible to the naked eye. Moreover, they can now complete the training tasks arranged by Zhao Tiedan more easily. So they also want to increase their training volume. For now, you should continue with your original training. My dear, I think we can definitely adapt to more training. Zhao Tiedan looked at Blood Dog and Lai Tiger. Okay, if you think you can adapt, I can give you the next step of training now. Seeing that Blood Dog and Liahu were so stubborn, Zhao Tiedan didn't say anything more. Blood Dog, you're going to have to replace your 500 kilograms weight vest with a 1-ton one. At the same time, your 20 kilometers long-distance run will be increased to 30 kilometers, and you'll also have to wear 200 kilograms weight-bearing protective gear on your hands. Zhao Tiedan looked at Liahu again and said, you still have to jump rope 10,000 times, but the weight must be increased by 500 kilograms, and you cannot rest in between. It doesn't seem that difficult. Liahu said. Blood Dog actually still feels that the increase in training volume is a bit too much. But since Liahu said so, he could only pretend to be a quail. And then, in the following days, they never completed the training workload once. It was only Yu Falcon who couldn't even complete half of it. He took 3 days to adapt and finally completed the new training volume. Chief, there is a group of people ahead, doing something very strange. Near Zhao Tiedan and his group, a group of more than a dozen people appeared. Everyone in the team wrapped themselves tightly, and water was dripping from under their clothes as they walked. Everyone was like this. They are a quasi-dwelling people who have lived in humid areas such as swamps and lakesides for a long time. They need to keep their bodies moist for a long time. Wrapping yourself tightly is also to avoid the skin being exposed to the hot sun. "What strange things are you doing?" asked the patriarch. There were 4 of them, all holding strange objects. Some were running wildly, while others were flying in the air, swinging what looked like weapons in their hands. Another was holding a rope and jumping as he walked. Another was holding a pair of strange hammers and swinging them around. After hearing the report from his subordinates, the leader of the Chi tribe became even more curious. "Did you see who they were?" "I can't tell. They don't have any identification marks, and their races and wish worlds are different. One is the Shun clan of the Azure world. One is a tiger-headed monster from the Beast God world. One is a dark-blooded creature from the Dark Blood world, and the other one should be a human from Earth. Forget it. Let's not clash with them. Let's go our own way." The leader of the Shi tribe thought for a moment and said, "Let's find some prey first, and then find some water. We don't have much fresh water left. They are fleeing, so it is best not to have conflicts with others on the road." At the same time, Zhao Tiedan and the other 3 also completed their daily training for the day. Blood Dog and Liahu finally gave up their new training plan a few days ago. Also because of the new training plan, they have made almost no progress in the past few days. Zhao Tiedan receives feedback from the 3 of them after training every day. "I don't want to move anymore, TZ. You go hunting. I think I can eat a wild beast." "Me too. I want to eat the abyss beast." The Blood Dog just lay on the ground. He didn't want to move at all. It was too hot here, and even his original training plan made him feel exhausted. Fortunately, he did not act stubbornly and continued with the new training plan. Otherwise, he felt that he would really die. Liahu had a similar feeling. He now understood that the training arranged by Zhao Tiedan for them must be the most suitable for their current conditions. There should be a water source dozens of kilometers to the east. Yu Falcon said. He could see farther in the sky. Zhao Tiedan also completed his daily training, then got up and went to look for food. After walking in this area for a few days, Zhao Tiedan roughly knew where the wild beasts here were hiding. Some wild beasts would hide beneath the earth and would only come out to hunt for food at night when the temperature dropped. These wild beasts were difficult to catch unless Zhao Tiedan could confirm where the prey was hiding and then uncover a few meters or even dozens of meters of earth. So apart from these wild and ferocious beasts hiding underground, the only place where prey can be found is water. Although it is hot and dry here, it is not a desert, and it is not difficult to find water. Zhao Tiedan walked east for a while, but before he found any water source, he first discovered traces of heroic spirit activity here. There are some plants here, and the fruits have been picked, but the trunks of the fruit trees have not been damaged, which is obviously not the work of animals. Some water stains were also found. Zhao Tiedan immediately slowed down his pace. These traces were not left by the enemy in the first place. However, even if they are not enemies, conflicts may still occur. Just as Zhao Tiedan was still hesitating, a loud noise came from the front. Immediately afterwards, a column of water shot up into the sky, and even though it was several thousand meters away, water drops were still falling. "There's a fight over there." Zhao Tiedan immediately rushed to the scene. "Before I got close, I saw a 100-meter-long worm tumbling in a lake." Zhao Tiedan took a breath of cold air. He had never seen such a huge and ferocious beast. The wild and ferocious beasts I encountered in the past were nothing compared to the one in front of me. The head of this giant beast is like an open petal. About 10 meters below its head, it has a pair of huge claws, 2 rows of bone spurs on its back, and a fish-like tail. This beast looks like a snake, but is not a snake. There are arcs of electricity jumping all over its body, and it should have the power of thunder. There were several figures in the lake fighting with the beast. Zhao Tiedan saw that the beast's combat power was not inferior to his own, and coupled with its huge body, even he might not be able to defeat it. However, this beast is not agile. It is estimated that this giant beast is an aquatic creature. Once it is stranded on the shore, its strength will be greatly reduced. However, its entire body is protected by thunder, and anyone approaching the giant beast will be attacked by thunder. Zhao Tiedan looked again at the figures besieging the behemoth. The clothes they wore were very tattered, but they were wrapped tightly. Their arms were not palms, but 2 tentacles, and each of them was waving a sword wrapped in a tentacle. It was difficult for them to hurt the behemoth, but at the same time, the behemoth's speed made it difficult for it to attack these people. Every time the giant beast launches a thunder attack, a water shield will appear around these people to block the thunder attack. However, the giant beast is obviously much stronger than these people. Although these people use water shields to block most of the damage, they cannot be completely immune to thunder attacks. Soon someone was injured and vomiting blood, and his companions immediately protected him. The beast gradually lost its patience, and its attacks became more and more brutal. Suddenly, the giant beast's anus opened to its maximum, and then a thick arc of electricity shot out, instantly vaporizing the three tentacle men along the way, and their water shields could not provide any defense at all. At the same time, the electric arc swept across the water surface, almost cutting the water surface. Zhao Tiedan's heart skipped a beat. The arc of electricity seemed to be passing in his direction. Holy shit. I'm just a spectator. Is this directed at me? Duh. Chapter 19. Boom. The terrifying electric current directly blasted Zhao Tiedan away. Zhao Tiedan felt his whole body was paralyzed. Although he was conscious, his body was paralyzed by the huge electric current. The giant beast looked at Zhao Tiedan, and at this moment, a strange voice sounded in Zhao Tiedan's mind. "Ant, do you think you can avoid my perception by hiding in a stinking ditch?" Zhao Tiedan realized that this giant beast was also in the unyielding realm like himself. It could sense malice, and I was indeed thinking of taking advantage of the situation just now, so it was natural for it to sense it. Zhao Tiedan took more than 10 seconds to recover, and then he barely recovered his stiff limbs and held up his body with difficulty. This giant beast has a very high IQ and should be a psychic beast. But since it took the initiative to attack me, there is no need to hide it anymore. On paper, this giant beast's combat power is probably even stronger than his own. The power contained in such a huge body is definitely beyond his physical strength of just over 500,000. It also possesses extraordinary powers and is an extremely dangerous and powerful thunder force. It is not easy to defeat it, even more so than the previous Titan. Zhao Tiedan's heart sank to the bottom, and his feet suddenly started to move, and he started running. The behemoth shot thunder at Zhao Tiedan again. Almost at the same time, the thunder landed on the ground where Zhao Tiedan had just run, and a big hole exploded on the ground. If it hadn't miscalculated Zhao Tiedan's speed, it might have been locked onto him. Zhao Tiedan immediately changed to irregular running to avoid being locked in again. Sure enough, after Zhao Tiedan changed his running route, the behemoth's attack accuracy became much worse. After running for 10 seconds, Zhao Tiedan's speed had doubled. Not enough. Keep running. Zhao Tiedan must kill the behemoth in one blow. So he had to increase his speed to the limit of his physical body. Gradually, Zhao Tiedan ran out of the monster's attack range and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. The members of the Shi tribe looked at Zhao Tiedan in astonishment. They thought Zhao Tiedan would fight the behemoth, but he just ran away like that? Zhao Tiedan needs enough running distance to achieve his super high acceleration. Soon, Zhao Tiedan ran back to their original temporary camp. "My dear friend, you are back." Huh. Swish. Zhao Tiedan didn't even stop, but flew directly past you Falcon and the other two. Is there something chasing him? The three of them just watched the Falcon's figure getting farther and farther away. Then the Falcon made another huge arc and flew past them again. Iron. Swish. Zhao Tiedan brought up a strong wind that blew them all over the place. At this moment, Zhao Tiedan has accelerated to an extremely terrifying speed. He had reached Mach 7, and because of the high-speed friction with the air, his body surface turned as red as a branding iron. Clothes and other things have all turned to ashes. Wherever Zhao Tiedan passed, he left a gully. Finally, Zhao Tiedan returned to the lake, and his speed allowed him to step on the lake's surface as if it were flat ground. The surface of the lake was torn apart by his speed, and at this time his speed had reached Mach 15. The beast didn't have time to react as Zhao Tiedan had already leaped high into the air and charged towards his head like a cannonball. Bang! Accompanied by a dull crash, a blood-red arc swept across the sky. The tribesmen stared with wide eyes at the giant beast whose head was shot. The huge body of the beast fell down with a loud bang. Zhao Tiedan flew in an arc and landed on the other side of the lake, hitting the ground weightlessly. Zhao Tiedan lay on the ground for a minute before looking back and seeing the corpse of the giant beast on the lake. Call. Zhao Tiedan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The problem was finally solved. The Qi people surrounded the giant beast's corpse. They did not take the corpse, but they did not leave either. Zhao Tiedan made an extreme jump and landed on the corpse of the giant beast. At this time, a member of the Qi tribe climbed onto the giant beast's corpse and came to Zhao Tiedan. The indigenous people untied the scarf wrapped around their heads, revealing an octopus head with many small tentacles on its head and face. It looked very much like a race in the Cthulhu mythology and also like Davy Jones in Pirates of the Caribbean. "I am the leader of the Shi tribe, Squid One. I am Zhao Tiedan, the Wanderer." Squid One looked down at the beast's corpse. hesitated for a moment, and said, I hope to obtain the spiritual energy of this beast. This is my prey. Zhao Tiedan responded in a deep voice, his muscles tensing at the same time. If these tribesmen were to attack, he could only retaliate with the most violent counterattack. I know. Squid One's answer clearly acknowledged the ownership of the prey. At the same time, he said, but I can compensate you with something else. What? Yui rummaged through his pockets and pulled out 3 psychic coins. Zhao Tiedan frowned suddenly. This giant beast could be charged with at least 1,000 psychic coins. But this guy only gave him 3 psychic coins. What does this mean? Squid One extended its tentacle and handed the psychic coin to Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan took the psychic coin with confusion. What does this mean? This is a star energy coin. One is worth more than 100 psychic energy coins. What star energy coins? It's obtained by highly concentrating spiritual energy. You must be a powerful unyielding realm cultivator. Spirit energy coins are meaningless to you. Only by absorbing star energy can you continue to grow. Yui said, and we, the Shi tribe, have a way to convert spiritual energy into star energy. Seeing Zhao Tiedan frown, Yui immediately added, this water beast can extract over 1,000 psychic energy coins. However, if it's converted into star energy, including the losses during the conversion process, it can only yield 5 star energy coins at most. Both processing and conversion also require costs. What our tribe needs right now is psychic energy coins, so we're trading with you. 3-star energy coins won't be a big deal for you. Zhao Tiedan pondered for a long time. He didn't need psychic energy coins or star energy coins. However, Yu Falcon and the other 3 needed psychic coins. At this moment, Zhao Tiedan saw Yu Falcon's figure in the sky. I need to discuss this with my companions. At this moment, the falcon had already landed. Iron, what's going on? Zhao Tiedan recounted the situation, but when Yu Falcon heard about the star energy coin, his eyes lit up. This deal can be done. Yu Falcon said, the price of 1-star energy coin is far more than 100. If you take into account their own conversion costs, you won't lose money on this deal. Don't you need psychic coins? We don't need it right now. With your training plan, our strength has improved significantly. Besides, this is your prey, so you have the right to dispose of it. Yu Falcon said, besides, the Perch tribe is very rare, so there's no need to get too serious with them. Zhao Tiedan nodded and looked at Yui. I accept this deal. Squid One was delighted. Thank you for your generosity. You will also gain the friendship of our Chi tribe. As for the meat of the giant beast, there were less than 20 people on both sides combined, so they could not finish it even if they died, and they could not take it away. So anyone can take as much as they want. But the squid-like people only took some of the meat and some rare materials, and they didn't touch them at all. Soon Liehu and Shuego arrived, and they also helped Zhao Tiedan collect valuable materials from the water beast. Yu Falcon found some time to find Yui and said straight to the point, Chief of the Shi tribe, are you planning to migrate? Yui hesitated slightly, looked at Yu Falcon, and then looked at Zhao Tiedan and others. We are fleeing. Because our tribe possesses the technology to convert star energy, we have been enslaved for a long time. Have you considered where to settle down? Shadow Moon Coast. Squid One answered. He also had some suspicions about Zhao Tiedan and the others, so he planned to have a frank talk with them. To gain a foothold in Shadow Moon Coast, one needs great strength. And if outsiders like us want to settle here, we need to demonstrate our strength. How do you ensure that we won't be treated the same way? Yui didn't really care whether he joined any faction or not, as long as he could ensure that the Chi people would no longer be treated like dogs. No matter how many promises I make now, they are useless. No promise is as secure as being strong myself. The talents of the Chi people are no weaker than anyone else, so if a strong person who is capable of protecting the entire tribe can emerge among them, then no one will covet them anymore. In the world of heroes, there are too many special races that have enormous value. However, as long as a strong person who can protect them appears in the tribe, others will withdraw their covetous eyes. So what are your plans? Not yet. Our knowledge of Shadow Moon Coast is very limited. To put it bluntly, what Yu Falcon means now is to recruit partners. They will not go to the animal tribe before profits are generated. But once their business really has results, that will be another story. On behalf of the Shi clan, I accept your invitation. Chapter 20. The destinations of the Shi tribe and Zhao Tiedan were both Shadow Moon Coast, and since both sides recognized each other, they decided to form a team after discussing it. There are a total of 18 people in the Chi tribe, but 3 of them died in the battle with the Shueyu beast, and now there are only 15 members left. The group's team has grown a lot. Yui is quite powerful, with the strength of the Void Spirit Realm. 2 of them are in the True Spirit Realm, and the others are in the Transcendent Realm. Their racial talent is waterbending, the ability to control water flow. Over the next few days, both sides got to know each other better. The current leader of the team is Yu Falcon. Zhao Tiedan is the team's top fighter and fitness coach, and Yu is Yu Falcon's deputy and enjoys the treatment of the second-in-command. Tiedan, what are you doing? Yu asked Zhao Tiedan, who was lifting weights. Fitness. Fitness. You can understand it as us getting stronger in this way. Zhao Tiedan replied while lifting weights. Efficient. Efficient. Is this kind of fitness effective for our tribe? Of course, no problem. Zhao Tiedan smiled brightly, as he had more experience packs to share. However, everyone has different physiques, races, and strength levels, so the training methods and amounts will also be different. I need to develop a training schedule for you. Yu and the others were still a little skeptical about this form of exercise, but it didn't hurt to give it a try. Soon, Zhao Tiedan developed a training plan for each of them. Yu's training plan is weighted frog jumps. He wears 3,000 kilograms of weight-bearing equipment and performs 200 kilometers of frog jumps every day. Squid thought this training plan was stupid and ugly. Tiedan, are you sure you're not doing anything wrong? Do you want me to do such an ugly thing? Yu looked at Zhao Tiedan hesitantly. Whether it's ugly or not, we'll talk about it after you complete the training task I assigned. Now, go and carry out the training plan. When it comes to fitness, Zhao Tiedan is an absolute authority. Don't give Yu any chance to refuse. Squid One could only follow Zhao Tiedan's orders and forget it, for the sake of team harmony. After all, he had just joined their team, and Zhao Tiedan was so powerful that he was unwilling to disobey Zhao Tiedan's orders. Moreover, Yu Falcon, Shui Dog, and Lai Hu all faithfully completed the training tasks assigned by Zhao Tiedan. Even Zhao Tiedan himself is training. What reason did he have to refuse? The amount of training Zhao Tiedan assigned to the Shi people was very heavy. At the end of the first day, no one in the tribe had finished, including Yui. Yu even thought that with his own strength, it would be easy to complete the training, but he was wrong. After nightfall, everyone sat in front of the fire and enjoyed barbecue dinner. Yu Falcon once again brought out a lot of fine wine and delicious food. It seems that he has a very good relationship with the contractor, and he would take out the things he brought from Earth every now and then. I didn't know that human food is so abundant. I also have a human contractor. Next time he summons me, I will ask him to prepare some food for me. Squid One said. The nights when there is no need to exercise are the best time for the people of the Chi tribe. They were obviously not yet accustomed to the training plan Zhao Tiedan had given them. After eating and drinking, Zhao Tiedan looked at the night sky, missing his daughter Taotao. Only in the dead of night would Zhao Tiedan reveal this vulnerable emotion. It's also for Taotao, so that one day I can appear in front of Taotao again. So I need to keep getting stronger, so that no matter what danger Taotao encounters, I can solve it by myself. Suddenly, an idea came to Zhao Tiedan's mind. Since the heroic spirit world and the earth can communicate with each other, then he can also bring the psychic energy coins and star energy coins he has accumulated over there, right? Once I find Taotao, I can give her the psychic coins and star energy coins. Before he knew it, Zhao Tiedan fell asleep. The next day, Zhao Tiedan, Yu Falcon, Shui Go, and Lai Hu got up early in the morning to train. Few of the people from the Chi tribe had a good rest. They all looked listless, but with their faces covered in tentacles, Zhao Tiedan and the others couldn't tell their condition. The result was that no one was able to complete the training. Yu Falcon looked at the exhausted Squid One and said, "Can't you even handle this little bit of training, you little dog?" Squid was lying on the ground. Although he was quite annoyed by the name, he didn't even have the strength to lift his tentacles. He was so tired that he felt like all his strength had been drained away. Zhao Tiedan, Blood Dog, and Liahu went to taunt the other tribes. It turned out that ridicule was a very effective encouragement, and on the third day, everyone began to train with all their might. Yu has the most training, and his strength is the strongest except for Zhao Tiedan. He has reached the Void Spirit Realm, which is one level higher than Yu Falcon. Squid One started frog jumping again. On the first day, he was still very embarrassed. After all, this kind of action always feels inappropriate. However, considering that no one was feeling much better, my attitude was much better the next day. Today is the third day, and Yui is no longer shy about this frog jump, but faces it with a normal attitude. The 3-ton load was still a lot of pressure for him, and you have to use this method to leapfrog 100 kilometers. Yui recalled the training process of the previous 2 days and found that his biggest problem was the distribution of physical strength. You can't jump too fast in the early stage. If you jump too fast, your physical strength consumption will not keep up. Zhao Tiedan followed Yui at a jog, lifting weights while running. Watching Yui's movements, Zhao Tiedan said, "When you jump, don't use your knees to push the ball forward. Use the front half of your foot to lift the ball up, then the back half to lift the ball up. Then, use the power to bounce. When you fall, don't tense your muscles. Let it fall freely. This way, you can save the most energy. Following Zhao Tiedan's instructions, Yi tried to use the soles of his feet to exert force. Sure enough, following Zhao Tiedan's method of exerting force does save a lot of effort. When exerting force over long distances, you not only need to know how to allocate your energy, but you also need to know how to recover during exercise. In the middle of the distance, you need to slow down to your lowest speed to recover, then speed up in the second half. The final stage is all about willpower. Yi followed Zhao Tiedan's instructions completely. Gradually, he found that even after he had passed the halfway mark, he still had plenty of energy. This gave him a boost of confidence, and he continued to work hard. Don't disrupt your rhythm. You still have some physical strength left. If you disrupt your rhythm, you will fail completely. Yi quickly calmed down and slowed down according to Zhao Tiedan's instructions. After reaching 80 kilometers, Yi's muscles began to groan and his physical strength began to reach its limit. Now it's willpower that determines success or failure. 85 kilometers, 90 kilometers, 95 kilometers, 100 kilometers. Finally, a blue light suddenly burst out from Squid's body. A stream of information poured into Yi's brain. Yi froze in place, his face filled with disbelief. This is... Chapter 21. Yi felt the power awakening in himself. He awakened a new characteristic, absorption. Absorption. Restore your physical strength by absorbing moisture from the air. Although they were in a dry plain at the moment, he could feel the moisture content in the air and passively absorb the moisture, and his physical strength was recovering rapidly. Yi didn't expect that after completing the training, he would awaken for the second time. At this moment, he finally understood what Falcon and the others meant by becoming stronger through training. It turns out that you can really get stronger through exercise. Squid's Constitution plus 550. The host also gains Constitution plus 550. Zhao Tiedan also received feedback from Yi. It must be said that the feedback Yi gave to Zhao Tiedan's physical fitness improvement was greater than that of Falcon. At this moment, Falcon landed next to Yi and said, "It looks like you've completed your training. I can't call you a thin dog anymore." Yi hated the name Shigo a few days ago, but now he wanted to say it to his tribesmen. It turns out that calling others thin dogs is such an achievement. "Little dog, can you do it? You give up after this little amount of training." Squid 1 said sarcastically to Squid 18. Squid 18 was filled with resentment. He was already exhausted from the training, and now he was being mocked by his own clan leader. "Get up, little dog. You are bringing shame to our tribe. Little dog, didn't you eat today? Little dog, did you just lay eggs yesterday? Thin dog. Thin dog." More than a dozen people in the entire Chi tribe were deliberately ridiculed. Yi never gets tired of this and is completely immersed in the pleasure of mocking others. However, amid Squid's ridicule, half of the people completed the training the next day, and everyone completed the training on the third day. When everyone completes the training, they either awaken new characteristics or awaken extraordinary powers. At this time, all the people in the tribe understood the effect of this training. However, they also developed a stress reaction to the name thin dogs. Now, if anyone calls them thin dogs, they will go into a frenzy. And after they completed the training volume, their physical fitness improved every day, and they also fed back the same physical fitness to Zhao Tiedan. They reported to Zhao Tiedan that his physical fitness had reached around plus 5,000, which was almost equivalent to the physical fitness Zhao Tiedan improved through daily weightlifting. This meant that Zhao Tiedan could improve his physical fitness by plus 10,000 every day. Zhao Tiedan watched his growth every day, and in less than 2 months, Zhao Tiedan's physique broke through the 1 million mark. However, even after breaking through the million-level physical fitness, he did not break through to the next level. This means that the next realm requires more than 1 million physical fitness, but a higher physical fitness. When they arrived at Shadow Moon Coast, 5 months had passed since they defected from Holy Spirit City. During these 5 months, Zhao Tiedan's physical fitness has reached 4 million. It is worth mentioning that Falcon also successfully advanced to the Void Spirit realm a month ago, and the strength of others has also improved greatly. They have currently found a deserted mountain to settle down near the Shadow Moon Coast. There are many forces on the Shadow Moon Coast. If they approach any of them now, not to mention whether they will be attacked, they will first have to face the problem of whether the other party will accept them. After all, their team consists of less than 20 people, 1 in the Yuanling realm, 2 in the Zuling realm, 10 in the Junling realm, and the remaining 6 in the Transcendence realm. Moreover, each of these 6 transcendent realms has the potential to be promoted to the true spirit realm at any time. Such a force is already a powerful one. If they so ostentatiously join any other force, they will have to consider whether it will be like a cuckoo in the nest. At this moment, Zhao Tiedan, Yu Falcon, and Yu Yi gathered together to discuss what to do next. The closest villages to us now are 2 villages and a town. Both villages have a population of 200, and the town has a population of 10,000. What do you think we should do next? Yu Falcon asked. First of all, the town is definitely not an option, Yu Yi said. I've inquired about it, and the leader of that town is also a unyielding realm expert. If we go there, we'll be in a very awkward situation. We don't have enough strength to seize control of the town, and I guess their authorities won't trust us if we want to stay there peacefully. Zhao Tiedan and Yu Falcon also nodded, agreeing with Yu Yi's statement. So the only 2 villages we have left to choose from are those 2. My suggestion is to send undercover agents into the 2 villages in batches, then bring in others to enter the villages, gradually eroding the power of those in power. Squid once said, "What do you think?" "I don't care." Zhao Tiedan felt that they were overthinking it. The easiest way was to directly seize control of a village by force. "Well, TZ, you and I will go to Giant Skeleton Village together." Squid once said, "After we infiltrate Giant Skeleton Village, you will demonstrate your strength and strive to become a high-ranking official in the village as soon as possible, and then we can bring others in." Okay, Yu Yi's idea is to go undercover and gradually become the ruling class of Giant Skeleton Village. This is very similar to the undercover plot in some movies in my previous life. If I don't complete the undercover mission, I will become a gang boss. After the agreement was reached, Zhao Tiedan and Yu Yi headed towards the Giant Skeleton Village. However, as soon as we arrived near the Giant Skeleton Village, we saw a battle taking place in the village. A giant abyss beast over 200 meters long led hundreds of sea beasts to attack the Giant Skeleton Village. What is an abyss monster? Anything less than 100 meters tall is not worthy of being called an abyss monster. And it seemed that no one in the Giant Skeleton Village could stop the abyss monster. Wherever the abyss monster passed, there was a mess. This abyss monster is a giant eel with a pair of horns on its head. It is wriggling on land, but its movements are very fast. Zhao Tiedan and Yu Yi stopped at the same time and looked at each other with surprise. "What should we do now?" Zhao Tiedan asked. "Can you deal with that abyssal beast?" "Can. Go up and relieve them, then offer to join them." Zhao Tiedan glanced around and saw a rock embedded in the ground. Stretching his arms, Zhao Tiedan walked to the rock, hugged it with both arms, and dug his palms into it. "Huh!" Zhao Tiedan shouted, and the ground shook slightly. Then Zhao Tiedan pulled a 100-ton boulder directly out of the ground and lifted it high above his head. The dumbbells Zhao Tiedan uses for daily training now weigh 300 tons each. So this 100-ton boulder is definitely not his limit. But Yu Yi took a deep breath. He knew that Zhao Tiedan had always been the strongest in their team. But Zhao Tiedan is rarely seen showing his strength. In fact, the only time he saw Zhao Tiedan take action was the battle between Zhao Tiedan and the water ghost beast. But in that battle, Zhao Tiedan made a move. This time, Zhao Tiedan lifted a 100-ton boulder, which absolutely shocked Squid One. Zhao Tiedan held a huge rock in his arms and watched the battle 1,000 meters away. "Lift your biceps and drop your knees slightly. Take a deep breath." Zhao Tiedan's chest heaved. The next moment, Zhao Tiedan's strength burst out instantly. His arms suddenly pushed upwards, and the boulder suddenly flew out. Chapter 22. The boulder flew hundreds of meters away, drew an arc, and began to fall. Boom! The kinetic energy generated by a boulder weighing more than 100 tons falling down is terrifying. The boulder fell precisely on the head of the abyss beast. The terrifying impact directly smashed the head of the abyss beast. The abyss behemoth didn't even know where the enemy was and died on the spot. Seeing the abyss behemoth killed, the other sea beasts quickly retreated in chaos. They came and went in a hurry and soon retreated. Zhao Tiedan and Yu Yi headed towards the direction of Giant Skeleton Village. The reason why Giant Skeleton Village has this name is because outside the Giant Skeleton Village is the skeleton of an abyss giant beast with a body length of more than 10,000 meters. The skeleton of this giant abyss beast surrounds the village, hence the name Giant Skeleton Village. As the two of them walked towards Zhuhai Village, the people of Zhuhai Village also came towards them. When they come over, you can tell them that you want to join the Giant Skeleton Village. You have helped them a lot this time, and they will definitely not refuse you. Yu Yi said, and Zhao Tiedan nodded. At this moment, people from Zhuhai Village also came to him. "I want to be your leader. Whoever agrees will be the one to rule." Zhao Tiedan looked at all the people in Zhuhai Village fiercely. Squid widened his eyes. This is different from what we agreed on. The villagers of Zhuhai village looked at each other, and finally one of them walked out. The man was short, looking less than 1.5 meters tall, with a long, thin tail behind him, but his skin shone with a silvery luster. Your Excellency, we have great respect for your bravery and strength. We welcome your willingness to lead our giant skeleton village. He looked at Zhao Tiedan in astonishment. Is this it? Zhao Tiedan glanced at Yue and said with a smile, Look, I became the boss in one step. Although the process was omitted, the result was the same as expected. Squid, he still hasn't figured it out. What about the undercover work and the step-by-step climbing up? If they had known this, they should have brought people here directly when they first entered Shadow Moon Coast. Why did he stay nearby for half a month, racking his brains every day to think about how to integrate into the various forces in Shadow Moon Coast? In fact, whether it was Yu or Yushuan, they both stayed in their original city for a long time. In those superpowers, the internal factions are complicated and they often use strategies rather than strength. But in the Shadow Moon Coast, strength is the key to everything. The reason why Zhao Tiedan can see through the essence is not because he is smarter than Yu and Yuhuan, but simply because of cognitive problems. Zhao Tiedan had never experienced any conspiracy or intrigue, not even workplace struggles. When Yu ran back to inform Yu Falcon himself was a little confused. Zhao Tiedan entered the village with the original people from Zhuhai village. The strength of Giant Skeleton Village is very weak, and the strongest one is the dwarf covered in silver. His name is Guanghui, and he is from the Mithril clan. He is not a flesh and blood life in the traditional sense, but a metal life. Guanghui's strength is at the Void Spirit realm, and he is the only one with relatively high combat power in the entire Giant Skeleton Village. Most of the other villagers are at the Extreme Realm, Extraordinary Realm, and Transcendence Realm. The main reason why he agreed to Zhao Tiedan's request so readily and was willing to lead the villagers to join Zhao Tiedan was of course because of his strength. Secondly, because of the invasion of the Abyss Behemoth, he and other villagers realized that the strength of the Giant Skeleton Village was too weak. Therefore, Zhao Tiedan's request also meets their demands. This result is actually a two-way process, and both sides are quite satisfied with it. The Giant Skeleton Village originally had a population of 240, but during the attack by the Abyss Monster, more than 80 people were killed or wounded, and now only a little over 160 people are left. Later, with the addition of Zhao Tiedan and others, the population reached 180. Guanghui explained the situation in the village. The villagers usually make a living by fishing and hunting. However, if you go out to sea for more than 100 kilometers, you will enter the deep water area, and the chance of encountering large sea beasts will increase greatly. Is there anyone in Giant Skeleton Village who knows the contract ceremony? No. Guanghui shook his head. Zhao Tiedan was a little disappointed, but that was expected. After all, Giant Skeleton Village is a small village with a population of less than 200 people, and the contract ceremony is probably only understood by those big forces. However, there are a few people from the Shiyuan tribe in our village who can grow Holy Abyss grass, but I didn't dare let them grow it before. Why? And what is the use of this Holy Abyss grass? Holy Abyss grass can be used to make spiritual energy pills. Spiritual energy pills have the same effects as spiritual energy coins, but are many times more powerful. Only the Shiyuan clan can cultivate Holy Abyss grass. Their blood can accelerate the growth of Holy Abyss grass. The original growth cycle of hundreds of years, but the Shiyuan clan can quickly mature Holy Abyss grass in just 1 year. Guanghui paused, then continued. The Shiyuan clan has been persecuted in the past. They were enslaved and specialized in cultivating Holy Abyss grass. They were even kept as blood slaves to provide blood for the Holy Abyss grass. Later, they fled here, and I took them in. Guanghui said this while observing Zhao Tiedan's expression. Zhao Tiedan looked at Guanghui. If that's the case, why did you tell me? Aren't you afraid that I will treat them as blood slaves too? Sir, your companion is from the Shi tribe, right? They, like the Shiyuan tribe, are of great value and are enslaved. Since he is willing to follow you, I also hope that you can protect the Shiyuan tribe. Zhao Tiedan suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he dared to say that. It turned out that he was also testing himself. However, now that he and his men have occupied the Giant Skeleton Village, they also need to win over the hearts of the people. He didn't want to cause everyone to become disunited just because of the Holy Abyss grass. Moreover, in Zhao Tiedan's view, the productivity obtained through slavery is far less efficient than that achieved by having them willingly participate in production. Give them respect, give them recognition, and give them 996, and they will definitely be willing to serve you until death. Not long after, Yu Falcon and others arrived at Zhuhai village. They then took over all the affairs of Giant High Village. Guanghui is in charge of production. After all, he is an elder of Juhai Village and knows the village best. The internal affairs were taken over by Yu Yi, who was originally the chief of the Qi tribe and had some experience in management. Yu Falcon, Shui Go, and Lai, who reorganized the giant skeleton village guard. Zhao Tiedan started building a gym, and he is also the leader of the giant skeleton village. However, as a leader, he only takes action when needed. To put it bluntly, he is just a high-level thug. Zhao Tiedan didn't care about it. After all, he was not familiar with management. Moreover, the giant high village is still in its infancy, and the small families don't have any intrigues or schemes. As for becoming bigger and stronger and creating glory in the future, perhaps there will be disunity at that time. But Zhao Tiedan believes that as long as his strength can always remain the strongest, if they want to disunite with him, they should first ask themselves whether they are tough enough. Chapter 23. Complete today's daily routine and increase your physical fitness by 800. Zhao Tiedan wiped the sweat off his face and checked the gym tasks. Gym, 1/1, number of members, 22/100. In the past few days, Zhao Tiedan's gym has been built and a lot of fitness equipment has been installed. The 3 people from the Qi tribe, Feather Falcon, Blood Dog, and Liahu, are also considered members of the gym. Anyone who accepts Zhao Tiedan's fitness training plan is considered a member of the gym. Those who have experienced the fitness effects will naturally believe in Zhao Tiedan. But those who have not experienced it are quite skeptical about the theory that fitness can make you stronger. Zhao Tiedan couldn't force them to come here for fitness training. Zhao Tiedan is considering how to recruit more members. At this time, Yu Falcon walked in from outside, followed by 30 heroic spirits. They were all members of the guard team, formed by Yu Falcon. TZ, I'll leave these guys to you to train. After a month, I hope to see their mental outlook and strength completely renewed. Zhao Tiedan glanced at these guards. Although they were heroic spirits, their strength was unsatisfactory and their quality was uneven. Being able to become a heroic spirit means that they have strong willpower. However, willpower is not equal to combat effectiveness. There are still many heroes with strong willpower but poor combat effectiveness. In fact, the vast majority of heroic spirits have average combat power. Many heroes in Giant Skeleton Village are like this. They cannot be accepted by the big forces, so they can only find other ways to make a living. Many villages on the Shadow Moon Coast are actually made up of such ordinary heroes. More than 100 people in Giant Skeleton Village are ordinary heroes with little combat power. When Zhao Tiedan saw the heroic spirit brought by Yu Falcon, he immediately accepted the commission. Compared to ordinary members, these guards are obviously more capable of being squeezed, so if you ask them to complete the training, they will do their best to do it. Leave it to me. Zhao Tiedan readily agreed. Don't fall behind in your training either. Yu Falcon dropped him off at Zhao Tiedan's gym and left. Zhao Tiedan looked at the 30 heroic spirits in front of him, and then the brother system generated 29 training schedules. Zhao Tiedan saw the 29 training schedules and fell into deep doubt. Brother, come out for a moment. What's the matter? The brother system appeared in front of Zhao Tiedan with a stern look. No matter how many times he saw this scene, it would impact Zhao Tiedan's brain. Why did only 29 training schedules get generated for 30 people? It is impossible to generate a training schedule for personnel belonging to other factions. Is the missing person an undercover agent? Zhao Tiedan immediately understood and turned to look at the 30 heroic spirits. I'll name one, and you guys come up one. Zhao Tiedan took out the training schedule and then distributed it to everyone. After dividing the 29 people, there was only one heroic spirit left. Zhao Tiedan looked at the remaining heroic spirits. The heroic spirit found that he had not been named for a long time. When he felt Zhao Tiedan's gaze, he immediately realized that he was likely exposed. Which force do you work for? Zhao Tiedan asked. He was also very curious. For a poor village like Juhai Village, there were still people willing to send people to be undercover. Didn't they think too highly of Juhai Village? Before they came to Giant Skeleton Village, the village had almost no combat power. Just send a few people over, and they can easily raise the Giant Skeleton Village to the ground. Therefore, the forces that can use this kind of tactics are most likely the surrounding villages, whose strength is estimated to be similar to that of Giant Skeleton Village, or even weaker than Giant Skeleton Village. The remaining heroic spirit suddenly rushed out of the gym. Zhao Tiedan said calmly, "Bring him back alive." The undercover strength was mediocre, just above the transcendent realm. He was dragged back to Zhao Tiedan before he could even escape from the village. Zhao Tiedan mentioned the undercover on the ground. "Tell me, who sent you?" It's unknown what race this undercover agent is. He has black and white mane all over his body, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and dark gray animal pupils. The only thing is that he is a little short. Zhao Tiedan lifted the undercover agent to his chest, with his feet already hanging more than 10 centimeters in the air. This undercover agent was quite tough. Facing the ferocious Zhao Tiedan, he didn't say a word. Zhao Tiedan lifted the undercover's wrist with his other hand, and with just a slight increase in force, the undercover's bones were crushed directly. Ouch! The undercover growled in pain, but still did not speak. Zhao Tiedan lifted the undercover's other hand, snapping. Oh! Seeing that the undercover still refused to give in, Zhao Tiedan had to admire that he was a real man. Come to think of it, anyone who can become a heroic spirit must have strong willpower. I buried him in the flower bed in my backyard, leaving only his head exposed, said Zhao Tiedan. A group of heroes dragged the undercover agent towards the backyard. After everything was done, Zhao Tiedan started to have them train according to the training schedule. As expected, no one completed the training task on the first day. After the guards left, Yu Falcon arrived. He first went to see the undercover agent, who had his head sticking out from the backyard. Then he talked to Zhao Tiedan. "TZ, do you know where he was sent from?" "I don't know. That's why I'm asking you." "I thought you knew. Aren't you saying this with a rhetorical question?" "I'm not here to discuss the grammar of each world with you." "So what now?" "Pry his mouth open for me." "I'm working on it." "How did you try?" "Being buried here is my greatest effort." "Aren't you going to punish him?" "I am a kind-hearted person, and I cannot do such a cruel thing." Yu Falcon didn't even want to discuss this topic with Zhao Tiedan. Is Zhao Tiedan kind? Almost all the murders and robberies along the way were committed by Zhao Tiedan. Don't pretend to be a good person here. Hurry up and make him speak. I know you have a way. Family members know their own business. Zhao Tiedan usually appears to be strong and simple-minded, but in fact he is a black-hearted and rotten guy. Go get some poison intestines. What poisonous intestines? Poisonous intestines live on the coastal mudflats, usually hiding in mud holes. They'll burrow into any hole they see. Just hit this guy on the head, and the poisonous intestines will burrow into his mouth, nose, and ears, then lay eggs inside his body. In just a few days, his body will be overrun by the poisonous intestines, and he won't die. Although he can't move, he can clearly feel the poisonous intestines burrowing in and out of his body. Yu Falcon covered his mouth. He was so disgusted. The undercover agent buried underground was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweats. I'll tell you," the undercover agent said quickly. "Although the heroic spirits have strong willpower, to put it bluntly, is just a breath. As long as you hold on and get through it, everything will be fine. But once this breath is released, willpower will quickly collapse. Everyone who participates in triathlons knows this truth. In the end, a triathlon is all about holding on with one breath. Once that breath is gone, the whole person will collapse." Chapter 24. From the undercover agent, Zhao Tiedan and Yu Falcon learned that he was an undercover sent from the neighboring village. His mission is to climb to a high position in Zhuhai village step by step, and then join forces with outside forces to annex Zhuhai village. Why does everyone like to use such stupid methods? Zhao Tiedan's words made Yu Falcon very embarrassed. Yu Falcon's face turned red and white. "You should be more careful when you say that. Why do you have to be so secretive?" "Oh, I forgot. You've also come up with such a stupid idea. Let's talk about Haikao village first. Since they sent an undercover agent, they must have some plans for Zhuhai village." "What? Kill them?" Zhao Tiedan said bluntly. "I'm thinking now. Should we go or let the newly formed guard team go?" Yu Falcon said in embarrassment. "How strong is this Haikao village?" "Two people in the void spirit realm. It is said that they both have extraordinary powers." "Then let's take action," Zhao Tiedan said. "But shouldn't we be training the guards' combat capabilities? If we let the 30 guards from Zhuhai village go out, they will be killed by Haikao village in a matter of minutes. Are you trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife?" "That's not the case either." "Okay, now we are a small family business. If we lose, we will go through bankruptcy process directly, so we should just use high-end force." "Then will you take action?" "My high-end martial arts skills should be hidden and used at the critical moment. Haikao village is not worthy of my attack. Besides, you and Squid One are enough. Otherwise, bring Blood Dog and Liu." "So how do you do it specifically?" "Take your men there, kill their leader, and then burn down Haikao village. Then ask the villagers whether they want to integrate into Zhuhai village or die. So simple. What else? How about you send another undercover agent over there, wait 3 to 5 years, and let him gradually climb to a higher position?" "Could you please stop mentioning undercover?" "Originally, Haikao village could fight Zhuhai village on equal terms, but now with their powerful army taking over Zhuhai village, Haikao village is like a grasshopper after autumn. The so-called conspiracy and tricks are used when you cannot win the battle. Now that I have more than enough strength, there is no need to resort to any shady tricks. Just crush Haikal village to death openly and honestly. Yu Falcon has no other advantages except that he listens to advice. On that day, Yu Falcon took Yi, Shuego, Lai Hu, and 10 other people from the True Spirit Realm to Haikal village. Haikal village is only a dozen kilometers away from Juhai village. The two villages are close to each other and their strength is relatively similar, so friction often occurs. However, because of their equal strength, although both sides wanted to kill the other, they were helpless with their limited strength. This is also the reason why Haikal village plays infernal affairs. The Juhai village today is completely different from what it used to be. There is no need to dither. Just use all your strength to crush the Haikal village and be done with it. In less than a day, the issue in Haikal village was resolved, and 200 people were brought back. The guard team was expanded again, from the original 30 people to 50 people. Zhao Tiedan also increased the number of members as he wished. As some members of the guard team completed the training plan and awakened new characteristics or extraordinary powers, they finally understood why Yu Falcon sent them to Zhao Tiedan for training. He Xian completes daily training. Physical fitness increased by plus 200, and the host's physical fitness is synchronously fed back by plus 200. Sunlan completes daily training. Physical fitness increased by plus 50, synchronous feedback host physical fitness plus 50. Yuanlong completes daily training. Physical fitness increased by plus 150, and the host's physical fitness is synchronously fed back by plus 150. A lot of member training has given Zhao Tiedan a lot of physical fitness feedback. The news that the gym can improve strength and awaken special characteristics and superpowers has also spread. Almost everyone in the village comes to the gym and signs up for membership. The gym mission was also completed smoothly. Gym mission completed. Gym construction 1/1. Gym membership 100/100. Awakening characteristics. Encouragement. Reward. Extraordinary gym. Zhao Tiedan immediately checked the rewards, first of which was the new feature, encouragement. Encouragement. Under the host's influence, both the host and their allies on the battlefield can gain a 10% bonus to the host's physical fitness, but cannot break through their allies' own realm. Zhao Tiedan has a clearer understanding of encouragement, which is equivalent to a powerful aura. Under the influence of this encouragement, for example, Yu Falcon, whose strength is at the Su Ling realm, is influenced by his own encouragement. Yu Falcon's physique can reach the limit of the Su Ling realm, but he cannot break through to the Yuan Ling realm. There is a 10% improvement for itself. This feature improvement is very practical and direct. Zhao Tiedan checked the introduction of Chaofin Fitness Center again. Superb gym. Members, staff, and hosts who use fitness equipment in the gym have a 1 in 1,000 chance of awakening supernatural powers and characteristics each day, with no limit on the number of times. Super Fitness Center staff 0/3. Zhao Tiedan was also delighted by this reward. The effect of this extraordinary fitness center was quite good. Open the personal panel. Host, Zhao Tiedan. Race, heroic spirit. Level, Yuanling realm. Traits, tireless, gluttony, 2 fists versus 4 arms, swiftness, predatory, fighting to the end, inspiration. Skills, blood red sunset, active, boundless, passive. HP, 11.5 million/11.5 million. Endurance, 8.2 million/8.2 million. Comprehensive physical fitness, 4.7 million. Zhao Tiedan took a look at his physical fitness, and now his physical fitness is close to the 5 million mark. But I still don't feel like I've broken through to the next level. This made Zhao Tiedan wonder whether he had to possess extraordinary powers to break through to the next level. Or maybe the next great realm requires not 5 million, but 10 million. According to the current growth rate, Zhao Tiedan can get about 30,000 physical fitness points back from members every day. Combined with his daily weightlifting, he can get 10,000 physical fitness points improved, which is equivalent to a 40,000 physical fitness point improvement every day. In about 25 days, you can improve your physical fitness by 1 million. It will break the 10 million mark in a few months. Wait until my physical fitness accumulates to 10 million, and then see if there are any signs of a breakthrough. Now Zhao Tiedan's gym can be said to be the busiest place. After all, many people in the village have experienced the effects of the gym. In the following days, Juhai village developed steadily, while also exploring the strength of surrounding villages and forces. That day, Zhao Tiedan had just finished his daily weightlifting when Yu Falcon and Yu Yi came to his house. "My dear, something happened." Zhao Tiedan turned his head to look at the two hurried people and asked nonchalantly, "What's wrong?" Who wants to hit us? Or who should we hit? No, it was Hague village, 20 kilometers away from us, that was massacred by sea beasts. The entire village was razed to the ground. Our people went to Hague village and determined from the traces at the scene that at least 3 abyss beasts appeared. Don't sea monsters often attack coastal villages? How did this happen? Chapter 25. According to what Zhao Tiedan learned, there have been sea beast attacks ever since people settled on the Shadow Moon coast and established their first power. Although sea beasts live in the sea, some of them also move around on land near the coast. The gathering places established by the heroic spirits have changed their range of activities, and even expelled and prevented their activities. This is also the irreconcilable contradiction between the heroic spirits and the sea beasts. However, sea beasts are sea beasts, and abyss beasts are abyss beasts, and there is no subordinate relationship between them. The abyss behemoths are essentially sea beasts that are billions larger. Just like on land, the smaller ones are called wild beasts, and the larger ones are called savage beasts. Therefore, it almost never happens that the abyss behemoths and sea beasts team up to stroll on the streets. The last time Giant Skeleton Village was attacked, Zhao Tiedan thought it was an accident. But this time another village was razed to the ground, and it was also a team of sea beasts and abyss monsters. This is a serious problem. If this was not an accident, then Giant Skeleton Village would also be in danger. Zhao Tiedan couldn't do anything either. After all, the enemies were sea beasts and abyssal monsters. Zhao Tiedan didn't have the guts to jump into the sea and fight them. Besides, I'm just a fitness coach. If there is any problem that you Falcon and you can't solve, I will take action myself then. If you can't even solve the problem yourself, then you can just run away with your belongings. This is Zhao Tiedan's inner reflection. At worst, we can bring the whole village with us. Although everyone has settled down here, it is not necessary to stay here until death. We can still live somewhere else. Moreover, he is in the gym, allowing villagers to improve their strength here, which is the greatest contribution to Zhuhai village. For Shadow Moon Coast, the disappearance of a village is not a big deal. In less than a month, new people had built a new village on the old site of Haikao village, but the number of people was very small. Now everyone in the village knows that Zhao Tiedan's fitness has miraculous effects. They also tried exercising on their own, but it didn't work at all. However, it was later reported that Zhao Tiedan had a special ability that allowed him to see everyone's flaws, so he created a training schedule that was most suitable for everyone. That day, Zhao Tiedan went for his morning run as usual, followed by a dozen villagers. Nowadays, the villagers of Zhuhai village are generally above the limit realm in strength, and there are also many people in the extraordinary realm and transcendent realm. Due to the population limit, its overall strength is not as good as that of a town or a large force. But if it is an average level, Giant Skeleton Village is definitely among the best. Just as everyone was following Zhao Tiedan for a morning jog, a villager fell from the sky. Master, there's a battle ahead. Are you from our village? No. Is there anyone fighting ahead? Have. Is he from our village? No. Is there anyone fighting ahead? No. Continue your morning run. In order to avoid the battle, Zhao Tiedan deliberately changed direction. But they didn't run long before a wounded heroic spirit caught up with them. Behind this heroic spirit were dozens of other heroic spirits, all chasing after the heroic spirit in front. Zhao Tiedan didn't want to get involved in this kind of inexplicable trouble. But now these two groups of people are directly mixed with his morning jogging team. The heroic spirit being hunted fell to the ground with a thud. Zhao Tiedan stopped immediately and said, "Move aside. Don't attack without my order." Soon the group behind caught up. Zhao Tiedan saw the two leaders among the pursuers, and their strength was both at the unyielding realm. They did not hide their aura, or rather, their aura had already been exposed during the battle. Perhaps it was the perception between strong people of the same level. Although the two leaders did not sense Zhao Tiedan's breath, they were keenly aware that Zhao Tiedan was very strong, and even made them feel dangerous. The person who can make them feel the danger must be a strong person of the same level as them. Zhao Tiedan looked at the two people in front of him. One was emitting cold air, and the other was emitting hot air. The two looked at each other tacitly, and a hint of coldness flashed in their eyes. "Are you from a nearby force?" One of the heroes stared at Zhao Tiedan and glanced at the villagers behind him. "This is the person you are hunting down. He has nothing to do with us. Take him away from here," Zhao Tiedan said. Another heroic spirit glanced at the traitor being hunted on the ground. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he walked towards the traitor. The traitor seemed unwilling to die in this way and shouted at Zhao Tiedan, "Do you want to know why sea beasts and abyssal beasts have been attacking your area? Looking for death. Lung Feng, kill him." The heroic spirit named Lung Feng suddenly rushed towards the traitor, and Lung Feng's palm was about to hit the traitor on the forehead. Suddenly, Zhao Tiedan stood in front of Lung Feng and grabbed Lung Feng's hand. The next moment, a chill pierced into Zhao Tiedan's arm like a sharp thorn, and at the same time, Zhao Tiedan's arm and shoulder began to be frozen. "Are you so eager to die?" The extremely low temperature emanating from Lung Feng completely froze the surrounding ground. Zhao Tiedan grinned, his teeth stretched to the back of his mouth. He replied with a smile, "I just like to listen to gossip. Can't you wait until he finishes?" Snort. Half of Zhao Tiedan's body was almost frozen. Lung Feng's left hand turned into an ice knife and stabbed towards Zhao Tiedan. Click. The ice on Zhao Tiedan's body suddenly shattered, and then he suddenly raised his fist and punched Lung Feng. Puff. Lung Feng's ice blade pierced Zhao Tiedan's chest, but it only went in half an inch and could not go any further. Zhao Tiedan's fist directly pierced Lung Feng's chest. Lung Feng and Zhao Tiedan each took a few steps back. Zhao Tiedan glanced at the hole in his chest, a minor injury. There's no need to do anything. The bleeding has stopped. Lung Feng on the opposite side had his chest pierced by a punch from Zhao Tiedan, but the hole in his chest was also frozen and then recovered as before. The villagers behind Zhao Tiedan and the other side's men were also ready to fight. "Kill them all." Finshin, who was standing at the back, gave a low shout, and all his men immediately attacked the villagers of Juhai village. "Two of you go back and report the news," Zhao Tiedan ordered. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan no longer kept his secrets and started working hard. Zhao Tiedan kicked his feet suddenly, crushing the ground directly, and his whole body shot towards Lung Feng like a cannonball. Lung Feng didn't have time to distance himself and bumped into Zhao Tiedan head-on. Zhao Tiedan was safe and sound, but Lung Feng was smashed to pieces. But before Zhao Tiedan could feel proud, his feet were frozen. At the same time, an extremely hot breath hit me in the face. Boom! Zhao Tiedan completely endured the bombardment of this hot breath. At the same time, his body flew backwards out of control. Zhao Tiedan stood up from the scorching flames, feeling like his skin was about to fall off. This kind of extreme pain cannot be understood by others. It hurts so much. Zhao Tiedan roared in pain, and the bloody sunset was activated. Blood and energy lingered around his body, and the pain remained, but the blood-red setting sun also made Zhao Tiedan's strength begin to soar. The next moment, Zhao Tiedan suddenly leaped out, and the ground cracked with every step he took. At this moment, Zhao Tiedan was like a mad beast. The only thing in his mind was how to tear apart all the enemies in front of him. Chapter 26. Lung Feng. Control him. Finshin sensed the danger from Zhao Tiedan. Lung Feng, who was shattered into pieces, was not dead. His power spread along the ground towards Zhao Tiedan. In less than a second, the chill had spread to Zhao Tiedan's feet. Even though Zhao Tiedan was running wildly, his body was instantly frozen. Finshin's palms were red, and suddenly 2 red rays shot out. The ray hit Zhao Tiedan. First the ice on his body melted. Then the ray left 2 charred burns on Zhao Tiedan's chest. Zhao Tiedan screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. The control effect of the cold wind is not very lethal to him, but the threat is very great. Before Finshin had even seen his other abilities, he had already attacked twice, both times leaving Zhao Tiedan severely injured. After a brief observation of the situation, Zhao Tiedan raised his right fist and struck the ground with all his strength. Boom! With a deafening roar, the ground within a radius of dozens of meters was shattered by this blow. The ground broke into several pieces of varying sizes. Zhao Tiedan rose from the ground and kicked a piece of the plate that was lying in front of him. The plate was hit by Zhao Tiedan and suddenly smashed towards Finshin. Finshin's pupils suddenly contracted. He couldn't dodge. He couldn't dodge. At this moment, something pulled Finshin's feet. Lung Feng wrapped his feet with ice and then pulled him out of the range of the plate attack. Zhao Tiedan placed his palms on the ground and looked forward, like a track and field athlete starting a race. Zhao Tiedan spotted the gap between the plates in front of him and rushed forward. When Lung Feng saw Zhao Tiedan rushing towards him, he immediately controlled the ice and spread it on the ground, trying to control Zhao Tiedan again. Zhao Tiedan had been prepared for this move and suddenly jumped up to avoid the spreading ice. While in midair, Lung Feng and Finshin pointed to the sky at the same time. At this time, Zhao Tiedan was in midair and had no leverage, nor could he avoid their attacks. But at this time, Zhao Tiedan clenched his fists, with dozens of stones hidden in his palms, and threw them hard at Finshin and Lung Feng. Lung Feng and Finshin's expressions changed when they saw this. Finshin does not have Lung Feng's characteristics. Lung Feng is immune to any physical attack. Even if his body is shattered, he can recover. So Lung Feng didn't bother to attack Zhao Tiedan. and used his body to block Finchen without hesitation. His body turned into ice crystals, and the cold air formed an ice wall in front of him. Zhao Tiedan shot out dozens of stones, first smashing the ice wall in front of him. Just a few stones shattered the ice wall into pieces. All the remaining stones hit Lung Feng. The power of these stones was terrifying, and Lung Feng's body was quickly shattered into ice chips. Finchen also took advantage of this opportunity to launch a counterattack against Zhao Tiedan. The scorching rays bombarded Zhao Tiedan again. Zhao Tiedan was blown away again. But Zhao Tiedan was like an indestructible cockroach, even though his entire body was covered in burns. At this time, the advantages of strong physical fitness are revealed. As long as you can't kill me, then it's my turn to choose how to kill you. Zhao Tiedan grabbed another handful of stones and threw them out. Stones are more powerful than any shotgun. Even at a distance of 100 meters, it still carried the power to crush everything in its path. Puff! A stone hit Finchen's left arm. Finchen's left arm was like being hit by a cannonball and instantly turned into a bloody mist. Finchen's willpower was equally strong. Even when his entire arm disappeared, he didn't say a word. Finchen. Lung Feng regained his physical body and saw Finchen's injuries, with anger on his face. Finchen looked stern and glared at Zhao Tiedan with gritted teeth. In their eyes, Zhao Tiedan must die. Such strength would be a huge threat to their plans. And now he has been trapped in the situation, and it is impossible for him to get out of it now. Zhao Tiedan's injuries were more serious than his at the moment, and he also had murderous intentions towards Finchen and Lung Feng. At this moment, from the direction of Giant Skeleton Village, Yu Falcon and the guard team had also rushed over from a distance. Zhao Tiedan suddenly started running. It must be said that among his many characteristics, the most practical one is his fast running speed. Instead of rushing directly towards Finchen and Lung Feng, Zhao Tiedan began to circle around. Even with his super fast movement, Finchen and Lung Feng were unable to catch sight of Zhao Tiedan, let alone lock onto his figure. Zhao Tiedan's speed quickly reached Mach 10. Even if he didn't launch a direct attack, just circling around Finchen and Lung Feng, the sonic boom he caused made the two of them very uncomfortable. Zhao Tiedan is still accelerating, Mach 20, Mach 30. Finchen and Lung Feng looked solemn. Lung Feng quickly came up with a solution and pressed his palms on the ground. The next moment, a huge ice crystal forest formed within 100 meters around Lung Feng and Finchen. The ice crystal jungle disrupted Zhao Tiedan's movements, but it couldn't stop him. Zhao Tiedan rushed forward recklessly, smashing the ice crystals that blocked his way. Mach 50. This is Zhao Tiedan's maximum speed. Zhao Tiedan suddenly rushed forward and rushed towards Finchen and Lung Feng. The speed was so extreme that Finchen and Lung Feng had no time to react before Zhao Tiedan had already passed in front of them. Pa! Lung Feng turned his head and found that half of his body was gone, and his best brother Finchen had turned into a pool of rotten flesh. When the speed reaches a certain level, even if there is no direct contact, just the wind pressure can blow a person into pieces. Lung Feng quickly calmed down, and the look he gave Zhao Tiedan became sinister and terrifying. He knew that he couldn't defeat Zhao Tiedan on his own, but Zhao Tiedan couldn't do anything to him. Lung Feng's body disintegrated into ice fragments, and Zhao Tiedan could do nothing but watch Lung Feng escape. None of his attacks caused any harm to Lung Feng. Zhao Tiedan estimated that Lung Feng would need to consume physical energy every time he recovered, but he didn't know how much physical energy it consumed. Maybe 100 times, maybe 1,000 times. Zhao Tiedan looked at Lung Feng's men. Several villagers who followed him for a morning run were killed or injured. Fortunately, Yu Falcon brought people to support them and quickly killed more than half of them. The rest were captured alive. I heard, TZ, that you started a war with these people just to save someone? Here, just lie over there. Go and take them back and find out who they are. Also, that person seems to know some secrets. Remember to tell me after you find out. What are you doing? My work is over, Zhao Tiedan said matter-of-factly. If it weren't for me, Giant Skeleton Village would probably be razed to the ground by these people. I need food. Duh. Chapter 27. 3 days later, Yu Falcon came to Zhao Tiedan's gym again. But this time he did not come alone. He also brought the injured person who was being chased. What are they doing? Mushan looked at the people in the gym, exercising with fitness equipment, with a puzzled look on his face. They are playing. Yu Falcon answered casually. Now he couldn't fully trust Mushan, so he just answered his questions casually. After all, if a treasure like Zhao Tiedan were known to outsiders, it would be a huge trouble for their Juhai village. Mushan felt that his intelligence was insulted. Do I really look like such a fool? But he still didn't understand the villagers who were sweating profusely on those fitness equipment. It's clearly a thankless task, so why do so many people enjoy doing it? Are they working? What kind of work is this? Are you producing something? Mushan looked at it for a long time, but couldn't understand what was going on. When he saw Zhao Tiedan, his eyes lit up. He remembered that it was Zhao Tiedan who saved him 3 days ago. Moreover, he was also impressed by Zhao Tiedan's strength. He knew very well the strength of these two people, who were able to defeat the combined forces of Finchen and Lungfeng. Yuanling realm. Even on the Shadow Moon Coast, this powerful being is extremely rare. Moreover, the combination of Finchen and Lungfeng makes them have few rivals. However, he was defeated by Zhao Tiedan alone, which made Mushan admire him. Zhao Tiedan was lifting weights at the moment and did not stop because of Yu Falcon's arrival. Yu Xuan also knew Zhao Tiedan's habits, so he took Mushan to sit in the rest area, quietly waiting for Zhao Tiedan to complete his daily routine. After waiting for half an hour, Zhao Tiedan finally finished his daily weightlifting. Daily task: complete 20,000 weightlifting reps today, 1,000-ton dumbbells. Daily rewards: health plus 100,000, stamina plus 100,000, constitution plus 12,000. System: your physical fitness has exceeded 5 million. You need to increase the intensity of your training. Increase the dumbbell weight from 1,000 tons to 1,500 tons, and increase the number of reps from 20,000 to 22,500. Zhao Tiedan felt that his physical condition had improved significantly. It seems that 5 million physical fitness is a small breakthrough, although it is not as strong as the last time when the Su Ling realm was promoted to the Yuanling realm. However, the feedback from his body still made Zhao Tiedan's blood surge. Zhao Tiedan stood there, adjusting his breathing for a few minutes before calming down his energy and blood. At this time, Yu Xuan also brought Mushan to Zhao Tiedan. "TZ, let me introduce him to you. He is Mushan, from the Green Realm, from the Wood Clan." Zhao Tiedan set his eyes on Mushan and looked him over. Mushan's appearance is very similar to that of a human, but his skin has obvious plant characteristics. "Mushan, tell him what you learned." "Sir, I was originally loyal to Whitebone City, but a year ago, 4 Yuanling realm experts arrived. They held several secret meetings with the city lord. I was the city lord's assistant, but I was always responsible for standing outside the door, only overhearing some of their conversations sporadically." Mushan paused and continued. "They discussed a crimson plan several times. At first, I didn't understand what it meant. Then I learned that a large number of civilians had disappeared in Whitebone City, and I began to investigate the disappearances. It wasn't until my investigation led to the 4 outsiders that I finally understood the crimson plan." Zhao Tiedan listened carefully to Mushan's story, doing his duty as a listener. The ultimate goal of the Crimson Project is to break through the Sky Realm. "Is it difficult to break through the Sky Realm?" Zhao Tiedan asked curiously. Yu Falcon and Mushan both looked at Zhao Tiedan with strange eyes. There are more than 100 Yuanling realm experts in the entire Shadow Moon Coast, but there is not a single Sanqiong realm expert. Mushan said. Zhao Tiedan was speechless. He originally thought that there was a Sangqiong realm in Holy Spirit City, and he thought that Sangqiong realm was easy. It now seems that breaking through the Sky Realm is more difficult than imagined, and certain conditions may need to be met. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan was still shocked when he learned that there were so many powerful people in the multi-spiritual realm on the Shadow Moon Coast. They are using the blood sacrifice of heroes to obtain star energy coins. Upon hearing about this plan, Zhao Tiedan was speechless because the plot was too cliché. Aren't star energy coins only convertible by the inhabitants? I don't know the exact plan, but besides the Lord of Whitebone City, there are 23 powerful Yuanling realm masters who have formed an alliance. They want to sacrifice the entire Shadow Moon Coast in blood. Zhao Tiedan and Yu Falcon both looked solemn upon hearing this. Zhao Tiedan had a hard time fighting against 2 Yuanling realm masters, let alone 23 Yuanling realm masters. Then how do they control the sea beasts and the abyss beasts? I don't know. Mushan shook his head. Finchen and Lungfeng are also core members of this alliance. They discovered me during my investigation and then chased me all the way here. Mushan looked at Zhao Tiedan again. Only a strong person in the Yuanling realm can stop this crisis. No, I think what we need to do now is to spread the news, not for me to prevent any crisis. Are you kidding? There are 23 Yuanling realm masters on the other side. Excluding Finchen who I killed, there are still 22 of them. If I fight them alone, I will be beaten to death. However, if more Yuanling realm experts knew about this, they would probably join the other side's alliance. Mushan said in embarrassment. So you think I can kill all of their Yuanling realm experts by myself? 23 Yuanling realm masters. How much power do they have behind them? Just like the Lord of Whitebone City, he also has an entire city. What kind of huge force is behind the other 22 Yuanling realm powerhouses? The giant skeleton village was as small as an ant in front of them. So Mushin wanted to be the first to take action, which meant he wanted to die bravely. Zhao Tiedan doesn't want to be a hero because his wish has not been fulfilled yet. So the best way now is to spread the news. If someone is willing to form an alliance, I, who am in the Yuanling realm, can at least be considered a fighting force and am willing to contribute. But if all the Yuanling realm people ran to the opposite alliance, then he would take all the villagers of Zhuhai village and move. The world of heroes is vast and boundless, and there is no place where they cannot take root. Brother, come out and meet me. What's up? Disturbing my beauty sleep. Don't drink water before bed. You look swollen. Let's get down to business. What do you want me to do? Brother System asked impatiently. What are the conditions for breaking through the sky realm? Normally, the sky realm compresses energy, and once it reaches a certain threshold, the energy undergoes a qualitative change. This is the qualitative change process from the Yuanling realm to the sky realm. You mentioned the normal method, but what about the abnormal method? One is using star energy coins. It absorbs the energy within them and directly replaces spiritual energy with star energy. This is a clever trick, but the star energy coins required are enormous, the brother system said. The other is your situation. Chapter 28. Me too. Normal Yuanling realm cultivators possess extraordinary powers. After reaching the Yuanling realm experts will begin to transform spiritual energy. When spiritual energy is completely transformed into star energy, the life transition is complete. The brother system looked at Zhao Tiedan and said, you don't have any extraordinary powers or psychic abilities. You are just strong in your physical body. Then how should I break through the sky realm? There's no need for a breakthrough. As long as the body is strong enough, reaching the sky realm is considered a breakthrough. Zhao Tiedan understood that his body had no limits, and the way to break through was not like others who had a sudden enlightenment and rapid improvement in strength. He just had to accumulate and grow bit by bit. Other people's breakthroughs are to jump directly from 1 to 100, while mine is from 1 to 2 to 3, all the way to 100. So what is the value of the sky realm? Zhao Tiedan asked. 10 million. It really is 10 million. Psychic Academy. Today is a practical class, which will be taught by me and teacher Qingshan. Lu Wuyan said. Standing next to Lu Wuyan was a man about 30 years old. He is the best master in the school, Qingshan. He is also the only true spirit realm expert in the school. Lu Wuyan is responsible for on-campus practical guidance. Qingshan is responsible for off-campus practical guidance. The children this time are very young, all 7 or 8 years old, so Lu Wuyan and Qingshan work together. Qingshan basically does not take action. Only Lu Wuyan takes action, and Qingshan is responsible for taking care of these children. Today, human society has experienced the initial stage of great integration. Although a new order has been established, the population has dropped sharply and human resources are seriously insufficient. Therefore, the newly established government is almost harsh in protecting the new generation. The two teachers took the children onto the bus, and Lu Wuyan began to explain. There are a lot of dangerous areas in the wilds of Yinchuan City, as well as 2 secret realms. Who can give a detailed introduction to the secret realms now? Lu Wuyan said. At this time, Zhao Tao raised his hand and said, Teacher, I'll do it. Zhao Tao, you come and answer the teacher's questions. The secret realm is a gap in space and time created by the fusion of 2 worlds. The laws of 2 or more worlds intertwine, causing the creatures within the secret realm to become distorted. They have already escaped the category of living beings. They still possess the characteristics of living beings, but they cannot be truly killed. The laws of the world will constantly reshape them. That's roughly correct. Lu Wuyan nodded. In the secret realm, it's not just creatures that are changed, items are also. Some items that originally possess extraordinary qualities will also undergo qualitative changes due to the laws of the world. So after we kill the monsters and bosses in the secret realm, we will obtain their extraordinary items. Most extraordinary items can be obtained repeatedly, but a small number of rare items are unique and cannot be reshaped even by the laws of the world. After Lu Wuyan finished speaking, she looked at Qingshan again. Qingshan, do you have anything else to add? Then I'll say a little more, but what I'm about to say is a bit beyond the scope of these children. Qingshan said, now that the 3,000 worlds have merged together, all races are fighting together. Even though humans love peace, they can't remain immune. Therefore, humans are also drawn into this conflict. To win this battle for survival, the secret realm is the key. Qingshan paused and continued. The items and equipment we obtain from the secret realm all possess luck. Every item or piece of equipment you obtain whether you keep it for yourself or sell it to others, will enhance the luck of the human race. So when you leave school and join a team in the future, please remember to take everything from the secret realm with you, whether for yourselves or for the entire human race. Remember? Remember. All the students in the car responded in unison. Humanity has actually fallen behind in this struggle among all races. Humanity's understanding of supernatural powers came too late. Some worlds and some races already possessed supernatural powers long before the Great Fusion. However, humanity's focus until the Great Fusion was still on developing technology. Before the Great Fusion, the effects of technology were very limited. What was needed was the new generation of children like you. Swallow, I'm done. Do you have anything else to say? Yes. Lu Wuyan nodded. The secret realm we are going to next is called the Insect Nest. It is the lowest level secret realm. There is no level limit and no limit on the number of people. You don't need to do anything in terms of combat, but you need to overcome your psychological fear and help us collect everything you think is valuable. The bus has arrived outside the insect nest, where a small market has actually formed and many people are setting up stalls. Lu Wuyan and Chengshan counted the number of all the children, and after confirming that they were correct, they began to distribute a strange key to each child. There is a 4-digit digital lock on the lock handle of the key. Everyone, adjust the number on the digital lock to 9527. This key is the key to enter the secret realm, and the number is your team number. If you enter a different number, you will likely enter another team's secret realm. If it's a friendly team, they might take care of you because of your age, or even escort you out of the secret realm. However, there are still some extremely vicious teams who will only use you as bait. Lu Wuyan and Chengshan carefully checked the numbers on each child's digital lock to ensure that each child's digital lock was 9527. Then the two of them brought the children to a circular altar. There were several responsible persons standing outside the altar. They should be responsible for controlling the opening of the altar. This circular altar is engraved with obscure patterns. After reconfirming the number of people, the two nodded to a person in charge outside the circular altar. The person in charge then input spiritual energy, and in an instant the entire altar was lit up with light curtains, covering everyone in the altar. Whoosh! The next moment, everyone in the light curtain disappeared. When the children saw the scenery again, their environment had changed. This is a mountain stream. There is no grass growing on the cliffs on both sides of the stream. The cliff walls are covered with a layer of sticky, unknown substance, and the air is filled with a pungent smell. Several children were already vomiting violently due to the smell of being short-staffed. Seeing this scene, Lu Wuyan and Chengshan couldn't help but shake their heads secretly. Chengshan, you are responsible for protecting the child. Chengshan nodded, clasped his hands together, and spiritual energy began to fill his whole body. Gradually, a tall figure appeared behind Chengshan. Come out. Falcon. Duh. Chapter 29. In the surprised eyes of the crowd, the figure of the falcon gradually emerged. Falcon looked down at Chengshan in front of him, then looked at the group of children in front of him. The children cried out in surprise. In their eyes, the falcon was so tall and so heroic. With the black and gold armor on his body and the huge wings, he looks like the god of war in the cartoon. Lu Wuyan was also looking at the tall body of Falcon. So strong. Lu Wuyan gasped. When she first joined the company, Chengshan's strength was comparable to hers. However, over the past year or so, Chengshan's strength has skyrocketed, while she seems to have remained stagnant. This makes Lu Wuyan feel somewhat heavy-hearted. Lu Wuyan thought of her summoned beast Haizi, whose strength had not improved much. Chengshan, you need to work harder and improve your strength. Right now, you can only allow me to exert 20% of my strength. Last time, you could barely summon my true form, but now you can only summon my main consciousness. Your strength is growing too fast. I can't keep up with your pace. It will cost too much to let your real body come down. Chengshan had no choice. What do you need me to do today? Not for now. Protect every child. You won't need to take action until they are in danger. Clear. Chengshan felt very complicated when facing the falcon. They were running in both directions, and both sides recognized the strength of the other side. Chengshan's spiritual power could have completely summoned Falcon's true form at the beginning, but due to Falcon's growth rate in the past 6 months, Chengshan's spiritual power could not keep up. Now Falcon's body has broken through the void spirit realm, but Chengshan has not made any progress but has regressed, and his spiritual power can only summon Falcon's main consciousness. Although Chengshan seemed to have regressed on the surface, he actually made considerable progress. In addition to his own strength, even if Falcon can only show 20% of his strength, it is still stronger than Falcon's original strength in the past. So it's not that Chengshan is slacking off. It's simply because you Falcon is growing too fast. Are there any contractors among these children that you like? Chengshan asked. It's no use even if I like it. I may not be able to contact you when the contract is signed. Things like contracts are too random. There are contract ceremonies going on at all times in the realm of heroes. Even if both parties agree to hold the contract ceremony at the same time, there is still a possibility that they will not be able to sign a contract with each other. A contract is not like a phone call, where you make a contract on one side and receive a contract on the other side. It's like a message in a bottle. A contract is sent out, and then a group of people pick up the bottle. Then the most suitable person is selected from this group of people, and this process is basically a blind selection. Then Lu Wuyin also summoned the shadow beast Haizi, who led the way. In this battle, Kuriko showed his powerful strength. The insect nest is the lowest level secret realm, and it is protected by Lu Wuyin and Chengshan, so there is almost no danger. Although Chengshan did not take action, a lot of spiritual energy was consumed to maintain the falcon. On the contrary, Lu Wuyin summoned Haizi with ease, and the spiritual energy consumed by the Haizi body she summoned was far less than Chengshan's. After all the dangers in the entire insect nest were resolved, Lu Wuyin and Chengshan began to let the children act separately and asked them to collect valuable items and props in the insect nest. Many students still felt scared. After all, there were corpses of insect monsters everywhere. Zhao Tao was walking with a girl of the same age. Taotao, aren't you afraid at all? I've seen scarier things before, Zhao Tao replied. After the great integration, she began to wander with her father. During the more than 2 years of wandering, she witnessed all kinds of human tragedies. Even her father died in front of her. So now, even if he sees the most horrifying scene, it cannot touch Zhao Tao's nerves. Even now, Zhao Tao is only an 8-year-old girl. Zhao Tao suddenly stopped, and Chunyin asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Look at the carcasses of these giant insects. Their teeth and claws look like daggers and arrowheads, don't they? Huh? You mean, the teacher wants us to collect these? That's scary. They are all dead, and even if they weren't dead, we don't have to be afraid. Psychic powers have made us stronger, so we actually have the ability to kill them. But I'm still scared. I'll collect it, and you carry it. Once we get to the teacher, we'll divide it equally. Well, Zhao Tao strode forward and came to the corpse of an insect beast. The insect beast was a giant mantis that was 1.5 meters long. Zhao Tao picked up a stone and smashed it directly on the joint of the insect beast's mantis blade. After a few strong hits, the mantis blade was bent. After a few more tugs, the mantis knife was pulled off from the joint. Zhao Tao took the mantis knife again and pried off the insect beast's fangs one by one. Chunyin was also quite scared at first, but when she saw how hard Zhao Tao was working, she gradually became less scared. Later, he also joined the collection work. The insect blood made the 2 girls covered in filth, but they had forgotten their fear. They weren't the only smart ones. By the time they were about to leave, 1/3 of the students in the class had obtained a lot of parts of insects and beasts. Anyone who retrieves things from the insect beasts will get plus 10 points in the final exam. Although there are still many omissions, this is because your knowledge is incomplete and we can't blame you. As for those who return empty-handed, no extra points will be given. Lu Wuyin was quite satisfied with the result. The class was considered a success, and Chengshan glanced at the falcon beside him. Thank you for your hard work, you falcon. I haven't done anything. Why should I suffer so much? It's a pity that you are not your true form now. I have prepared some things for you. Then you should grow up quickly. Yu Falcon shuddered, and his main consciousness returned to his body. This kind of main consciousness summoning is actually to copy one's own consciousness. The consciousness of the original body will not be affected, but the power will decrease. The amount of power borrowed will determine the amount of power lost by the original body. This time when his consciousness returned, it also brought back a huge amount of spiritual energy. As long as Yu Falcon refines this spiritual energy, he can improve his strength. At this moment, Yui came over. Birdman, someone has come to our giant skeleton village. As everyone got to know each other better, the way they addressed each other became more casual. For example, the nickname Birdman of Yu Falcon was blurted out by Zhao Tiedan when they had an argument. Since then, Birdman has become the exclusive nickname for falcons. Who? The Crimson Alliance. What Crimson Alliance? Wait, the Crimson Alliance you're talking about. Is it the group that wants to perform a bloody sacrifice on Shadow Moon Coast? Yes, that's them. Where's TZ? I've already reached the village entrance. Chapter 30. Zhao Tiedan is now at the entrance of Juhai village. There were 3 powerful Yuanling realm warriors coming from the opposite side, 2 men and 1 woman. We are from the Crimson Alliance. I am Stormwind, and they are Yuling and Taizhan. The leader, Quangfeng, was tall, over 4 meters tall, and his race was unknown. Yuling looked like an ordinary woman. She was very beautiful with white hair, but her face was pale and her eyes were dull. She kept looking at Zhao Tiedan with cold eyes. Taizhan is even shorter than Zhao Tiedan, but his body and limbs are very strong, making him look like a small iron tower. We are here to invite you now, said Quangfeng. What if I refuse? Zhao Tiedan's muscles were tense, ready to take action at any time. You don't know yet, do you? Ever since you spread the news about our Crimson Alliance, several more Yuanling realm experts have joined us. Now, the number of Yuanling realm experts in our Crimson Alliance has reached 32. If there are people willing to join you, there will naturally be people who will form an alliance to fight against you. Zhao Tiedan predicted that there must be quite a few people forming a resistance alliance. Otherwise, they would not have sought him out as an enemy who leaked information and killed one of their companions and asked him to join them. So you're going to refuse? We are not the same kind of people. Zhao Tiedan responded with a smile. Then die. The other party's response was very decisive. Taizhan took the initiative, and his body instantly turned into black metal and rushed towards Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan's reaction speed was not slow. The moment Taizhan made a move, he also made a move. Zhao Tiedan punched Taizhan in the chest as he charged towards him. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan felt the touch coming from his fist, hard. Taizhan was blown away. Zhao Tiedan was not afraid of anyone when it came to strength. Tieshan's strength is only about 1 million physical fitness points, which is several times less than Zhao Tiedan's. It was his defensive ability that made Zhao Tiedan feel difficult. This should be Tieshan's extraordinary power, which can transform his body into a metal structure. At this moment, several cold rays attacked Zhao Tiedan. That was a wind blade that made Zhao Tiedan's scalp tingle. It was invisible and intangible, but it could cut through everything. Zhao Tiedan avoided the attack with foresight. Ouch, ouch. The wind blade cut through several buildings in the distance, and the casualties were unknown. Zhao Tiedan was furious. He had bullied people at his doorstep. Quangfeng looked at Zhao Tiedan in surprise. His extraordinary power was wind-related and was invisible and intangible, making it extremely difficult to defend against. But I never thought that Zhao Tiedan could actually dodge it. I don't know if it's his characteristic or his extraordinary perception. Zhao Tiedan suddenly pounced towards the strong wind, and the strong wind saw him and immediately pulled him back. At the same time, Quangfeng yelled at Yuling, "Destroy this village!" Yuling immediately raised her arms, and suddenly the sky was covered with dark clouds, as if a terrible natural disaster was brewing. Zhao Tiedan's pupils suddenly contracted. Even though he hadn't seen the attack land, he knew from the omen that if the attack landed, Zhuhai village and the more than 400 villagers would suffer heavy casualties. Zhao Tiedan took out a dumbbell and threw it directly at Yuling. When Yuling saw the dumbbells coming towards her, she just raised her hand casually. A blue light gathered in her palm, and the next moment the blue light shot towards the dumbbells. However, the dumbbells did not stop moving after being exposed to the blue light. With a weight of over 1,000 tons, plus Zhao Tiedan's physical fitness bonus of over 5 million, the kinetic energy would probably be increased several times. But when she saw the dumbbells still coming towards her, it was too late to dodge. Zhao Tiedan! Yuling roared hysterically, her face full of ferocity and resentment. The moment the dumbbell touched Yuling, her body shattered like a rag. Thousands of tons of potential energy can tear everything apart. Taizhan and Quangfeng had not expected that one of their companions would die just after they started fighting 3 against 1. Although Yuling is not good at close combat, her strength is definitely not weak. But when facing Zhao Tiedan, Yuling died so miserably. Zhao Tiedan picked up the dumbbells, then took out another pair of dumbbells and clenched his fists tightly. Taizhan rushed towards Zhao Tiedan again, and Zhao Tiedan raised the dumbbell and smashed it on his head. Duang duang. Taizhan covered his head and kept backing away. It must be said that he was really stubborn. No one knew what material Zhao Tiedan's dumbbell was made of, but it was almost indestructible. Coupled with Zhao Tiedan's strength, whoever he hit would be killed. However, when he hit Tieshan's head, it only made him retreat slightly. When Zhao Tiedan was about to give chase, another attack came. Quangfeng hid in the distance and attacked Zhao Tiedan by surprise. Zhao Tiedan had to give up chasing Taizhan and instead avoid the wind blade. Ouch, ouch. Hundreds of meters of ground were left with knife-like cuts. Zhao Tiedan's face was solemn. Quangfeng's attack was too deadly. If he was hit by it even once, he might lose a part of his body. Zhao Tiedan immediately gave up chasing Taizhan and turned to kill Quangfeng. Upon seeing this, Quangfeng immediately flew into the air. He didn't dare to confront Zhao Tiedan head-on. Yu Ling's death had already demonstrated Zhao Tiedan's strength. Moreover, even Taizhan, who had the strongest melee strength among the three of them, could not stop Zhao Tiedan. What's more, it's not that he can't fight in close combat, but he is a little inferior to Taizhan. Once Zhao Tiedan gets close to you, you will most likely be torn to pieces by him. At the same time, Taizhan suddenly rushed towards Zhao Tiedan. But this was the opportunity Zhao Tiedan had been waiting for. The moment Taizhan rushed over, Zhao Tiedan suddenly turned around and hit Taizhan hard on the head. Clang! Zhao Tiedan saw that Tieshan's head had sunken. Zhao Tiedan lifted the dumbbells and wanted to do it again. Seeing this, Quangfing hurriedly shot 2 wind blades at Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan felt the wind blade coming again and grabbed Taizhan, whose head was dizzy. Shhhhhhh. The wind blade fell on Tieshan's body, but did not leave even a trace. Zhao Tiedan was secretly shocked. Tieshan's defense was too terrifying, but its attack power was slightly insufficient. If it weren't for the dumbbell, Zhao Tiedan really wouldn't be sure of breaking Tieshan's defense. Taizhan never dreamed that one day he would become someone else's shield, and not even voluntarily. Seeing this, Quangfing's face looked very ugly. Taizhan is short and strong, but his arms and legs are too short. Zhao Tiedan grabbed his neck, and he had no way to stop it. Zhao Tiedan also discovered the magical effect of Taizhan. If he wasn't an enemy, Zhao Tiedan really wanted to keep him and use him as his shield forever. Although the dumbbells are indestructible, they are too small. As an extension of the arm, they are good as a hammer to hit people. But if it is used as a shield, it is completely inadequate. Quangfing stood 100 meters above, his face filled with rage. Release Taizhan and let this matter rest. Zhao Tiedan sneered endlessly. Not only Taizhan, but even the strong wind, he was not going to let it go. Whether it is Taizhan or Quangfing, they both have the power to threaten him to a certain extent. So they came to him on their own initiative, and Zhao Tiedan would not let them leave. Soon, Zhao Tiedan came up with a way to deal with the strong wind in the sky. Chapter 31. Zhao Tiedan grabbed a stone from the ground and threw it out. Bo. The wind was blowing very fast, and when I saw the stones flying towards me, I immediately pulled away to avoid them. Although the stones were dense, the strong wind still avoided the attack of the stones. Zhao Tiedan continued to grab stones and throw them into the strong wind. I am now the attacker, so the initiative is in my hands. As long as one hits the wind, you win. It also prevents him from finding time to counterattack. Not being able to fly is a huge disadvantage on the battlefield. This disadvantage cannot be changed. At this moment, Quangfing really regretted taking such a dangerous task. 3 against 1, and it still ended up like this. At this time, the strong wind had begun to retreat. At this moment, Quangfing suddenly thought of a solution. The strong wind immediately rose high into the sky, so high that even Zhao Tiedan's stones no longer posed a threat. At the same time, they flew over the giant skeleton village. What Zhao Tiedan feared most happened. Zhao Tiedan's face was gloomy. He had expected this result, but he was powerless to do anything about it. Quangfing took a deep breath, opened his arms, and the air condensed in his palms. Suddenly, a figure fell from a high altitude, holding a ghost-head sword, and stabbed towards the strong wind. The one who launched the surprise attack was none other than Yu Falcon, the image of giant skeleton village. As soon as he saw the strong wind, he quietly rose into the air and hid high in the sky. He knew his own strength and was clearly not strong enough to participate in this battle. So I have been waiting for an opportunity to turn the situation around. Maybe this opportunity will never come, or maybe it will come in the next moment. Obviously, he had been waiting for this opportunity. Quangfing felt the wind sweeping overhead, and his expression changed drastically. This was the most critical moment. He could only disperse the air compressed by his palms and turn around to counterattack Yu Falcon. When he saw the falcon, a look of disdain appeared on his face. Quangfing stretched out a finger, and a wind blade condensed out. Cut! The falcon did not stop and continued to rush towards the strong wind at full speed. When the wind blade slashed towards the falcon did not dodge. He can't hide. He only has one chance. When the wind blade was about 1 meter away from the falcon, it suddenly seemed to hit something and dissipated without any warning. Quangfing's expression changed in shock. This guy also possessed the wind element like himself. The falcon took advantage of this moment, suddenly accelerated, rushed in front of Quangfing in an instant, and stabbed down with the big sword fiercely. Quangfing's palm blocked in front of him, and a wind blade appeared in front of him. Hiss! Yu Falcon's ghost-head sword was cut in half. You ignorant ant, go to hell. Quangfing's right hand condensed a wind blade again. Yu Falcon suddenly grinned, a smile he hadn't shown for a long time, sinister and cruel. Feng's heart skipped a beat, as suddenly a huge force hit him from below. In the few short seconds that Falcon was holding Feng back, Zhao Tiedan had already sprinted hundreds of meters and grabbed Feng's calf. Even now, Zhao Tiedan still holds Taishan in his hand. Feng panicked and tried to kick Zhao Tiedan away. But Falcon took advantage of this opportunity and pushed forward with both palms, creating an air wall. An invisible barrier pressed down on the strong wind. With an air wall above and Zhao Tiedan pulling him from below, Feng lost control and fell. Plop! Zhao Tiedan, Feng, and Taishan fell to the ground. Zhao Tiedan and Taishan both have thick skin and strong muscles, so they don't feel any pain after falling from this height. Feng didn't feel so well, he could hardly stand up. Zhao Tiedan went up, stepped on Feng's hands and crushed them, then reached out and lifted Feng up. As for Taishan, Zhao Tiedan also showed no mercy and broke all his hands and feet. Tieshan's defense is amazing, but his joints are still fragile. With enough force, he could have broken his hands and feet. Compared with the last time when Feng and Feng joined forces, the three people they faced this time, Feng, Taishan, and Yuling, were obviously easier to deal with. It's hard to say who is stronger or weaker, but Zhao Tiedan is more suitable for dealing with Feng, Taishan, and Yuling. On the other hand, Feng is a strong attack type, and Feng is a strong control type and immune to physical attacks. This combination really gives Zhao Tiedan a headache. Moreover, Yuling was killed instantly at the beginning, and she hardly played any role at all. Looking at Feng and Taishan, their advantages are obvious, but their flaws are also obvious. Feng's lethality even surpassed Feng's, but there was no one to help him control the enemy. Tieshan's advantage is naturally his defense, but his flaws are more obvious. His attack power is insufficient, and his means of attack are poor. After being grabbed by the back of the neck by Zhao Tiedan, he became a piece of meat on the chopping board. In the end, they were defeated in such a humiliating way. In Baigu City, nearly 30 Yuanling realm powerhouses gathered in the city lord's mansion. These 30 Yuanling realm powerhouses are members of the Crimson Alliance. The Lord of Whitebone City sat in the second seat, while the first seat was reserved for Lei Zai, the leader of the Crimson Alliance. Lei Zai was able to become the leader, on the one hand because he was the initiator of the Crimson Alliance, and on the other hand naturally because of his strength. Lei Zai's skin was completely covered, with almost no skin exposed on his face, hands, and feet. Even his eyes were not exposed. There was a special breathing hole next to his mouth. Feng, Taishan, and Yuling are all dead, Lei Zai said. His voice came from his breathing port. The tone was very strange, and it was accompanied by the noise of electricity. They died at the hands of that human in Zhuhai village. Everyone was furious when they heard this, especially Feng. Chief, I am willing to kill him. Feng stood up and said, now the Lord of Giant Fong City has formed the Giant Fong Alliance to fight against us. We can no longer easily sacrifice a village or town with blood as we did in the past. So our first priority is to deal with the Giant Fong Alliance. As for the human in Giant Skeleton Village, let him go for now. Are you not going to avenge Feng? Feng asked sharply. Chief, it was you who said that the overall situation was important and that you would try to win over that human. If he refused, you would wipe him out. Now that he has refused, you still say you will let him go. Feng, what's your attitude? Is this how you talk to the leader? Feng, don't be ungrateful. A group of Lei Zai's diehard fans immediately came to his defense. In addition to maintaining peace of mind, they also do not want to cause any more trouble. One rebel alliance is already giving them a headache, and now there is another powerful human who can fight 1v3. My original plan was to have Feng, Taishan, and Yuling eliminate that human if he refused. However, I never expected that human would be even more powerful than I imagined and could actually defeat or even kill them. Then just ignore him? Feng's tone was still unfriendly. For this kind of enemy, either don't take action, or if you do, you must kill him in one go, said Yu Baigu, the Lord of Baigu City. We can't mobilize too many people here, Lei Zai said. The Giant Fong Alliance has 45 Yuanling realm experts, and their leader, Giant Fong, is a half-stepped Songqiong realm expert. He's much stronger than us. If we mobilize too many people and the Giant Fong Alliance finds out, they'll definitely do their best to destroy us. That human was able to kill 3 Yuanling realm experts by himself, which means that if we want to eliminate him, we must send at least 5 Yuanling realm experts. Feng was very dissatisfied with this, but he alone could not kill Zhao Tiedan, so he could only lower his head and remain silent. At present, our strength lags behind that of the Giant Fong Alliance in all aspects, so I hope to use the resources at hand to create at least one half-step Sky Realm first. What do you think? Lei Zai's eyes hidden under the mask swept over everyone present. Duh. Chapter 32. In fact, before the news got out, they had already destroyed dozens of villages and a dozen towns through blood sacrifices, and millions of heroes had died in their blood sacrifices. Therefore, they have also accumulated a lot of star energy coins. Currently, it is not enough for a heroic spirit to break through to the Sky Realm, but it is still enough to create 1 or 2 half-step Sky Realm strongmen. And any strong man who is half a step into the Sky Realm will have a huge impact on the overall situation. Everyone in the Crimson Alliance had no objection to creating a half-step Sky Realm. The real objection is who will become the first half-step to the Sky Realm in the Crimson Alliance. As long as he reaches the half-step Sky Realm, he will have a huge influence on the entire Crimson Alliance. I suggest that the leader become the first to reach the half-step Sky Realm. I think so too. The leader is the strongest among us, and if it were someone else, there would definitely be some turmoil within our alliance. Every one of us is equal. We agreed on this before joining the alliance, so I think the first person to reach the half-step Sky Realm must still draw lots. Lung Feng said in a firm tone. He felt that if he could become a half-step Sky Realm, perhaps he wouldn't need anyone else, and he could kill Zhao Tiedan by himself and avenge Finshan and Yuling. Speaking of Yuling, she and Finshan are husband and wife. After learning that Finshan died at the hands of Zhao Tiedan, Yuling immediately went berserk. That's why he accepted the task of persuading Zhao Tiedan to surrender. She was expecting Zhao Tiedan to refuse, and Zhao Tiedan did refuse as she expected, but unfortunately the result was not what she expected. It can be said that both husband and wife lost their lives. Unfortunately, almost no one agreed with his lottery suggestion. So no matter what, it's not his turn. The final plan is that Yi Baigu will first become a half-step Sky Realm, and if there are any extra star energy coins, Lei Zai will be promoted second. Such a plan naturally caused dissatisfaction among some people, such as Lung Feng. However, Lung Feng is now weak and has little say in the Crimson Alliance. Ever since Guangfeng, Taizhan, and Yuling were killed, the Crimson Alliance has been silent. Now several senior officials in Zhuhai village are very annoyed. Even Zhao Tiedan felt a little uncomfortable. They had previously captured Guangfeng and Taizhan alive, but did not get any valuable information from them. After all, the Crimson Alliance is powerful, and no matter how arrogant Zhao Tiedan is, he dare not say that he can deal with 20 or 30 Yuanling realm powerhouses. Some Yuanling realm masters with special extraordinary powers or characteristics, even if there are only 1 or 2 of them, can give Zhao Tiedan a headache. For example, the master of strong control, Lung Feng, his strong control methods really gave Zhao Tiedan a headache. If they were paired with a strong attacker, such as Guangfeng, they would easily lose limbs. Once hit, their combat effectiveness on the battlefield would be greatly reduced. Lung Feng's actual combat power is very average, which is relatively low at the Yuanling realm level. However, his ability is extremely difficult to solve. It can directly freeze the body surface and paralyze the nerves in various parts of the body for a short period of time. If it was just a layer of frozen ice on the surface of the body, making Zhao Tiedan pause for 0.01 seconds would be disrespectful to his 5 million physical fitness. But the paralysis of nerves made Zhao Tiedan very helpless. The stronger the individual, the more sensitive their sensory nerves are, and the more developed their nervous system is, so the effect of nerve paralysis will be stronger. Although it is only a short time, on the battlefield, in the eyes of a Yuanling realm expert, a lot can be done in 0.01 seconds. And this is just one Yuanling realm expert from the Crimson Alliance. The Crimson Alliance has 30 Yuanling realm experts. Who knows if any of them have any special supernatural powers or characteristics? He refused the Crimson Alliance's recruitment and killed 4 of their core members. The Crimson Alliance must hate him to the core. But now the Crimson Alliance has not made any movement, which makes Zhao Tiedan very nervous. As the saying goes, you should not be afraid of thieves stealing, but you should be afraid of thieves thinking about it. If they take action, Zhao Tiedan and his team can still find a way to deal with it, or at worst move away. But they didn't move, which made Zhao Tiedan even more worried. Just when Zhao Tiedan was worried, Yu Falcon, Yu Yi, and Guanghui came in succession to fight. One of them is responsible for military affairs, one is responsible for administration, and one is responsible for production. They can be said to be the 3 giants of Giant Skeleton Village. But behind them, there was another person, a woman. The woman had azure skin all over her body, was tall, and was naked. She had a pair of bone knives on her back. Avatar. What? No. Nothing. I thought I saw someone I knew. Zhao Tiedan shook his head. Who is this? I am Nina, from the Roman world, a Roman person. Hello. I'm from Earth, Zhao Tiedan. After the two of them got to know each other, Nina said, "Sir, I am here on behalf of the Giant Fong Alliance to invite you to join." "The Tusk Alliance? You're the ones who spread the news about the Crimson Alliance, right?" "We're here to counter the Giant Fong Alliance." Giant Fong, the Lord of Giant Fong City, leads this alliance, which unites 23 towns and 45 Yuanling realm experts. So what are the benefits of joining the Giant Fong Alliance? First, there are offensive and defensive alliances. If you're attacked, the closest allies will unconditionally come to your aid, and those farther away will rush over as quickly as possible. Similarly, if any of your nearby allies are in danger, you must rush to their aid immediately. What other benefits are there? Zhao Tiedan could only say that this condition was acceptable. This was the most basic condition for a military alliance. If a military alliance cannot even achieve basic offensive and defensive alliance, then there is no point in the alliance. You can expand in any direction until you reach the territory of your allies. Zhao Tiedan raised his eyebrows, and the eyes of Yu Falcon and the other two also lit up. The giant skeleton village had never expanded outward before. On the one hand, it was because of its limited strength, and on the other hand, the emergence of the Crimson Alliance disrupted their plans. Now with the approval of the Giant Fong Alliance, it means that they can expand at will during this period of time. Population is very important to Zhao Tiedan. More population will bring more members to his gym, and more members will give him more physical rewards. Nina added, "Within 1,000 kilometers of Giant Skeleton Village, there are no forces or powerful individuals that could threaten you, nor are there any territories belonging to our alliance members. Furthermore, we can provide assistance if needed." "How can you help?" "Food, but you have to pay it back." Nina said, "Of course, you can also buy it with psychic coins." Zhao Tiedan looked at Yu Falcon and the other two, and they all nodded to him secretly. "Okay, then I accept your invitation." After seeing off Avatar Nina, the four of them got together. "Let's prepare for expansion," Zhao Tiedan said. "I'll proceed as usual. I'll head north. If I encounter any factions or villages, I'll use force to coerce them into joining our giant skeleton village. Yu Falcon will lead his escort team south." Chapter 33. Giant Stone City. It is better to say that it is a town of 10,000 people than a capital city, which is 200 kilometers away from Giant Skeleton Village. The city of Boulder is built on the mountain, with the coast on the other side. On the top of the mountain, there is a spherical boulder with a diameter of 100 meters, which is why the city got its name. Zhao Tiedan was at the top of the mountain at the moment, overlooking the stone city below. After a brief preparation, Zhao Tiedan suddenly punched the mountain wall. Rumble. The entire cliff collapsed under Zhao Tiedan's iron fist, and countless pieces of rubble rolled down the hillside. Several thousand-ton boulders rolled into the stone city. Zhao Tiedan looked up at the huge rock on the top of the mountain. The spherical rock was still sitting steadily on the top of the mountain. Zhao Tiedan threw another punch, and more large pieces of rubble fell off the mountain wall. The spherical boulder on the top of the mountain seemed to be affected as well and shook. The huge rock weighed an estimated 1 million tons, and even Zhao Tiedan couldn't move it. That's why Zhao Tiedan took this approach and destroyed the structure underneath the boulder. Punch after punch, the mountain wall beneath the boulder began to collapse. The rock layer began to crack under the pressure of the weight from above. Seeing this, Zhao Tiedan immediately retreated from under the boulder. He didn't want to be crushed by the boulder. Bang, bang, bang. A large area of the mountain wall collapsed, and the huge rocks above were also crumbling. Finally, the huge rocks above completely crushed the mountain wall, and the rocks rolled down, with unstoppable force, crushing towards the boulder city below. Wherever the boulder passed, all obstacles were reduced to dust. The boulders rolled and rushed into the stone city. All buildings turned to dust before the huge stone. The devastating potential energy seemed to crush the entire stone city. The huge rock rushed out from the other end and went into the sea, causing huge waves. The entire giant stone city suffered heavy losses, and this sudden change also caused many powerful people in the giant stone city to rush towards Giant Stone Mountain. A tall figure descended from the sky. What surprised Zhao Tiedan was that the first one to come was also a Feather Clan member, but he didn't know if they were the same race as the Feather Falcon. "Were you the one who pushed the boulder down?" the Feather Clan member asked harshly, while continuously releasing a violent aura from his body. Zhao Tiedan pointed at Tieshan's body on the ground and said, "It was caused by the battle between me and him." The Feather Tribe clenched their fists. "Who are you? And who is he? Do you know the Crimson Alliance?" Zhao Tiedan asked. The pupils of the Feather Tribe suddenly contracted. Nowadays, there are not many people in Shadow Moon Coast who don't know about the Crimson Alliance. They were a group of lunatics who massacred cities and destroyed nations. Now everyone in the Shadow Moon Coast knows what they did. The Feather Tribe suddenly became nervous. Are you from the Crimson Alliance? Zhao Tiedan shook his head and said, No, he is from the Crimson Alliance, and I am here to hunt him down. The Crimson Alliance has set its sights on Boulder City. What evidence do you have? I don't need any evidence. My strength is the proof, Zhao Tiedan said calmly. If I felt it was necessary, I could directly destroy the stone city instead of lying to you. Zhao Tiedan pointed at Tieshan's body again. His name is Taizhan, a core member of the Crimson Alliance. Is he Taizhan? The Feather Clan was shocked again. Of course he had heard of the name of Iron Mountain, which was known as the strongest defense in Shadow Moon and was very famous on the Shadow Moon coast. It is said that there were once 4 Yuanling realm masters who besieged Taizhan, but Taizhan was still able to escape unscathed. And now Taizhan actually died at the hands of this man. Then this person must be in the Yuanling realm without a doubt, and he was able to kill Taizhan, so his strength is unfathomable. No wonder he said he wanted to destroy the Stonehenge. There was no need to lie. What is your name? Giant Skeleton Village, Zhao Tiedan replied. You'd better be careful. Although I stopped the Crimson Alliance's attack this time, they will definitely attack again, and this time they will definitely send at least 2 or more Yuanling realm powerhouses. Upon hearing this, the Feather Tribe's face turned panicked. Sir, could you please stay for a while? I am willing to pay the price. Zhao Tiedan shook his head. Jusue Village still needs my protection. I can't stay to protect you. However, if you are willing, you can take people to Jusue Village for refuge for a while and wait until this is over. After saying that, Zhao Tiedan turned and left, leaving the Feather Tribe standing there in a daze. Soon, several more people arrived at the scene and inquired about the situation of the Feather Tribe. The Feather Tribe then explained the situation, and everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. At the same time, they are also worried about the future of Boulder City. Nowadays, everyone knows the horror of the Crimson Alliance. Now that Boulder City has been targeted by the Crimson Alliance, it is like meat on the chopping board. There is not a single Yuanling realm expert in Boulder City, which means that if the Crimson Alliance attacks again, they will not be able to protect themselves at all. Tianyu, what should we do now? A member of the Rock Clan asked worriedly. Tianyu remained silent, and another person said, How about we hire a Yuanling realm expert to protect us? Now that the Crimson Alliance is wreaking havoc on the Shadow Moon coast, all factions are on edge. The powerful Yuanling realm warriors are either joining the Crimson Alliance or the Giant Fong Alliance. They won't risk coming to our Giant Stone City just for a few psychic coins. So there's nothing we can do? At this time, Tianyu said, it's not completely impossible. We may go to Zhuhai Village and seek the protection of that Yuanling realm expert. If we go there, what will happen to Boulder City? There are still tens of thousands of people in Boulder City. Then take all the residents of Boulder City with you. Tianyu said, Will Giant Skeleton Village accept us? We are not trying to seize Giant Skeleton Village. We will just build a new home next to Giant Skeleton Village and accept the management of Giant Skeleton Village. We are a force of over 10,000 people, and now we have to submit to a small village. Those who don't want to go don't have to. I've already decided to take my Tsang clan to Jusue Village. Tianyu said firmly. Jusue Village may be just a village, but they have Yuanling realm experts. Every major force in the entire Shadow Moon coast has Yuanling realm experts. Instead of staying in Giant Stone City and waiting to die, it's better to go to Jusue Village. After hearing Tianyu's words, everyone was shaken. Tianyu didn't want to wait for them to hesitate, so he left on his own. When he returned to Boulder City, he summoned all the Tsang people and announced his decision. Compared to the numerous forces in Giant Stone City, he has absolute say in the Tsang clan. So after he explained the situation, all the members of the Tsang tribe accepted Tianyu's orders. Other forces in Boulder City also made decisions. It is not difficult to choose between staying in Boulder City and waiting to die, or seeking the protection of a powerful Yuanling realm master. Although there were some stubborn people who were unwilling to leave, the vast majority of people chose to go to Giant Skeleton Village. Chapter 34. When the people from Giant Stone City arrived at Giant Skeleton Village, they communicated with Yu and Zhao Tiedan, and immediately fenced off land next to Giant Skeleton Village to build a city. The vast majority of the population of Shadow Moon Coast actually fled from various places. Some have stayed here for decades, while others have stayed for only a few years. Moreover, each force has its ups and downs, with one seizing power today and another coup tomorrow. Almost no one has any sense of belonging. Therefore, moving to Zhuhai Village and rebuilding the city here does not matter to most people. It's nothing more than spending a little more manpower and resources and starting over. Moreover, there are no special resources in the original area of Boulder City. Of course, There are also many people who want to take over the show. However, in Shadow Moon Coast, inheritance is not important. Here, fists are the universal currency. Everything is based on who has the bigger fist. Zhao Tiedan now has absolute authority in Jusue Village. Outsiders like those from Giant Stone City can gain a foothold here, but if they want to come to Jusue Village to share their power, they should first ask themselves whether their brains are strong enough. Yu Falcon, Shui Guo, and Lai, who are Zhao Tiedan's comrades in arms and close friends, so their relationship with Zhao Tiedan is naturally the closest. Therefore, they control the violent institutions of Giant Skeleton Village. At any time and in any place, whoever controls the violent institutions controls the foundation of all order. He was the first one to join them. He could be considered a close friend and also a member of their community of interests, so he now holds the highest power in the executive branch. Guangwei took the initiative to surrender to Zhao Tiedan and others, so he can of course get the first bite of the cake in the distribution of power. Therefore, the production he is in charge of is also the most important department in Zhuhai Village. These are basically the most important power institutions in Zhuhai Village. Now that Giant Stone City has joined, Giant Skeleton Village will naturally be upgraded to Giant Skeleton City. However, the top power structure is still the separation of powers, and the original senior management of Giant Stone City can only be incorporated into these three major subordinates. Power can be distributed to them, but it will never exceed these three departments. Although Zhao Tiedan does not care about any power, his strength guarantees the absolute rights and interests of the three major departments. The Giant Stone City originally had a population of 45,000, while the Giant Skeleton Village had a population of less than 500. But this does not prevent the ants in Giant Skeleton Village from eating elephants. Yu Falcon, Shui Guo, and Lai, who led their troops out and used intimidation and inducement to win over several villages. The total population was less than 5,000 people, and the Giant Skeleton City was officially established. However, the expansion of Giant Skeleton City stopped here. Although there were still some forces that could be recovered, Yu Falcon still gave up the idea of expansion. First of all, Giant Skeleton Village was upgraded to Giant Skeleton City, and there are already a lot of things that need to be dealt with. The second thing is to keep some distance from allies. There are some small forces between them, which can serve as buffer zones. Zhao Tiedan is addicted to lifting weights every day. Daily task: complete 22,500 weightlifting reps today, 1,500 dumbbells. Daily rewards: health plus 120,000, stamina plus 120,000, constitution plus 15,000. System: your physical fitness has exceeded 6 million, and a new characteristic has been awakened. King Kong. King Kong. If a target can deal 10% or more damage to the host at once, the damage will be reduced by 50%. Zhao Tiedan was very happy when he saw this feature. This new feature is a huge boost to his defense. In particular, one-time lethal damage will be reduced to 50% for Zhao Tiedan. With the establishment of Giant Skeleton City, the population increased significantly, and the number of members of the Super Gym also increased. The number of members has now reached 700. The daily feedback to Zhao Tiedan on his physical condition, plus the rewards from Zhao Tiedan's own weight lifting, can improve his physical condition by about 60,000 every day. After completing today's daily weightlifting, the gym welcomed a guest, Tianyu from Giant Stone City. Tianyu also comes from the Blue World. The Tsang clan he belongs to and the Shun clan where Yu Falcon belongs are close relatives, and both belong to the Yu clan. Sir, can we talk? Zhao Tiedan, who was instructing members in training, stopped working and looked back at Tianyu. Okay, you go to the rest area and wait for me. After finishing the work at hand, Zhao Tiedan came to the rest area. Zhao Tiedan brought Tianyu a glass of water and then sat opposite Tianyu. Is there anything you want to tell me? Sir, there was no so-called battle in Boulder City that day, right? Zhao Tiedan smiled. When did you know? I knew it from the beginning. Tianyu replied. Oh, then why didn't you say it then? A powerful Yuanling realm expert poses too great a threat to Giant Stone City. Even if we can expel you, we will suffer heavy losses. Moreover, you can come countless times, but we cannot stop you again and again. Tianyu replied. In Zhao Tiedan's words, he can fail countless times, but the Stone City cannot fail even once. It has to be said that Tianyu has extraordinary wisdom. Compared with him, Yu Falcon, who is also a member of the Yu clan, is like a fool. You can also remove the word like and just say he is a fool. So, what is your purpose for coming here now? I heard from Yu Falcon that you can help me become stronger. Would you like to become a member of my place? Yes, if it can help me and my people become stronger. Zhao Tiedan's eyes lit up. How many people are there in your tribe? 300. Zhao Tiedan's eyes lit up, and Tianyu felt Zhao Tiedan's burning gaze. Bring them all here, and I will personally formulate a training plan for your people. Are there any conditions? Don't betray. That's all. That's all. Zhao Tiedan couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Tianyu summoned all his clansmen. Zhao Tiedan immediately generated a training schedule for them. At this moment, the brother system suddenly spoke. Trigger mission, recruitment. Since the gym has reached 1,000 members, please recruit staff as soon as possible. Recruitment, 0/3. Brother, what are the requirements for recruiting employees? Be familiar with all the fitness equipment in the gym. Zhao Tiedan first distributed all the training schedules to each member of the Tsang tribe and asked them to train according to the contents of the training schedule. Then I started walking around the gym. Stonefist, what kind of job are you doing now? Me? Going out to sea to hunt sea beasts. The heroic spirit who was playing with sandbags answered. Because he comes to the gym every day and loves boxing and occasionally asks Zhao Tiedan to practice with him, so he is quite familiar with Zhao Tiedan. As far as Zhao Tiedan knew, he had quietly broken through to the void spirit realm a month ago, but he had not reported it to his superiors. However, Shirkwan still shared the good news with Zhao Tiedan. Master, why are you asking this? Are you going to recommend a job to me? My gym is short of staff. I need employees who are familiar with the business here and at least know how to use various fitness equipment. Are you interested in working here? I can get at least 10 psychic coins every month from hunting sea beasts. Although Shirkwan has rough limbs, he is not stupid. He directly reported the highest income to Zhao Tiedan. In fact, if you are lucky, you can earn 10 psychic coins a month by hunting sea beasts, but luck can only be reflected when you are lucky. I'll pay you 5 psychic coins a month. If you can recruit 10 members for me, I'll pay you 1 more psychic coin. Chapter 35. Shirkwan thought about it and decided that this job was easy and safe. He also likes working out in the gym, so this job is very attractive to him. And this salary, the basic salary of 5 psychic coins, is not low. In addition, you can get commission for attracting members. This condition is quite good, so Shirkwan agreed immediately. Recruitment, 1/3. The effectiveness of the super gym has been improved. Each member's spiritual energy increases by 0.1% per hour of training in the gym. Zhao Tiedan's heart moved. This effect is not weak. Just recruiting the first employee actually produced such an effect. If you exercise for 10 hours a day, your spiritual energy will double in 100 days. And the stronger the person, the better the effect will be. Zhao Tiedan began searching for the second employee. Finally, Zhao Tiedan saw a snake woman with a curvy figure and an overly charming appearance. The face is what I like, and the figure, it's pretty good if you like mollusks. This is like the snake girl in the game, with a sexy and enchanting upper body and a pure mollusk in the lower body. Although not every race can appreciate this kind of beauty, there are still some heroic spirits who express their desire to have in-depth communication with her. Spirit Viper, if you want to train your waist strength, you can go to the horizontal bar. Thank you, Master. Spirit Viper, what do? My extraordinary power is psychic perception, so I specialize in finding spiritual contracts in the chaotic void to sell. Oh, tell me how it works in detail. Zhao Tiedan immediately became interested. In the chaos void, many spiritual contracts are released by evil gods, disguised as ordinary spiritual contracts, waiting for someone to take the bait. Then they will summon the evil god to their world or directly corrupt the contractor. A powerful evil god will release hundreds or even thousands of spiritual contracts at a time. Among so many spiritual contracts, there may be only 1 or 2 spiritual contracts that are real. This is why contractors rarely go to the chaos void to search for spiritual contracts. The risk is too great, Ling Viper said, but I can distinguish which spiritual contracts are truly valuable and which are bait for evil gods from among thousands of spiritual contracts. I can record the valuable spiritual contracts and sell the coordinates to contractors. Museum owner, are you interested in taking care of my business? What's the price per coordinate? 100 psychic coins. So how many coordinates can you sell in a month? There's no certainty. Be honest. Well, it's usually good if I can find a coordinate in a month or 2. If I want to sell it, it will take several months. Wow. It turns out that if you close for half a year, you can still make enough money after reopening. I'd like to recruit you as a gym employee. You'll teach members how to use the equipment and how to exercise. I'll pay you 5 psychic coins a month. If you can recruit 10 members, I'll pay you 1 more psychic coin. Sure. The Viper's answer was even more decisive than Stone Fist's. Recruitment, 2/3. Super Gym's effectiveness has been enhanced, and the chances of awakening extraordinary powers and new traits have doubled. Master, do you still need employees here? I need another one, but I want someone who's familiar with all kinds of fitness equipment. So, Do you have anyone to recommend? Yes, my good sister Fei Huang. You should have an impression of her. Remember, but you have to call her over. I need to ask her opinion in person. I'll go get her over here. The Viper immediately ran out of the gym, her lower body crawling on the ground at a pretty fast speed. Soon, Ling Wei called Fei Huang over. Fei Huang was unemployed recently. When she heard Ling Wei say that Zhao Tiedan was recruiting employees, she rushed over immediately. Master, I have brought Fei Huang here. Zhao Tiedan discovered that Fei Huang was in completely human form, without any discernible racial characteristics. Are you human? Master, I am from the Philian clan. I have 2 forms. Do you need to see my other form? Show it. Fei Huang's body shook, and her body and face began to deform. Soon she turned into a giant mantis, bigger than a tiger. Hiss, that's enough. Zhao Tiedan waved his hand. How much do you know about the fitness equipment in our gym? Master, I know everything. I spend 2 hours here every day and have used almost all the equipment. Okay, I'll give you a salary of 5 psychic coins per month. If you can recruit 10 members for me, I'll pay you 1 more psychic coin. Thank you, Master. Recruitment, 3/3. There is a 0.001% chance of breaking through the upper limit of the Great Realm in the gym. Recruitment mission completed. Host obtains skill, Shadow. Shadow, active skill, can summon a shadow with the same combat power as the host. During the shadow's existence, the host consumes 3 times the physical strength of the original body, and the damage it receives will be transferred to the host. Host, Zhao Tiedan. Race, heroic spirit. Level, Yuanling realm. Traits, tireless, gluttony, 2 fists versus 4 arms, swiftness, predatory, fight to the end. Inspiration, King Kong. Skills, blood red sunset, active, boundless, passive, shadow, active. HP, 14.5 million/14.5 million. Endurance, 9.9 million/9.9 million. Comprehensive physical fitness, 6.1 million. Zhao Tiedan is very satisfied with this skill. Although any damage to the shadow will be reflected back to the host, this result is acceptable to him. As for the fact that the physical energy consumption was 3 times that of the original body, Zhao Tiedan didn't care at all. His endurance is now very high, and so far, he has not experienced a battle that made him feel tired. Roar. Suddenly, a roar was heard in the gym. Then Zhao Tiedan saw a member glowing green all over. If such signs appear, it means either your wife has run away with someone else, or you have awakened new characteristics or extraordinary powers. I've awakened extraordinary powers, haha. The member shouted excitedly. Taimu, what extraordinary power have you awakened? I feel the power of nature, such a surging vitality. Taimu excitedly showed his extraordinary power to the surrounding people. I also saw someone awaken extraordinary powers here the day before yesterday. It seems someone also awakened a new characteristic yesterday. Sure enough, this place really has extraordinary effects. The gym owner's training plan is also very effective. I awakened a new characteristic through the training plan last month. Zhao Tiedan is no stranger to such scenes. Their hard work also gave Zhao Tiedan a lot of physical fitness feedback. At the same time, the strength of Giant Skeleton City is also constantly increasing. The number of True Spirit Realm and Void Spirit Realm is increasing day by day. However, what determines whether Giant Skeleton City can survive is still the Yuanling realm. At least now we have to face the Crimson Alliance. Without a Yuanling realm master in charge, the whole city will be sacrificed in blood in a matter of minutes. Suddenly, Yu Falcon rushed into the gym. My dear, How US City has sent out a distress signal. How US City? What does it have to do with us? The Lord of How US City is Daiheo, a member of the Giant Fong Alliance and our neighbor. How far away? About 1,000 kilometers away, south of us. I understand. Zhao Tiedan nodded. But I'm afraid this is a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Are you saying that the Crimson Alliance wants to transfer you away from Giant Skeleton City and then attack us here? That's possible. What should we do then? Not go to the rescue. We have to go? After all, since we joined the Giant Fong Alliance, we still have to fulfill our obligations. What if it really is a lure to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Don't worry, I have a way. Zhao Tiedan said. Chapter 36. When Zhao Tiedan left Giant Skeleton City, a figure appeared on a hill near Giant Skeleton City. 3 Eyes. He is also one of the core members of the Crimson Alliance. He is a heroic spirit of the 3 Eyes clan, and his extraordinary power is the 3 Eyes divine ability. Although it is just one kind of extraordinary power, his 3 Eyes actually have many abilities. For example, infinity, emptiness, and replication. At the same time, His three eyes also have the ability to control wind, fire, and thunder respectively. And now, even though he was more than 10 kilometers away, he could still clearly see Zhao Tiedan's departing figure because of his unlimited ability. As long as his vision locks on a person, he can observe that person even if he is thousands of miles away. There's also a second ability, Kongmin, which steals one of the enemy's traits during combat. The third ability is copying, which can replicate the enemy 100%. Coupled with the three abilities of wind, fire, and thunder, he is also among the best among the strong people in the Yuanling realm, and there are few strong people who can compete with him. Samu withdrew his sight only after seeing Zhao Tiedan approaching Haoyue City. He was sure that Zhao Tiedan had really gone to Haoyue City. So now the giant skeleton city has no defenses at all, and he can wreak havoc at will. Samu took out a bottle and threw it casually towards the direction of Jusue City from the top of the mountain. The bottle flew hundreds of meters away and landed in the city of Giant Skeleton City. No one cares about a bottle that suddenly falls to the ground. A strong, pungent smell emanated from the bottle, and a gust of wind blew away the smell. Suddenly a roar came from the direction of the coast. Immediately afterwards, a giant beast from the abyss rushed out of the sea, roaring madly, and rushed towards the giant skeleton city. Then another abyss behemoth appeared. Both of these abyss behemoths were 100 meters long. One was a turtle, and the other looked like a lobster. Following behind were tens of thousands of sea beasts, which rushed directly into the giant skeleton city and began to wreak havoc. The strength of the giant skeleton city is now much greater than before. Immediately, many powerful people in the void spirit realm and true spirit realm rushed towards the sea beast. Several others rushed towards the two abyss beasts. The falcon flew directly into the air, constantly harassing the giant turtle. The other heroic spirits that could fly went to entangle the giant lobster. Although giant turtles and giant lobsters are powerful, their IQ is obviously not enough. After being harassed by a group of flying heroic spirits, he chased after them. As for those sea beasts, they directly fought with the residents of Giant Skeleton City. Samu felt a little unhappy when he saw that the two strongest abyss beasts failed to produce their effects. Looking at Falcon and the others again, Samu immediately jumped down from the top of the mountain and rushed into the Giant Skeleton City. Samu attacked Falcon directly, and his left eye flashed red. A 100-meter-long fire snake shot out from his left eye. As soon as the fire snake appeared, it directly ignited the surrounding buildings. The fire snake bit towards the falcon in midair. Falcon was startled. Where did the fire snake come from? He quickly pulled away to avoid the fire snake's attack. At this moment, the fire snake suddenly grew wings, spread its wings, and took off into the air in an instant. Its wings fanned out raging flames, turning the area within a kilometer radius into purgatory. This is one of the abilities of the three eyes. His left eye can summon fire snakes. The fire snake directly spewed out hot breath, and the fire column spanned 1,000 meters and attacked the falcon. The falcon hurriedly dodged, but the scorching breath, even though it avoided a frontal attack, the scorching heat still ignited the falcon's wings, and its body fell uncontrollably. At this moment, a figure grabbed the falling falcon. The person who came was Tianyu, but Tianyu was not much better off, as there were also burn marks on his wings. A huge mouth enveloped the two of them. It was the giant turtle that they had teased before. The giant turtle was not moving fast, but when its huge mouth covered them, a suction force pulled the two of them. Tianyu flapped his wings vigorously, and Falcon also used his strength to create a wind-free environment for Tianyu. But the giant turtle's suction was too great, and the two could not break free from the giant turtle's bloody mouth. At this moment, a tentacle shot into the air, wrapped around Tianyu and Yuhuan's ankles, and pulled them directly to the ground. Tianyu and Yuhuan looked down and found that it was Yui. Yui's arms and tentacles could extend infinitely, but if they extended too long, it would consume a lot of spiritual energy. Just when Tianyu and Yuhuan thought they were saved, a bolt of lightning struck Squid without warning. Rumble. The squid's body shook and its entire body was burnt. Samu landed in front of Yui and raised one foot, about to crush Yui's head. Suddenly, a figure stood in front of Yui. The moment the three eyes saw the person coming, their pupils trembled, their body quickly pulled back, and they looked at the person who suddenly appeared in horror. Human, why is it you? Samu almost thought he was seeing things. The person who came was Zhao Tiedan. However, the Zhao Tiedan in front of him was not the real Zhao Tiedan, but Zhao Tiedan's shadow. The shadow attacked Samu without hesitation. Samu had calmed down by then, and he was not afraid even of Zhao Tiedan. Empty Gate. Samu directly activates the Empty Gate, stealing the characteristics of the shadow. But a shadow is just a shadow, Where do its characteristics come from? He doesn't have any special features, so his three eyes open goal ability is completely in vain. Samu's face changed. Why did it fail? Is there a way for him to avoid his own abilities? How is this possible? Samu had never experienced failure of his own abilities, and at this moment, he felt vaguely uneasy. This time, Samu activated his copying ability. The next moment, another Zhao Tiedan appeared next to the shadow. The clone's strength is exactly the same as the shadow's. The clone punched the shadow without any warning. The shadow flew hundreds of meters away, and more than a dozen buildings along the way were knocked down. But the clone only made one move, and Samu felt something was wrong. Because just one punch made him feel a little tired. Isn't this too much consumption? The shadow suddenly jumped up from the ruins and retaliated against the clone, kicking it in the face. Oh! Samu covered his head and wailed in pain. How could this happen? Why would the damage done to the clone be transferred back to me? This has never happened before. The shadow and the clone fought fiercely. You punch me, I kick you back. The two sides are equally strong, and neither can do anything to the other. But Samu was already dying at this moment. Every time the clone is hurt, it will be reflected back to him. But he doesn't have the physique of Zhao Tiedan himself. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan's main body also felt the damage being reflected back to his body by his own shadow. Although the damage was not serious, there were a lot of bruises on his face. Just when Zhao Tiedan was feeling annoyed, a figure appeared in front of him and headed towards him. Chapter 37. Zhao Tiedan stopped and the other side also slowed down. After arriving in front of Zhao Tiedan, the other party asked, "Are you Zhao Tiedan from Giant Skeleton City?" Zhao Tiedan looked at the newcomer, a large man with a crocodile head, covered in animal skins and a large axe hanging on his back. However, the opponent's aura is very strong, and his body is also very strong. Your Excellency, I am Quang Chi, the #1 general under the command of the city lord of Haoyue City. Zhao Tiedan was a little surprised that this Quang Chi was so powerful, but he was not even the lord of Haoyue City. Didn't your Haoyue City come under attack? Why are you here? It was a spy from the Crimson Alliance. They stole the signal cannon and secretly sent out the signal. I rushed here to inform you. Quang Shi explained, the Crimson Alliance is likely trying to trick you into leaving Giant Skeleton City. Zhao Tiedan had guessed this result long ago, and Quang Shi's explanation only confirmed it. There's a high possibility that Giant Skeleton City will be attacked, so I hope to do my part. The city lord sent him here this time, naturally because Zhao Tiedan fulfilled his responsibilities. When the allies sent out a distress signal, Zhao Tiedan immediately came to help Haoyue City, even though it was fake news. But this is a favor, so Quang Shi came over. Thank you for your hard work, brother Quang Shi. Zhao Tiedan did not refuse. This is also an opportunity to build good relationships with neighbors. Although he didn't ask for anything from Haoyue City, it was always a good idea to maintain good relations with it. Zhao Tiedan and Quang Shi immediately rushed back to Juzhai City. At this time, the Giant Skeleton City was in chaos, but the battle was over. Samu's ability is very strong. If Zhao Tiedan's real body were to fight him, he might really fail. But he happened to encounter the shadow of Zhao Tiedan, which just happened to restrain the ability of the three eyes. The giant turtle and the giant lobster have now been dealt with by Shadow. The strength of these two giant beasts is between the Void Spirit Realm and the Yuan Spirit Realm. If a strong person in the Void Spirit Realm faces them, he will have no way to deal with them. But if a strong person in the Yuan Spirit Realm faces them, he can easily solve them. Quang Shi saw the corpses of two abyss beasts, the giant turtle and the giant lobster, from afar. I thought to myself, it seems that the strength of the Giant Skeleton City is much stronger than I imagined. Being able to deal with these two abyss beasts shows that in addition to Zhao Tiedan, there is another powerful person with considerable strength. Although the chaos caused by the three eyes has ended, the Giant Skeleton City still suffered nearly 10,000 casualties. Zhao Tiedan's face turned dark, and Quang Chi felt a little embarrassed. Ultimately, this incident was also the fault of their Haoyue City. Brother Tiedan, this incident is our fault. If your Zhuhai City needs anything in the future, Haoyue City, and I will go all out and help you, even if it means death. Thanks, brother. Zhao Tiedan smiled. It was impossible for him not to blame Haoyue City. However, Haoyue City was not the culprit. Zhao Tiedan really hated the Crimson Alliance at this moment. Failed. Yi Baigu and Lei Zai were sitting together at this moment. The strength of Samu Gai is not weak. Even you and I are not sure of defeating him. Now he died in Juzhai City. The strength of that human is not simple. Lei Zai said in a muffled voice. Huh, Lei Zai, you really like to joke. Those guys in the Alliance don't know, but don't I know it? Yi Baigu is very old. He has lived for 10,000 years. This is what heroic spirits are like. If nothing unexpected happens, they will have a long lifespan. However, the body of the hero will also decay and is not truly eternal. Heroic spirits with a lifespan of 10,000 years are also extremely rare. After all, in the world of heroes, chaos is everywhere. Even if they don't die in battle, the bodies of most heroes will gradually decay after 2,000 or 3,000 years. Yi Baigu knew about thunder disasters, or rather, he had heard of them and was very familiar with the details of them. You alone can slaughter everyone in the Crimson Alliance, including me, so I can believe you when you say Sanmu is quite powerful. But don't you think it's hypocritical to say you're not sure of defeating him? Since you know me, you should know what happened to me. Even after what happened, you are still the strongest. At least in this Shadow Moon Coast, no one can match you. Even the Great Fong, I think he is a bit weaker than you. Lazai shook his head. I can fight to the death any strong man in Shadow Moon Coast, but I can never achieve the level of being invincible, as you said. As for you, you should have successfully reached the half-step Sky Realm, right? It was just luck. A smile appeared on Yi Baigu's face. He was one step closer to the Sky Realm, which was indeed something worth celebrating. However, lightning disasters remain a huge threat. Even though they are allies now, Lei Zai is too dangerous. From the first day he joined the Crimson Alliance, he had been on guard against thunderstorms. Even he didn't know what the real purpose of the thunder disaster was. He didn't believe that Lei Zai really wanted to help everyone break through to the Sky Realm. If everyone reaches the Sky Realm, then the Sky Realm will be worthless. Lei Zai is not a pushover, nor is he so generous as to selflessly help everyone break through the Sky Realm. Therefore, Yi Baigu was very sure that the thunder disaster must be brewing some conspiracy. But even though he had been investigating secretly, he could not find out the real purpose of the thunder disaster. However, I'm afraid that guy won't give up. Lei Zai said, what if he refuses to give up? Could he possibly strike back at us? Yi Baigu never took Zhao Tiedan seriously. I didn't take him seriously before, but now that he has reached the half-step Sky Realm, I take him even less seriously. A Yuanling realm cultivator is no threat to the Crimson Alliance at all. Although everyone in the Alliance feels that the Crimson Alliance is weaker than the Giant Fong Alliance. But now Yi Baigu himself has reached the half-step Sky Realm, and Lei Zai's strength is even more unfathomable, so he doesn't think that the Crimson Alliance is weaker than the Giant Fong Alliance. Although the Giant Fong Alliance has a large number of powerful people in the Yuanling realm, as long as the Giant Fong is defeated, the rest of the Giant Fong Alliance will be nothing more than a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs. One more Zhao Tiedan will not affect the overall situation at all. Just watch. That guy is not someone who is willing to suffer a loss. Lei Zai let out a strange laugh. And the facts turned out to be just as the thunderstorm had predicted. In recent days, Zhao Tiedan has been preparing for revenge against the Crimson Alliance. Because of the attack by the Crimson Alliance, nearly 10,000 people were killed in Giant Skeleton City, and his membership also decreased a lot. He just couldn't swallow this humiliation. But revenge on the Scarlet Alliance won't be easy. Basically, every member of the Giant Fong Alliance has a large family and a large business. The purpose of joining the Giant Fong Alliance is to protect their own forces and their own people. But the Crimson Alliance, their goal is blood sacrifice. The first to be sacrificed were precisely their own forces, their own towns and villages. So now almost all of them are alone, all gathered in the City of Bones. If it weren't for the fact that Whitebone City is now the base camp, the heroic spirits in Whitebone City would probably also be sacrificed in blood. These ruthless guys have no ties or relatives, so it is impossible for any force that wants to retaliate against them. And it is impossible for Zhao Tiedan to rush into the Whitebone City alone and start killing people. Zhao Tiedan does not have that ability. Trigger mission, destroy the Scarlet Church. Crimson God, 0 out of 1. Archbishop, 0 out of 1. Chief Judge, 0 out of 1. Crimson Preacher, 0 out of 12. Crimson Knights, 0 out of 1,000. Fanatic, 0/X. When Zhao Tiedan saw this task, he was a little surprised. Is there any relationship between the Scarlet Church and the Scarlet Alliance? Chapter 38. Zhao Tiedan studied it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out the Z, Wu, Mao, and Yu. Zhao Tiedan knew too little about the Crimson Alliance, so he had no idea what this mission had to do with it. But he is not in a hurry now. After all, he certainly cannot deal with the Crimson God now. No matter who the other person is, as long as he has the title of God, he is not a good person. Keep lifting weights. Although more than 100 members died last time, Fei Huang, Ling Wei, and Shi Quan brought more than 300 members to Zhao Tiedan. Now the number of members in the gym has exceeded 1,200. The physical fitness that can be fed back to Zhao Tiedan every day, plus the physical fitness bonus from Zhao Tiedan's daily weightlifting, reaches 100,000. This means that in 30 days, Zhao Tiedan's physical fitness may break through the 10 million mark. My best friend. When Zhao Tiedan saw the crocodile head, he knew that Kuang Shi had come. Crocodile head, why are you here? The leader of the Tusk Alliance has come with a message requesting all core members to go to Tusk City for an important matter. I'm here to inform you. What if I leave now and Giant Skeleton City is attacked again? Asked Zhao Tiedan. Although he has a shadow to stay behind, it is not absolutely safe. Take the last attack for example. Even with the shadows present, there were still nearly 10,000 casualties. There were less than 50,000 people in the Giant Skeleton City originally. It was an exaggeration to call it a city, but it could not withstand many upheavals. Don't worry, Tooth has the ability to jump through space. He can appear in any corner of Shadow Moon Coast in an instant. Zhao Tiedan was a little surprised. Then he is invincible? At least no one can kill him. He really has almost no rivals on the Shadow Moon Coast. He is at the half-step sky realm. Even in a head-on battle, almost no one can defeat him, let alone stop him. But even if he could teleport to any location on the Shadow Moon Coast, he wouldn't be able to know what's happening in Giant Skeleton City or even further away. Even a signal can't travel that far. Although I don't know how Giant Fong does it, he can indeed know what happened in almost all cities. Zhao Tiedan was a little curious about how this giant tooth delivered the message. Did he have a cell phone? Since the leader of the Alliance has a way to ensure the safety of Giant Skeleton City, then I will go to Giant Tooth City and see how this leader plans to deal with the Crimson Alliance. Although Zhao Tiedan left, he still left his shadow behind in case of emergency. On the way, Kuang Shi watched Zhao Tiedan lifting dumbbells. What is this? Oh, weapons, I'm practicing. Zhao Tiedan responded casually. Weapon? What a strange weapon. Kuang Shi looked at Zhao Tiedan's weapon. This dumbbell hammer didn't look like a hammer, and the hammer didn't look like a hammer. Could it really be used as a weapon? If I were to chop him with an axe and Zhao Tiedan used this thing to block it, would I be sure that my axe wouldn't chop his fingers off? Although he was curious, Kuang Chi would not underestimate Zhao Tiedan. After all, Zhao Tiedan had a good record in battle. He defeated 5 Yuanling realm powerhouses and killed 4 of them. Of course, Kuang Shi didn't know yet that there should be 5 Yuanling realm powerhouses killed by Zhao Tiedan. After all, although Sanmu died in Jusai City, few people knew that it was Zhao Tiedan who killed him. Zhao Tiedan lifts weights while walking. Why aren't you with your city lord? Zhao Tiedan asked curiously. Since the city lord didn't go, I will represent Haoyue City. Why not? Maybe I don't like it. Is your city lord stronger than you? Kuang Shi thought for a moment and replied. In some ways, the city lord is indeed very strong. What specific achievements? Hitting me is the same as hitting your son. That's really impressive. Zhao Tiedan wondered if he could treat Kuang Shi like a son. Then can Giant Fong treat you like a son? Cannot. Why? Is the lord of Haoyue City even more powerful than Giant Fong? No, because the city lord is my adoptive father, so he can really beat me like a son, and Giant Fong has nothing to do with me. Zhao Tiedan's face was filled with black lines. He really thought that the lord of Haoyue City was so powerful. Isn't there another person in the half-step sky realm on Shadow Moon Coast? It used to be there, but it's not there now. Dead or gone? Dead. All killed by the giant fangs, 6 of them. Killed all at once. Hearing Kuang Shi's words, Zhao Tiedan took a breath of cold air. This giant tooth is really a ruthless person. Even after fighting with 2 or 3 Yuanling realm masters, he was not sure he could escape unscathed. But Giant Tooth killed all 6 half-step sky realm cultivators at once. How terrifying is this strength? With the strength of the Great Fong, it shouldn't be difficult to unify the Shadow Moon Coast, right? In fact, it was the Great Fong who prevented the unification of Shadow Moon Coast. Back then, the 6 half-step sky realm experts formed a group to discuss the unification with the Great Fong, but they were all killed by the Great Fong. Since then, no one has dared to talk about unification. Why? I don't know. Kuang Shi shook his head. Although Zhao Tiedan was curious, he was helpless. The strength of Giant Tooth was beyond his current ability to guess. Both of them were running at a fast pace. Although not at full speed, they could still walk at least 300 kilometers in an hour. We passed through several cities along the way, but we just passed by them without entering. It was not until noon the next day that Zhao Tiedan finally saw the Great Fong City. The scale of Giant Tooth City is countless times larger than Giant Skeleton City. Just looking at the area it covers, it is dozens of times that of Giant Skeleton City. Standing on a high place and looking around, you can't even see the border of Giant Tooth City. The Great Tooth City is not built on the coast, but is dozens of kilometers away from the coast. Zhao Tiedan estimated that the giant-toothed city might have a population of tens of millions. This scale is probably comparable to the Holy Spirit City. What impressed Zhao Tiedan the most was the Holy Spirit City. Although he lived there for a short time, the grandeur of the Holy Spirit City, the towering Tower of Babel, the magnificent palace, the city walls that looked like piles of white jade, and the mysterious tower shining with brilliant light, all left a fresh impression on Zhao Tiedan. The Holy Spirit City gave Zhao Tiedan a feeling of transcendence, while the giant-toothed city in front of him gave Zhao Tiedan a sense of fireworks, ordinary but very real. What's Megatusk's personality like? I don't know. I've never seen him. Kwang Shi shook his head. But we are his allies after all. He shouldn't do anything to us. The two walked side by side into the giant-toothed city, which was much more prosperous than the giant skeleton city. It was here that Zhao Tiedan felt the real business. When Zhao Tiedan heard the name Juya before, he always thought that the other party was a rough man. But if he was just a reckless man, he would never be able to manage the giant Fong city in such an orderly manner. Is there anything missing in your Haoyue city? Zhao Tiedan asked. Psychic coin. Hashtag. Chapter 39. The two came to the city lord's mansion and stood outside the mansion, but they didn't see any tall buildings inside. After explaining his identity to the guard at the door, the guard took Zhao Tiedan into the city lord's mansion. The vegetation in the city lord's mansion is lush and it feels like a forest. Apart from the constructed roads, there are few buildings. Walk all the way to the deepest part, where there is a waterfall and a pool of water under the waterfall. Lord City Lord, Zhao Tiedan from Juke City and Kwang Chi from Haoyue City request to see you. The guard shouted towards the pool. Gurgle. At this moment, bubbles began to appear under the pool. A big head emerged from under the pool. Zhao Tiedan and Kwang Shi originally looked down at the pool, then gradually raised their heads and watched the big head getting higher and higher. Zhao Tiedan and Kwang Shi both gasped, so tall. The tallest heroic spirits Zhao Tiedan had ever seen were from the Titan tribe. The 5-meter height of the Demon King made Zhao Tiedan look up to him. But the tall heroic spirit in front of him was at least 10 meters tall. After seeing what was between the giant's legs, Zhao Tiedan felt inexplicably inferior. I've tricked 2 more idiots. Juya showed a malicious smile, with 2 rows of sharp teeth in his big mouth. At the same time, the pressure from his body instantly enveloped Zhao Tiedan and Kwang Shi. Kwang Shi's body froze, and this terrifying aura instantly suppressed his strength. Zhao Tiedan's face changed. He also felt the overwhelming sense of oppression, but it didn't affect him much. Zhao Tiedan immediately took out the dumbbells, looked at the giant tooth vigilantly, and at the same time released his own aura to repel the giant tooth's pressure. Oh, Jia looked at Zhao Tiedan. I'm really surprised that you're close to the half-step sky realm. Who are you? Zhao Tiedan did not let down his guard and was ready to fight at any time. Zhao Tiedan. So it's you. I've heard of you. The giant tooth's pressure suddenly subsided, and he said with a smile, those guys were scared to death by me before, and you are the only one who was not intimidated by me. After regaining his freedom, Kwang Shi gasped for breath. The feeling just now was so terrifying. He felt that Giant Fong didn't even need to attack directly and could kill him with just the pressure. Zhao Tiedan's eyes were calm. How was this pressure released? Recalling the feeling of the pressure released by Giant Fong just now. Suddenly, Zhao Tiedan thought of something, condensed his aura, and released it. Call. Kwang Shi beside him was suddenly shocked and retreated a few steps. At the same time, goosebumps appeared all over his body, and he looked at Zhao Tiedan in horror. Giant Fong showed a look of surprise. Hey, you actually touched the threshold of the half-step sky realm. Zhao Tiedan looked at the Giant Fong in front of him. The Giant Fong released its pressure again and pressed towards Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan did not give in at all and also released his pressure. In an instant, in front of Zhao Tiedan and Giant Tooth, 2 forces of pressure collided. The pool seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand. Kwang Shi took a few steps back. The feeling was so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit out yesterday's meal. You are still too young. Jia grinned, and the pressure on his body burst out with all his strength. The pressure on Zhao Tiedan dissipated in an instant, and Zhao Tiedan was also pushed back a few steps. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan felt that his physical condition seemed to be affected by the pressure, and it dropped by at least 20%. This gave Zhao Tiedan a deeper understanding of Megalodon's strength. However, Jia did not target Zhao Tiedan anymore and took the initiative to withdraw his pressure. Very good, very good. You have worked hard on the journey. Go and rest. We will have a banquet in the evening. Giant Tooth waved his hand and said. At this time, Zhao Tiedan suddenly noticed that the guard who had led the way earlier had been standing not far away, and he was not affected by the pressure from himself and Giant Fong. This guard is also a strong man. Zhao Tiedan couldn't help but look at the guards a few more times. The guard's eyes were calm, as if he completely ignored Zhao Tiedan's gaze. The guards took Zhao Tiedan and Quang Shi out of the city lord's mansion and arranged for them to live in a mansion. This mansion looks like a place where people live, unlike the city lord's mansion, which is full of vegetation and trees. Here, the first acquaintance Zhao Tiedan met was Nina. "Yo, Avatar." Nina also saw Zhao Tiedan and came forward. "Sir, you called me Avatar last time. Do I look like a friend of yours named Avatar?" "I guess so. We're quite familiar with each other." Zhao Tiedan looked at Nina. There are many people living in this mansion, and all of them are powerful Yuanling realm masters. Nina arranged Zhao Tiedan and Quang Shi in a small courtyard. Then he went about his own business. "Crocodile Head, how many Yuanling realm are there in Giant Fong City?" "I don't know, but the Giant Fong City is very strong anyway." Quang Shi looked at Zhao Tiedan with shining eyes. "I didn't expect you to be at the half-step sky realm, but you have to be careful with the Giant Fong." "Why?" "He killed so many half-stepped Songqiong realm cultivators, perhaps because he was worried that someone would threaten him. Now that you have reached half-stepped Songqiong realm, there's no guarantee that he won't want to destroy you. You're overthinking it. I'm not a threat to his strength." Zhao Tiedan knew very well that with his current strength, he had no chance of winning against the giant tooth. Just that pressure alone suppressed 20% of his strength. It is conceivable how terrifying he would be if he used his full strength. However, Zhao Tiedan had just figured out how to release the pressure. As long as he could resist the pressure from the giant tooth, he would not be suppressed. While Zhao Tiedan and Quang Shi were chatting in the courtyard, a man came to the entrance outside the courtyard. This person had several colorful feathers on his head, and his face was painted with oil paint, making him look like an Indian. His arms were so thin that they almost touched the ground, and his eyes were cloudy, as if he was blind. The man entered the courtyard and turned his head stiffly to look at Zhao Tiedan and Quang Shi. "I am weak, acquainted, and happy." A few short words echoed in Zhao Tiedan and Quang Shi's minds. Zhao Tiedan thought of the water beast he had encountered before, which was also able to communicate mentally. However, the mental communication with the person in front of me was too brief. Zhao Tiedan and Quang Shi looked at each other. Although the other party's communication method was a bit strange, since the other party expressed goodwill, they would not offend him for no reason. "I'm Zhao Tiedan, from Giant Skeleton City." "Crazy how US City." Su sat in front of the two of them, raised his arm, and a gray smoke floated out of his palm, which turned into a table of food and drinks. "What is this?" Zhao Tiedan looked at Su Lu's move in surprise. Extraordinary power, reality, and illusion. Zhao Tiedan was more and more surprised. This was the most special and magical supernatural power he had ever seen. "Edible. I wonder what brings you to us." Zhao Tiedan didn't say anything. After all, he didn't know if there would be any side effects after eating this thing. "I am weak, my friend. The city of emptiness, shelter." Chapter 40. Zhao Tiedan and Quang Shi exchanged a glance. "Not really." The Su in front of him was at least at the Yuanling realm. "You can't even protect yourself, right?" Don't look at the fact that Zhao Tiedan slaughtered 5 Yuanling realm masters. That was a record he won by risking his life. "Su, personally, I'm happy to acknowledge you as my friend, but we belong to 2 different factions, and I need to consider my people. If it's a small favor within my ability, I'll help. But in some matters, I still need to give priority to Giant Skeleton City." "Me too." Quang Shi was not good at rejecting people, so he responded along with Zhao Tiedan's words. But Zhao Tiedan changed the subject. "This isn't absolute. Sometimes, friendship isn't as strong as the bonds of mutual benefit. When our interests are tied together, if you die, my interests will be damaged. In that case, I will definitely do my best to help you. Don't you agree?" Su thought about it and nodded. "Yes. Our village has a small amount of holy abyss grass for sale, as well as star energy coins. I wonder if you would accept them." Su and Quang Shi nodded at the same time. Both of them are hard currencies. Holy abyss grass is equivalent to the hard-covered deluxe version of psychic energy coin. It has the same function, but its value is 100 times that of star energy coin. There is no need to say more about star energy coin. This thing has a market, but no demand. The Crimson Alliance is doing nothing but creating special star energy coins through blood sacrifice. We in Haoyue City have Moonstar Stone, which can amplify spiritual energy. Empty City, Dark Sand. The 3 of them discussed the tripartite trade. Although Su was not good at communication, he could always express his ideas and intentions in a concise manner. All 3 cities brought out their best products, and after such discussions, some commercial and military cooperation was actually achieved. Although Su is in the Yuanling realm, he is not good at fighting, which is why he seeks asylum. But the Su are a very special race, the Mist clan. He is not a flesh and blood life, nor a metal life like Guanghui, but an elemental life. He was born in the mist, rarer than metal life. Even his current physical features were transformed by him. From the communication, we learned that he was simulating the physical characteristics of an unknown race. As for what race he was, he himself couldn't tell. The Mist tribe is not stupid, but simple. They rarely communicate with other races and do not understand the ways of the world. Su is like this. Communicating with him requires a little thought, but it is not complicated. In fact, Zhao Tiedan has always been pessimistic about the Tusk Alliance. Compared with the Crimson Alliance, the Tusk Alliance is too loose. The Crimson Alliance is a collective with common interests, and every member has given up his own family business, which is like joining the Liangshan bandits, and there is no way back. Although the Giant Fang Alliance has the rule of offensive and defensive alliances, this is the only rule. A group that is held together solely by rules will eventually fall apart, and this rule is not yet binding. This is also the reason why Zhao Tiedan is willing to make friends with Guangshi and Su, so that the giant skeleton city can be safer through small groups. Through interests, the three parties are bound more closely. Of course, this also means that if fighting breaks out in the other two cities, he will have to put in more effort. In the Giant Fang Alliance, violating the agreement of the offensive and defensive alliance will result in being kicked out of the alliance at most. However, if the agreement is violated when interests are tied together, then Giant Skeleton City will lose its business reputation. In the evening, Nina came again and was surprised to see the three of them chatting in the courtyard. After Su came here, he hardly communicated with other people. How did he get together with these two reckless men? Three of you. The city lord invites all alliance members to attend the banquet. The three of them stood up immediately. Not only the three of them, but also more than a dozen Yuanling realm experts followed Nina to the banquet. Before he even walked out of the mansion gate, a two-headed heroic spirit suddenly blocked Su's way. Hey, are you Su? I heard that there is dark sand in your territory, and I just need some. After this party is over, send a ton of dark sand to my gem city. The two-headed heroic spirit said in a domineering tone. At this moment, two powerful arms suddenly crossed and placed on the shoulders of the two-headed heroic spirit. I heard that you are rich in gems. I just happen to be short of tens of thousands of gems to decorate my palace. Do you mind giving me some? Zhao Tiedan asked viciously. Brother, I'm short of money. Do you mind giving me some psychic coins? Asked Guangshi. Who are you? Asked the two-headed heroic spirit angrily. He suddenly felt the two arms on his shoulders suddenly increase their strength, and the bones in his shoulders seemed to be crushed. You don't even know me? Then you'd better remember clearly. I, Zhao Tiedan of Giant Skeleton City, have slaughtered 15 Yuanling realm powerhouses and am known as the Corpse Crusher. I, Quang Chi from Haoyue City, unfortunately once fought against the Giant Fang leader. Although I was defeated by him, I still escaped unscathed. I am known as the Blood Slaughterer. Have I ever offended you too? The two-headed heroic spirit swallowed his saliva. These two ruffians didn't look like good people. We just divided up the dark sand of Shuqing, and now you're suddenly trying to snatch it from me. Tell me, are you doing this on purpose? I have no idea. You can rob me without knowing anything? Do you look down on me? What do you two want? It's simple. Either you compensate us with 10,000 psychic coins, or we split your heads apart. You alone. Guangshi pinched the left side of his head with his big hand. Me alone. Zhao Tiedan's hand was also rubbing the right side of his head. Wait, why are both yours? Don't worry about these details. Zhao Tiedan suddenly grabbed the back of the two-headed heroic spirit's neck and said, Make your choice. I am willing to compensate. Be good. Don't wait for us to come and collect the debt. Take the initiative to send the compensation to Jusue City and Haoyue City. I dare not. The two-headed heroic spirit wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had heard of this rookie before, the shame of the Yuanling realm. That's why I wanted to get some benefits from Su, but who knew I would meet these two reckless men? He is even more greedy than him, and also extremely cruel. Nina, who was walking in front, of course knew what was happening behind, but she pretended to see and hear nothing. Finally, led by Nina, everyone arrived at the banquet. Giant Tooth was sitting cross-legged on the ground, but even with his legs crossed, he was still taller than everyone else. Everyone is like a little mouse in front of the Giant Tooth. The reason I've called you all here this time is not just for you to meet and get to know each other, but also for another very important matter. Chief, what's the matter? I already know how they attracted the abyssal beasts and sea beasts. Chapter 41. Jia took out a porcelain bottle and casually handed it to everyone, and the bottle floated in front of them. This is the blood of destruction. Some people at the scene understood, while others looked confused, as not everyone knew about the blood of destruction. What is the blood of destruction? 100 years ago, a behemoth from the abyss advanced to the sky realm. Its name was Ruined. After reaching the sky realm, Ruined was attacked by all the abyssal behemoths and sea beasts within 100,000 kilometers of the ocean. That battle dyed the entire ocean a bloody mess. Countless corpses of sea beasts and abyssal behemoths drifted on the surface of the sea. Ruined eventually died of exhaustion. As he spoke, Giant Fong's gaze fell on Zhao Tiedan again. The damaged skeleton is still in Giant Skeleton City, which is how Giant Skeleton City got its name. Zhao Tiedan immediately thought of the 10,000-meter-long giant beast skeleton. I didn't expect that it was actually the skeleton of a giant beast from the sky realm abyss. No wonder it could grow so huge. The damaged flesh and blood were eaten up by the remaining sea beasts and abyss beasts. However, as long as the abyss beasts and sea beasts had eaten the damaged flesh and blood, their fate was the same. They all died in a short period of time, and a pool of blood would be left behind. The blood would attract other abyss beasts and sea beasts to devour them, and then they would die again, turning into blood again, and the cycle would begin again, said Giant Fong. This is the origin of the blood of destruction. This bottle contains the purified blood of destruction. Simply smash the bottle, and even if it's 100 miles away, nearby sea beasts and abyssal beasts will come to fight for it. What do you think these brainless beasts want? Guangshi sneered. It's nothing more than wanting to use the blood of destruction to advance, but the ambition is as high as the sky, and the life is as fragile as paper. Zhao Tiedan said in a low voice. This blood of destruction must contain the opportunity to ascend to the sky realm, and the instinct of animals drives them to seize the blood of destruction. When everyone heard Zhao Tiedan's words, they couldn't help but feel a little hopeful. Could it be that this blood of destruction really has the ability to allow a living being to ascend to the sky realm? I don't know about that, but anyone interested in this blood of destruction can take the pure blood in this bottle for research. Giant Fong said generously, back to the point. Although I don't know how the Crimson Alliance obtained the blood of destruction, their number must be small. Moreover, even if they summoned abyssal behemoths and sea beasts, they would not be able to truly control them. So if they used this trick on the front battlefield, although it would disrupt the existing situation, it might not be able to reverse it. Chief, did you call so many of us here just for this blood of mutilation? That's not all, Great Fong said. Now that the Crimson Alliance has retreated to Bone City, we will consolidate all the forces on the Shadow Moon Coast. Within the Great Fong Alliance, the forces of each core member will expand outward, leaving no gaps. Of course, after you occupy the territory, you must also ensure the security of the territory. You can't just occupy the land and then ignore the Crimson Alliance. Zhao Tiedan couldn't help but admire Zhu Ye's brain. Giant Fong's move is like cutting off the source of the problem. The main business of the Crimson Alliance is the blood sacrifice of heroes. Now Giant Fong wants to cut off all the businesses of the Crimson Alliance and force the Crimson Alliance to start a decisive battle with them. Giant Fong obviously realized that the structure of the Giant Fong Alliance was loose, and the longer the alliance existed, the more likely it would collapse, so he planned to cut the Gordian knot. Zhao Tiedan thought about it. Jusue City bordered Haoyue City to the south, and the relationship between the two was currently in a honeymoon period, so there was no need to expand. Haoyue City would not seek death either. After all, he was recognized by Jia himself as a half-step sky realm. There is still room for expansion to the north, but the population of Giant Skeleton City is too large, and there will be internal problems. In fact, there are already some problems with the Giant Skeleton City. The population of Giant Skeleton City is 40,000, but its industry is too single. If there are no pillar industries, then Giant Skeleton City will have big problems, let alone development, and even survival will become a big problem. Although there are two products, Star Energy Coin and Holy Abyss Grass, the output is not high and cannot become a pillar industry. I have to discuss this with Guangwei later, and ask what the characteristics of each world are, and then make industrial adjustments. One last thing. I'm planning to choose a deputy leader. Who do you think is suitable? Zhao Tiedan shrank his body and hid behind Quang Chi as much as possible. He vaguely sensed that Giant Fong's eyes were sweeping over him. If it was any force, he would be happy to be the second in command. But why would a loose alliance do such a thankless task if there is no benefit? Becoming a deputy leader requires you to contribute more in battle. In addition, our Great Fong City can provide the coordinates of a small world. Once you reach a contract with the intelligent race of this world, You will be able to obtain a large amount of psychic energy. Everyone was moved upon hearing this, the whole world. Even though this is a small world, it can still gain a lot of spiritual energy. Of course, the more contracts a heroic spirit has, the more power will be distributed, so the number of contracts is also limited. I can guarantee that this small world's intelligent race has a population of over 100 million. They also meet the contract requirements. Besides me, no one else knows the coordinates. However, if anyone accidentally finds the coordinates of that small world in the future, I won't be responsible. Giant Tooth said, I already have enough contractors, so I don't need any more, and I won't rashly sign a contract with anyone from that small world. I recommend myself and am willing to take on more responsibilities for the Alliance. A heroic spirit stood up, his voice firm and powerful. I am still qualified. What qualifications do you losers have? I am the only one qualified to be the deputy leader. In an instant, the scene was in chaos. Everyone was arguing with red faces and ears, and they were about to fight if they disagreed. At this moment, a terrifying pressure instantly filled the entire banquet hall. Everyone was silent and trembling all over. Juya's eyes swept over everyone present and finally landed on Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan from Juke City is the only one who can withstand my pressure. Anyone who disagrees can challenge him to a duel. Zhao Tiedan sighed. He couldn't escape after all. Giant Tooth was putting himself on the fire. But he was also very interested in that small world. Since Giant Tooth had set him up, there was no need for him to hide it anymore. Zhao Tiedan walked from behind Quang Chi to the center of the banquet hall. Anyone who has objections can come out. At this moment, the two-headed heroic spirit stood up and said, I don't accept it. Apparently, after being blackmailed by Zhao Tiedan and Quang Shi, he had finally come to his senses. Now that I have this opportunity, I plan to get back at him. Chapter 42. Previously, the two-headed heroic spirit faced Zhao Tiedan, Quang Shi, and a hollow. Although Su was weak, he was still in the Yuanling realm. In addition, Zhao Tiedan and Quang Shi were two reckless men, so he really didn't dare to stab them. Now there was only Zhao Tiedan, and he bravely came up. Zhao Tiedan laughed, and his laughter gradually became distorted and perverted. The two-headed heroic spirit is named Yuan. Although it has one consciousness, it possesses two extraordinary powers and can release two extraordinary powers at the same time. The left head has the power of corrosion, and the right head has the gaze of the abyss. The moment he stood in front of Zhao Tiedan, Yuan suddenly spat at Zhao Tiedan with the left side of his head. Zhao Tiedan turned his body to the side to avoid the saliva. He looked at the place where the saliva fell and saw a hole. The hole was getting bigger and bigger, and soon it became a hole several meters wide. Zhao Tiedan was immediately furious when he saw this. At this moment, Yuan's right head and eyes suddenly stared at Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan's body suddenly stiffened, and Yuan spat at Zhao Tiedan again with the left side of his head. This time the saliva was pure black. Zhao Tiedan's eyes suddenly widened, and his originally solidified body instantly lost its restraints and avoided Yuan's saliva again. This time, Zhao Tiedan narrowly avoided the saliva. After the saliva missed his target, it immediately turned into black mist and attacked Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan immediately rushed towards Yuan and gave him a youth-destroying kick, knocking out all the food he had eaten. Yuan rolled on the ground for a few rounds before Juya finally spoke. All right. Step back. This battle was not very formal. Yuan did not show his true strength, and Zhao Tiedan also stopped at the appropriate time. However, the gap between the two sides is still quite obvious. At this moment, Zhao Tiedan was immersed in the moment when he was freed from control just now, as if he had grasped some opportunity. But that moment was too short, and Zhao Tiedan was never able to find that feeling again. Giant Fong spoke up. Zhao Tiedan once slaughtered 4 core members of the Crimson Alliance. Now he's the deputy leader. Who has any objections? Zhao Tiedan only defeated one Yuan and failed to convince the others. After all, such a small venue does not give them real room to display their skills. The fight between the two sides just now could only be considered a minor skirmish. However, after hearing that Zhao Tiedan had killed 4 core members of the Crimson Alliance, their mentality changed. At least Zhao Tiedan is not a weakling, and his record is impressive enough. So no one jumped out to cause trouble at this moment. Chief, what do I, the deputy chief, need to do? There's nothing special you need to do. Just help as many times as you can. If any of your allies are attacked, help them as much as you can. What Juya said is as good as nothing. This vague statement of put in more effort is the most troublesome. Zhao Tiedan was more willing to clarify the scope of his responsibilities, what he needed to do and what he did not need to do. Everyone else goes first. Zhao Tiedan, you stay. After everyone left, Giant Fong said, Zhao Tiedan, do you know why I left you alone? Is it because I'm kind? Huh? Juya grinned. His fangs were really scary to look at. You seem to have awakened the freedom. What do you mean? Zhao Tiedan asked in surprise. The Sky Realm possesses many incredible abilities, and freedom is one of them. Is it a characteristic? No, it should be considered instinct. Giant Fong said. The effect of being unrestrained is that it is not bound by any control ability and will not be affected by any mental ability. But I'm not in the Sky Realm. The half-stepped Songqiong realm is also somewhat related to the Songqiong realm. Occasionally, a half-stepped Songqiong realm will awaken some abilities of the Songqiong realm. Zhao Tiedan didn't ask whether Giant Fong had awakened, but he guessed in his heart that it was probably awakened. I know what you were guessing. Just as you thought, I have also awakened, and I possess all the abilities of the Sky Realm. Zhao Tiedan took a breath of cold air. This giant tooth was too wild. All the abilities of the Sky Realm. Even if he is not yet a true Sky Realm, he is probably not far from the Sky Realm. I fell from the Sky Realm. Giant Tooth once again revealed a shocking secret. Zhao Tiedan was so shocked that he felt dizzy and his ears were ringing. Giant Fong continued, I made you the deputy leader because once the war with the Crimson Alliance begins, you will be the main force. The leader is countless times stronger than me. I'm not qualified to be the main fighting force. I need to deal with Lei Zai, the leader of the Crimson Alliance. He, like me, has fallen from the Sky Realm to a lower realm. He also possesses all the abilities of the Sky Realm and is no weaker than me. When will the war begin? The Crimson Alliance can't wait too long, or rather, the Thunder disaster can't wait too long. The decisive battle won't be too late. Why did you and Lei Zai fall down a great realm? Zhao Tiedan asked. This has nothing to do with this war, said the Giant Tooth. However, if I die in this war, you will become the only person in the Shadow Moon Coast who has reached the half-step Sky Realm. Don't think about unifying the Shadow Moon Coast. That would bring about a huge disaster. Can you please stop playing charades? Then do you know the Blood Red Society? I don't know. I've only been in Shadow Moon Coast for less than a year. After a long silence, Giant Tooth finally raised his head, with a bit more determination in his eyes. 8,000 years ago, the Shadow Moon Coast was the territory of the Crimson Society, and a demigod emerged from this Crimson Society. Lei Zai and I both participated in that war, and we were damaged in it, our power levels plummeting from the Sky Realm. In that war, we ultimately dismembered and sealed the Crimson Society demigod. This seal requires the blood of living beings to maintain, so the Shadow Moon Coast needs chaos and war. What realm is a demigod? Is it above the Sky Realm? I don't know. In that war, both Lei Zai and I were just cannon fodder. We weren't even qualified to intervene in the front lines. Even though we were thousands of miles away from the core battlefield, we were severely affected. Can the blood of living beings only be obtained through war? I've tried other methods, such as hunting large numbers of sea beasts and abyssal monsters, but I couldn't sustain it for long. Chief, have you heard of the Scarlet Church? I haven't heard of it. It seems to be related to the Scarlet Alliance. Zhao Tiedan was a little disappointed, but was this blood-red color related to the Scarlet Church and the Crimson Alliance? Since Lei Zai was a participant in that war, has he betrayed his previous position? Are there still powerful people above the Sky Realm? Existence. Above the Sky Realm is the infinite realm, an immeasurable existence. However, on the Shadow Moon Coast, half a step into the Sky Realm is already the limit. Why? Is it because the environment doesn't allow it? Or is there some other reason? Neither. It's because those who have reached the Sky Realm have all left the Shadow Moon Coast. I still don't understand why. To exist in the Sky Realm, one must either form a powerful force of their own or join a superpower. Shadow Moon Coast doesn't have these conditions. Unless they are here to retire, it's impossible for them to stay in Shadow Moon Coast. Chapter 43. Back in the courtyard where they lived, Kuang Shi and Su were still waiting for Zhao Tiedan to return. How is it? Did you fight with Giant Tooth? Kuang Shi asked immediately. Nothing much, just some of his love history. Do you want to listen? No. Kuang Shi is naive, but not stupid. He knows exactly what he can listen to and what he cannot. I'll be back almost tomorrow. Su felt a little disappointed as it was rare for him to make two friends. He was very touched when Zhao Tiedan and Kuang Shi stood up for him before. I somehow feel like the time we spent together was too short. Once the matter of the Crimson Alliance is resolved, the three of us can visit each other. Zhao Tiedan seemed to sense Su's emotions and said comfortingly, the three of them all have their own responsibilities. Unless the matter of the Crimson Alliance is resolved, no one can visit with peace of mind. Who knows if the Crimson Alliance will destroy your home village as soon as you leave the house? Su, Zhao Tiedan and Quan Shi were not on the same path, and they parted ways halfway through the journey. Zhao Tiedan of Giant Skeleton City has become the deputy leader of the Giant Fong Alliance. Both Lei Zai and Yi Baigu were surprised by this incident. They had little information on Zhao Tiedan, only that he had been in Shadow Moon Coast for less than a year. In less than a year, he had already gained considerable power and had now become their greatest enemy. Kill him, Lei Zai said. It's not easy to kill him, Yi Baigu said, unless you and I take action. Lung Feng's abilities are quite good. When he reported to me earlier, he said that he could briefly control Zhao Tiedan. That's right. Yi Baigu nodded. He also agreed with this point. If he had not been promoted to the half-step sky realm, he might not be able to deal with Lung Feng. Lung Feng's freezing ability is average, but his control ability is first class. But he alone is not enough. Yi Baigu said again. Lei Zai thought for a moment and said, not many people can gain the recognition of Giant Fong. I'm afraid that Zhao Tiedan cannot be dealt with by 1 or 2 people. Then he should be strangled. If an enemy like this attacks, he must be killed instantly. He must not be given a chance to recover. How about you do it yourself? I only know how to fight Giant Fong. Others are not worthy. Or, how about leaving Zhao Tiedan to me and you deal with Giant Fong? Yi Baigu's expression couldn't help but change. If he just wanted to restrain Juya, he still had some confidence. But when it comes to dealing with Giant Fong, he is really not good enough. The entire Shadow Moon Coast knows about the terrible record of the Great Fong. It is simply not comparable to him, a newly promoted half-step sky realm. So, you want me to deal with Zhao Tiedan myself? As the deputy leader of the Giant Fong Alliance, I have the qualifications for you to personally take action. I'm going to bring a few more helpers. What? Are you unsure about dealing with Zhao Tiedan? You also said that once we attack, we must crush him to death. We absolutely cannot give him any chance to come back. Then do as you say, Lei Zai said in a light tone. If it is a comparison of status, the second-in-command of the Crimson Alliance against the second-in-command of the Giant Fong Alliance is indeed a good match. However, Lei Zai knew that Yi Baigu was always cautious, and he would be the first to run away even if there was a little danger. With his strength, why would he need help to deal with Zhao Tiedan? It's simply because he is afraid of complications. If there is any trap, he can escape at the first time. The people he brings with him are more like scapegoats than helpers. These days, Lung Feng has been thinking about how to avenge Finshin. However, he had to face the reality of the gap in strength. Just when Lung Feng was getting stuck in a rut, Yi Baigu found Lung Feng. Lung Feng, your chance for revenge has come. When Lung Feng heard what Yi Baigu said, he almost jumped up with excitement. Are you serious? Pick 5 more people you think are strong enough to go with me to Giant Skeleton City. Lung Feng clenched his fists. With Yi Baigu leading the team, plus 5 Yuanling realm powerhouses, this operation was successful. After Zhao Tiedan returned to Giant Skeleton City, he summoned Feather Falcon, Blood Dog, Fierce Tiger, Squid One, and Glory. I have the coordinates of a small world in my hand, which I got from Giant Fong. Who among you wants to develop a contractor in that world? What is the specific situation of that small world? How strong is it? That world is called the White Moon Continent. Its land area is approximately 10 times that of the Shadow Moon Coast, and its ocean area is twice that of the land area. There are 4 intelligent races: the primordial humans, the origin beasts, the demon devourers, and the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan and the demon devourers each have their own complete nation, while the primordial humans and the origin beasts have numerous nations, both large and small. However, the primordial humans and the origin beasts possess the strongest overall strength. The political environment is complex, with internal conflicts among the races and external conflicts. The situation on the White Moon Continent is likely even more chaotic than our Shadow Moon Coast. Zhao Tiedan paused, then continued. In this small world, the strongest being is probably around the true spirit realm, and that's the upper limit. Therefore, none of you can descend in your true form. Everyone looked at each other. No one spoke. Tiedan, tell me what you think. To the intelligent races of that world, we are all considered gods. So my opinion is that each of us should choose a spokesperson in that world and then develop our own power. The spokesperson in that world, whether cooperative or hostile, has nothing to do with our current relationship. Even if our forces in that world fight each other or even eliminate each other's forces, it cannot involve actual relations. Zhao Tiedan said, I have no objection. That's fine with me. Me too. The coordinates of this small world were obtained by Zhao Tiedan, and Zhao Tiedan was also their backbone. So Zhao Tiedan had already made the decision and they had no right to object. Afterwards, everyone discussed some details and the matter was settled. Zhao Tiedan also plans to find a contractor in that world, but Zhao Tiedan has no need for psychic energy. so he doesn't plan to find many contractors for the time being. As for how many contractors they could find, Zhao Tiedan didn't care. As long as they didn't play any tricks like destroying the world, everyone could play however they wanted. Zhao Tiedan suddenly thought that he and others treated the White Moon continent as a playground, and they were like gods. So, in the face of a more powerful world and a more powerful existence, would their heroic spirit realm be the same? Those so-called gods might also be powerful beings from other worlds. This was also Zhao Tiedan's first attempt, but Yu Falcon was a veteran and he had more than one contractor, so he first gave Zhao Tiedan some pointers from the side. First, mix a trace of my spiritual power with my own strength and release it, then send it into the void chaos. I understand mental power, how to mix my own powers. Oh, by the way, you don't seem to have awakened your extraordinary powers. Yu Falcon also had a headache. It can be said that he has witnessed Zhao Tiedan's growth. Although he has not awakened any extraordinary powers, he has a growth rate that is beyond people's expectations. Try to mix your own blood and spiritual power. That's what I did before I awakened my extraordinary powers. Zhao Tiedan succeeded on his first try. After his mental power and blood mixed together, it seemed to form a very special existence, which was somewhat connected to him, like an extension of his limbs. Send the spirit body into the void. How do you send it? The void is right beside you. You can't sense it, but your spirit can. There are many tiny holes around you. Those holes are the passages into the void. After several attempts, Zhao Tiedan finally succeeded in sending the spiritual body into the void. The reason why the void is called void chaos is that there is nothing in it except chaotic energy. Chaos energy can destroy everything. Whether it is matter or living things, they will disintegrate instantly, but it is harmless to spiritual bodies. Imagine the coordinates. Void coordinates are like pages of a book. As long as there are pages, you can easily find the content you want to read. There are countless worlds stacked one upon the other, with billions and billions of them, which are incalculable. Even gods cannot find a specific world without coordinates. If one searches for the past world by world, one will either find a desolate world or a world more terrifying than the gods themselves. However, void coordinates are simpler than book pages. Void coordinates will guide the spiritual body into the designated world. Finally, under Yu Falcon's guidance, Zhao Tiedan's spirit body finally found the White Moon continent. Chapter 44. Zhao Tiedan's spirit body is on the outskirts of the White Moon continent. Once he enters the White Moon continent, his spirit body will quickly dissipate. The best way is for someone from the White Moon continent to use their spirit body to enter the void chaos, and then their spirit bodies will sign a contract. But this kind of thing is like a lottery. You can only encounter it by chance. Zhao Tiedan directly entered the White Moon continent with his spiritual body, and his spiritual body began to rapidly annihilate. This is what spiritual bodies are like. They can travel freely in the void and chaos, but they are quickly annihilated under the rules of the world. This is also the protection of the world's rules for this world. If a spiritual body breaks into one's world and destroys it wantonly, most worlds will be destroyed by some powerful spiritual bodies. Moreover, spiritual bodies are invisible and intangible and can only make judgments based on spiritual perception. Even if they enter a world, it is difficult for them to do anything wrong. Zhao Tiedan felt that his spirit body might not be able to survive in the White Moon continent for even 10 minutes. At this moment, Zhao Tiedan felt a new life form. Regardless of its race, he signed a contract first. The spirit body immediately connected with the new life form. Are you willing to sign a contract with me? Yeehaw. The spiritual body felt that this life form was too young and did not understand anything at all, so it directly used its mental power to imprint the contents of the contract into the mind of the life form. The life form babbled and called out, and Zhao Tiedan felt that his spiritual body was gradually disintegrating under the rules of the world. Just when Zhao Tiedan thought that his efforts were in vain, the life form accepted the contract. Daddy. At this time, Zhao Tiedan's spirit body finally stopped disintegrating, and Zhao Tiedan also saw the appearance of his first contractor clearly. This is a dirty little baby who looks to be about 1 year old, and the little baby is currently in a valley. The little baby seemed to be lost here, or perhaps was simply abandoned here. If someone bullies you in the future, just call me. Oh, suddenly, a beast roared in the distance. It seemed that this was not the first time the little kid heard this roar. He was so scared that he went straight into a tree hole. Ouch, ouch. The sound of a wild beast came from outside the tree hole. The beast seemed to be digging the ground, as if trying to dig open the tree hole. Daddy. Advertisement. At this moment, Zhao Tiedan felt called. This was the first time in his life that he was called. At the same time, a red light began to emerge from the little doll's body, and a blurry red figure appeared beside the little doll. Is this a clone of consciousness? Zhao Tiedan felt quite strange about being summoned as someone else's heroic spirit for the first time. I really didn't expect that this child, at such a young age, could summon his own consciousness clone for the first time. Although this consciousness clone is extremely weak, it may not even have 1/10,000th of his own strength. At this moment, a beast had crawled into the tree hole. Ouch! Zhao Tiedan looked up at the strange-looking beast and raised a fist. Pa! The beast's head exploded instantly. Daddy, daddy! Zhao Tiedan seemed to hear Taotao calling him. Even though he knew it was fake, Zhao Tiedan still enjoyed it. Zhao Tiedan immediately deveined and skinned the beast, cleaned it, and then built a fire to roast the meat. The conditions here are like this, and Zhao Tiedan can only do this much. After grilling the meat and handing it to the little kid, Zhao Tiedan's consciousness clone also dissipated. Daddy, daddy! The little baby looked around but didn't see the red figure. Gurgle! The little kid saw the barbecue on the ground and ran to it using his hands and feet to pick it up. Zhao Tiedan let out a sigh. It was clearly the little ghost he had only met once, but he felt inexplicably sorry for him. This is the power of a contract. The two parties to the contract are communicating spiritually, so it is easier for them to empathize with each other. At this moment, Zhao Tiedan saw the falcon next to him. After Falcon finished instructing Zhao Tiedan, he began to condense his own spiritual body on the spot. Falcon looked at Zhao Tiedan. TZ, have you found the contractor? Found it. A little kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. How about you? I haven't found it yet. My spirit body dissipated after entering the White Moon continent. I've tried several times with the same result. Advertisement, a brand new world. This world may not have a summoning contract system, so finding the first contractor is still quite difficult. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm still controlling my spiritual body. Falcon said. Zhao Tiedan started lifting weights today. Once you start lifting weights, you can't stop. It was another passionate day. Zhao Tiedan gained another 110,000 points in physical fitness during the day. Zhao Tiedan restored some fitness equipment to its original state and closed the shop. After Zhao Tiedan had some free time, he condensed his spiritual body again. Entering the void chaos again, there are many light spots in the void, just like the night sky dotted with stars. These light spots are all spiritual beings, but many of these spiritual beings are very dangerous. These spiritual bodies disguise themselves as weak little white rabbits. Once they reach a contract with the other party is likely to follow this contract and directly invade their own world, or summon the other party to your own world and devour them. Zhao Tiedan was unable to distinguish between these spiritual entities, which ones were harmless and which ones were harmful. No spiritual being can be judged solely based on the strength of the spiritual being. After all, there are some evil beings who deliberately disguise themselves as very tiny spiritual bodies. Zhao Tiedan thought of the spirit viper. The spirit viper could tell whether these spirits had malicious intentions. He didn't know how she did it. However, the extraordinary power of the viper is mental power, and she can distinguish it because it is her innate ability. At this moment, a spirit suddenly approached. At the same time, a strong emotion came from this spiritual body. Help me. Please help me. Lend me your strength. Zhao Tiedan did not hesitate at all and distanced himself from the spirit. I don't know about other things, but although this spirit has strong emotions, it is very stable. It doesn't look like a drowning person's cry for help at all. It feels more like a fisherman's bait. Anyone who dares to throw bait in the void chaos must be a terrifying being with extraordinary strength. At this moment, another spirit approached. Are you willing to sign a contract with me? The emotion conveyed by this spirit was not so excited, but rather calm. Which world are you from, and what is your strength? Tianfeng realm. I am in the true spirit realm, and our world is in crisis. I know the Tianfeng realm. If you can explain it clearly and it matches the information I know about it, I can consider signing a contract with you. Chapter 45. Zhao Tiedan had never heard of Tianfengji, but this doesn't stop him from lying, because no one can prove whether each other's words are credible. Then the other party began to introduce the experiences of the Tianfeng realm, and Zhao Tiedan memorized this information firmly. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan's real body found Yui. Squid One, have you heard of the Tianfeng realm? Never heard of it. Then can you find out if there are any races from the Tianfeng realm in our giant skeleton city? Let me check. Yui immediately took out a thick file and began to search through it. The identities of the residents of Giant Skeleton City are strictly managed, especially the race of the previous life and the world they came from, all of which are recorded clearly. Got it. Yui immediately handed the file to Zhao Tiedan. Sure enough, Zhao Tiedan saw the record in the file, Xianfeng, Tianfeng Realm, Xian Clan, Transcendence Realm, currently living in XXXXX. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Zhao Tiedan immediately set out to find the man named Xianfeng. Xianfeng was a member of the giant skeleton city guard, so Zhao Tiedan had seen him before. When Zhao Tiedan found Xianfeng, he was still lifting weights at home. Master, why are you here? I discovered a spirit in the void chaos. My spirit is still communicating with it. It claims to be from the Tianfeng realm. I asked for information about the Tianfeng realm. Now, please help me determine whether it is true or not. No problem. Has the Tianfeng realm been invaded? This. I don't know. I've been a heroic spirit for 100 years. I don't know if this happened after I died. So, after the Xian clan's newborns are born, are they placed in a kind of washing solution? That's true. Xianfeng nodded. Then Zhao Tiedan kept asking questions, and Xianfeng just nodded the whole time. Tell me if there is anything that only the Xian clan know. Xianfeng thought for a moment and said, please ask which city of the Xian clan he is from. Zhao Tiedan immediately passed the question to the spiritual body. He said he was from Bayou City. Xianfeng continued. Then ask him if Mrs. Tai from Bayou City has given birth to her baby. Zhao Tiedan was bewildered. What kind of question was this? Xianfeng had been dead for 100 years. How could someone take 100 years to conceive? Did the Xian clan need 100 years to conceive? Xianfeng asked whether Mrs. Tai had given birth to a child, which meant that he was not sure that 100 years had passed and Mrs. Tai's child might not have been born yet. However, since Xianfeng said so, Zhao Tiedan also asked truthfully. The phoenix tree knows not the long wind's cry. Zhao Tiedan got the answer from the spirit and relayed it to Xianfeng. What he said must be true. What do you mean? Zhao Tiedan's mind was full of questions. The normal pregnancy period for women in our Xian clan is 1 year, but those with special bloodlines may have different pregnancy periods. Before I died, Madame Tai had already been pregnant for 100 years. Xianfeng said. This incident shocked the entire Tianfeng realm, and even the rules of heaven and earth protected this child. No one was allowed to harm this child. In order to protect this child, the rules of heaven and earth even placed restrictions on every member of the Xian clan. No one in the Xian clan could talk about Madame Tai's pregnancy. Every Xian clan member who was asked about this would reply, the Wudong tree does not know the long wind's cry. Then why can you say it? Because I've died before, I'm now a heroic spirit. The restrictions from my previous life are ineffective against me. Moreover, this is the heroic spirit realm. The rules of the heavenly realm can't affect me in the heroic spirit realm. So, it's really unlikely that outsiders would know about this. Zhao Tiedan nodded. After finishing the conversation with Xianfeng, Zhao Tiedan hesitated whether to accept the contract request from Tianfengji. Zhao Tiedan's spirit body was still communicating with the other party. You said that the Tianfeng realm is in crisis. Who is the enemy? Earth Circle Realm, the evil clan. The spirit said, Earth Circle Realm and Sky Square Realm were once a complete world. For unknown reasons, Earth Circle and Sky Square were split into two. However, the two worlds merge every 10,000 years, each fusion lasting 100 years before separating again. You are so frank. Aren't you afraid that I am an evil god? I possess extraordinary spiritual powers, and I can discern malicious intent. Zhao Tiedan thought for a long time. Although he had communicated with the other party for such a long time, and even confirmed it with Xianfeng, Zhao Tiedan still did not believe the other party 100%. However, nothing is 100% certain. At least the possibility that the other party is genuinely asking for help is greater than that it is an evil god in disguise. One last question. Don't you have a normal way to make a contract? I have very little talent. So what I'm going to tell you now is that I'm a being without even psychic powers. Are you still willing to sign a contract with me? For me, no matter how bad it gets, it won't be worse than the situation I'm facing now. As a member of the Xian clan who can't even reach the transcendent realm, what qualifications do I have to ask others for anything? Since you are willing to accept, then let's make a contract. I am willing to lend you my power. In Tianfeng realm, Dayu Snow Mountain, an injured Xian clan woman is hiding in a cave. There was wind and snow outside the cave. A fire was lit in front of the Xian clan woman inside the cave, but the fire was losing its warmth. The Xian clan woman felt her body gradually becoming cold. A red light bloomed from the body of the Xian clan woman. In an instant, the chillness on the Xian clan woman's body was suddenly dispelled, replaced by a feeling of heat. The Xian clan woman looked at the red light on her body in surprise. The feeling was so fulfilling. Even the wounds on the abdomen were healing and forming scabs quickly. However, as her injuries recovered, the red light on her body gradually dissipated. So, Contracting a heroic spirit can have such an effect. At this moment, the Xian clan woman seemed to hear some movement outside the cave. Although the only sound outside the cave at this moment was the howling of the blizzard, the Xian clan woman could still hear other sounds mixed in with the howling. It must be the snow that dripped onto the ground when I was injured. Oh no, we've been found. The Xian clan woman immediately ran out of the cave. In the snowstorm where visibility was less than 10 meters, she vaguely saw many figures approaching her direction. The Xian clan woman was filled with despair. The hope that had just risen in her heart was plunged into despair again in an instant. I can't wait to die here any longer, but in such weather, continuing to flee in the snow is undoubtedly seeking death. But if she didn't run, she would be waiting to die. After hesitating for a moment, the Xian clan woman resolutely stepped into the blizzard. Xingxi ran away. Speed up. We must not let her escape this time. Chapter 46. After a round of chasing, the two sides finally met unexpectedly at the top of Diyu Snow Mountain. Xingxi, wouldn't it be better for you to just die peacefully? Xingxi is the saint of the Xuanhua clan, and the Xuanhua clan is one of the 8 major clans of the Xian clan. When the Tianfang realm and the Diyuan realm merged, the 8 major families held a discussion. Some clans felt that the 2 realms would only merge for 100 years, and after 100 years, they would separate again. So there was no need to fight to the death with the evil clan of the Diyuan realm. Even if they do nothing, the evil clan will not be able to kill all the Xian clan in the Tianfang realm. So all they need to do is conserve their strength and defend their respective clan territories. If the evil tribe wants to massacre civilians, let them do so. This will actually reduce the pressure on the 8 major families. There is another party that is determined to take the initiative to fight and drive the evil tribe out of the Tianfang realm, and will never allow the evil tribe to slaughter their own kind. The Xuanhua clan is the representative of the hawkish faction, but because of this, the Xuanhua clan has also been attacked by both sides. Several dovish families even sold the Xuanhua clan's information to the evil clan. The Xuanhua clan also suffered heavy losses, and a large number of family members were slaughtered. As the saint of Xuanhua clan, Xingxi holds all the inherent secrets of Xuanhua clan. Therefore, after Xuanhua city was breached, she fled all the way here. Xingxi had just recovered from a serious injury and was now exhausted after fleeing in the wind and snow. But on the opposite side was the leader of the evil tribe, Xie. He massacred more than a dozen cities. In the eyes of the Xian clan, he was an absolute devil and butcher. Xie pointed the black blood knife at Xingxi. As long as Xingxi is killed and the Xuanhua clan is destroyed, the 8 major families of the Xian clan will inevitably be thrown into disarray. If they are defeated one by one, the Xian clan will completely lose its resistance. Xie was surrounded by black energy, and the black blood sword in his hand was a rare evil weapon among the evil clan, which imprisoned the souls of tens of thousands of people. Although Xingxi is a woman, she has never been a pampered little white flower raised in a greenhouse. Even when facing a desperate crisis, she never thought of accepting death, but instead fought to the death. Xingxi raised his hands and formed a seal. Existence in the void, please lend me your power. A red mist lingered around Xingxi's body. In an instant, the coldness on Xingxi's body suddenly dissipated. Xie frowned. You are so stubborn that you will die. Xie personally rushed towards Xingxi, raised the black blood sword, and chopped it towards Xingxi's head. He leaves no room for maneuver, and his every move is a killing blow. When the black blood sword was less than an inch away from Xingxi's head, Xingxi suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the blade of the black blood sword. The blade slightly cut the skin of Xingxi's palm, and a trace of blood oozed out. But Xie wanted to make no further progress, but he was unable to do so. How could this happen? Xingxi also had a look of shock on his face. Xie was a super powerful person who had reached the transcendental realm. There were no more than 10 such people in the entire Xie clan. No less than 10,000 people died at his hands. But at this moment Xingxi felt that he was weak. That's right. It was weak, the kind that felt like it could be easily crushed to death with just a slight touch. Crack, crack, crack. The blade of the black blood sword seemed to be crushed by Xingxi. Xie face changed drastically. He drew his sword with all his might and snatched the black blood sword back from Xingxi's hand. He then retreated rapidly. What kind of method is this? Is it some secret method of the Xuanhua clan? If it is a secret method, it will definitely not last long. Go, kill her. Xie shouted loudly. He wanted to drag it out until Xingxi's secret technique expired. Xingxi was getting familiar with the power in his body at this moment. Seeing the evil soldiers rushing forward, Xingxi subconsciously punched the evil soldiers in the air. In an instant, a hurricane burst out from Xingxi's fist. The hurricane instantly flattened the top of the mountain. The wind and snow stopped at that moment, and the fist wind continued to whistle 100 meters away. The evil soldier who was hit by the fist wind, as well as the dozen or so comrades around him, had their bodies broken into blood foam the moment they were touched. This is a real instant sale. This is a power beyond the realm. Xingxi's breathing became sluggish, and he looked at his fists in disbelief. It was just a light touch, as easy as crushing an ant. Not only Xingxi himself, but all the evil people present were shocked. Xingxi finally understood that the great existence in the void with whom he had contracted could indeed not bring him extraordinary power. But he was able to directly lend himself the power above the transcendent realm. Xingxi also felt that the rate at which his spiritual energy was being consumed was slowly decreasing. However, compared with the power he borrowed, the consumption of his spiritual energy was completely worth it. Xingxi looked at Xie Buyu, and Xie Buyu's alarm bells immediately went off. As if he had a premonition of something, Xie Buyu suddenly raised the black blood sword and blocked it in front of him. Xingxi instantly broke through the wind and snow, broke through the distance of several feet, and appeared in front of Xie Bushu in an instant. When Xie, who was holding the black blood sword, did not feel the huge force as if a mountain was falling on him. He was forced to retreat more than 10 feet, and his feet plowed 2 furrows in the snow. His hands could hardly hold the blood-black sword. Xingxi raised his sword again, his figure floating in the air. When Xie Bushu saw Xingxi actually flying in the air, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Flying in the air. This is the standard equipment of the true spirit realm. The evil clan hasn't produced a true spirit for hundreds of years, and now there are only 2 true spirit ancestors left in the entire evil clan. Xingxi punched Xie Buyu again through the air. Before the fist wind arrived, the snow around Xie Buyu collapsed, forming a super huge fist mark. Xie Bushu was horrified and didn't care about anything else. He immediately mobilized the power of the black blood sword. This black blood sword contains the souls of thousands of people and can lend him power. However, if he borrows the power of 10,000 souls, it will also erode his mind. Therefore, Xie Buyu rarely uses the power of the black blood sword on a daily basis. At most, he uses the black blood sword as a sharp weapon. Now facing the terrifying Xingxi, he had to use the power of the black blood sword. In an instant, Xie Buyu was surrounded by black energy and murderous aura, like a demon on earth. Xingxi's fist blew down, but Xie Bushu raised his sword and chopped it, and the fist blew away. Xie Buyu also floated up at this time. The black blood blade gave him the power to surpass the transcendent realm. Xingxi was surrounded by blood and energy, while Xie Buyu was surrounded by black energy. At this moment, both of them did not look like ordinary people, but like demons descending to the earth. The 2 men fought each other in an instant, and the red light and the black light continued to intertwine in the windy and snowy night sky. Xingxi became more and more familiar with the power he borrowed. On the other hand, Xie Buyu was trying his best to suppress the erosion of his mind by the black blood sword. Xingxi felt that he had very little spiritual energy left, but Xie Buyu's power was still abundant. It would be better to give it a try and see if you can borrow more powerful power. Xingxi immediately increased the output of his spiritual energy, and the red light on his body became brighter and brighter. She felt that she might very well break through to the legendary realm. Suddenly, an invisible barrier blocked her breakthrough. Is this a constraint imposed by the rules of heaven and earth? Xingxi was a little disappointed. He thought he could experience the legendary realm, but he didn't expect to fail. But even so, she was now several times stronger than before. The peak of the true spirit realm. The blood energy on Xingxi's body seemed as dazzling as a small sun. Evil will not be given. Chapter 47. Xingxi gathered all his strength into the power of one punch. With this punch, the sky and the earth changed color, and the wind and snow stopped suddenly. Xie Bushu widened his eyes and looked at the devastating blow in astonishment. Under the force of this punch, he couldn't even muster the slightest desire to resist. Rumble. The top of Dayu Snow Mountain collapsed, and it was engulfed in a massive snowstorm, dispersing in all directions. Xingxi slowly fell to the ground, and the blood in his body gradually dissipated. Xingxi still had some strength left and left the snowy mountain. Unfortunately, his spiritual power is too weak, and he can only barely reach the extraordinary realm. If one's spiritual power is strong enough, one can even deal with an army of thousands. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan, who was in the heroic spirit realm, also received psychic feedback. Zhao Tiedan immediately found a few psychic energy coin shells and injected psychic energy into them. This is how most heroes deal with psychic energy. If it remains in the body, it will be absorbed directly. If there is any excess, it will be injected into psychic coins. For Zhao Tiedan, psychic power is just money. For psychic coins are better than nothing. However, the other party only borrowed less than 1,000th of his power and was able to give him 4 psychic coins in return, so it was not a loss. If the other party puts in a little more effort and summons his own consciousness clone over there, he will also be able to understand the situation in that world. It was the little kid from the White Moon continent. Although his strength was far weaker than Shengxi from the Tianfeng realm, he knew how to pull his consciousness clone over. Just as I was thinking about the little ghost from the White Moon continent, I felt that the little ghost was calling me again. Zhao Tiedan immediately split off a clone of his consciousness and sent it to the White Moon continent. Daddy, hungry. At this moment, Zhao Tiedan is just a consciousness clone composed of blood, energy, and mental strength. It has no entity, but this little kid treats this consciousness clone as his poop. Zhao Tiedan knew that the little devil had no ability to manage, so he immediately cleaned up the tree hole in the shortest time possible, then hunted down a prey and started a fire to roast the meat. From now on, you will be called Tao. Yeah? Tao didn't understand what Zhao Tiedan said. Although it was a spiritual communication, she just didn't understand. Children of this age have brains duller than those of wild animals. Today, Tao took a little longer to summon Zhao Tiedan's consciousness clone, but not by much. Zhao Tiedan was really worried about whether Tao could take care of herself when he was away. Then Zhao Tiedan's real body went to find you, Falcon. Birdman, is there any way to increase the summoning time? Zhao Tiedan asked. Why? Why would you want to increase the summoning time? He's not even my first contractor. He's just an abandoned kid who can't even take care of himself. The duration of the summoning is determined by the contractor's psychic power and the level of borrowed power. If my contractor understood this, I wouldn't have to worry about it. You really worry about your contractors. There will always be some feelings for the first contractor. You also said that the contractor is too young. You, Falcon, said helplessly. Is there no way at all? Unless you help your contractor find an adopter. My consciousness clone can only descend for less than an hour, and he is deep in the mountains. I have no way of getting him out of the mountains. Then there's nothing I can do. This is like online shopping. One party sets the price, and the other party obtains the online shopping service. The service is based on the amount of money paid. Moreover, Zhao Tiedan, the seller, is not the price setter. In the next few days, Tao summoned Zhao Tiedan every day, but the time has always remained at about an hour. On the other hand, Shengxi had not borrowed Zhao Tiedan's power for many days. She probably didn't encounter any danger. Besides, Shengxi is an adult and Zhao Tiedan doesn't need to worry about him. Zhao Tiedan's concern for Shengxi is far less than his concern for Tao. Zhao Tiedan continued to lift weights and gained another 120,000 physique today. Physical fitness has exceeded 8 million, and your life level is gradually changing. Daily quest, 3,000-ton dumbbells x2, 10,000-ton dumbbells x2. Daily task, lift weights 25,000 times, lift weights 50,000 times. Zhao Tiedan found that the weight of the dumbbells increased a lot this time. The previous weight increases were all around 10%, but this time it was directly increased by 330 times. However, after Zhao Tiedan took out the dumbbells and weighed them in his hands, he found that he didn't feel that much difficulty. When the physical fitness exceeds 8 million, the life level gradually changes. It should be because he is approaching the sky realm. Not only the life level is changing, but the power is also gradually undergoing a qualitative change. Suddenly, Zhao Tiedan felt several powerful auras approaching the direction of Giant Skeleton City. At the same time, the ground shook violently, and then the giant beast skeleton in the center of the Giant Skeleton City began to move. It's alive. The skeleton of that giant beast from the 10,000-meter abyss has come back to life. Destruction. This giant beast that once slaughtered the entire sea. It no longer has any breath, nor does it have the mighty power that once dominated the world. But just that 10,000-meter physique is enough to make everyone despair. The destructive skeleton's movements were slow, but each of its actions could bring huge damage and casualties to the Giant Skeleton City. 10,000 meters of skeletons. What a despairing number. The damaged skeleton moved step by step. It did not need to actively attack. In fact, any of its actions could bring about devastating destructive power. The moment Zhao Tiedan saw the damaged skeleton move, he did not rush towards it immediately, but ran in the opposite direction. Even with his current strength, it would be impossible to stop the giant beast in a short period of time. There is only one way, and that is to increase potential energy through acceleration. Now Zhao Tiedan's initial speed can reach Mach 3. If there is a bird's eye view at this time, you can see a red light spot, dragging a thin arc, rotating around the giant skeleton city. Thanks to Zhao Tiedan's agile nature, he quickly reached Mach 200. At this time, the wind pressure generated by Zhao Tiedan can tear the main body of the building into pieces just by passing by it. Zhao Tiedan's speed continued to increase, 300 Mach, 100 kilometers per second. The space and time around Zhao Tiedan began to distort. This was Zhao Tiedan's maximum speed. Zhao Tiedan suddenly turned to destroy the skeleton, then jumped forward and crashed into it with unstoppable force. The moment the damaged skeleton came into contact with Zhao Tiedan, it began to shatter from the head. It's like a person being shot by a Barrett sniper rifle bullet. The wound is just a point, but when it touches a solid, the destructive power brought by the potential energy is more terrifying than a bomb. Chapter 48. Yi Baigu, Lung Feng, and the other 5 Yuanling realm powerhouses all changed their expressions slightly when they saw this scene. Especially Yi Baigu, he spent most of his spiritual energy to drive Huishang into action. Even though he was at the half-step sky realm, it was still very difficult for him to face the 10,000-meter-long giant skeleton. But he didn't expect that Zhao Tiedan would break his ultimate move. Moreover, the strength of shattering the damaged skeleton with one strike also frightened them. Bang! Zhao Tiedan, filled with rage, landed in front of a group of powerful men from the Crimson Alliance. Today, none of you can leave. Zhao Tiedan's face was ferocious and terrifying, like a man-eating beast. The moment Lung Feng saw Zhao Tiedan, he immediately used the same trick on him again. Freeze. The icy wind instantly froze Zhao Tiedan. However, the freezing effect didn't even last for 0.0001 seconds before it was shattered. Zhao Tiedan was incredibly fast. He appeared in front of Lung Feng in an instant and grabbed Lung Feng's neck. You dare to come. Zhao Tiedan snapped and crushed Lung Feng's neck directly. But Lung Feng's body immediately turned into broken ice. It's like this again. Zhao Tiedan is completely helpless against the cold wind. He turned and attacked Yi Baigu. Among so many people, Yi Baigu gave him the feeling that he was the biggest threat. Yi Baigu saw Zhao Tiedan coming and immediately moved away. At the same time, he used his extraordinary strength, and white bone arms appeared on the ground and grabbed Zhao Tiedan's feet. Yi Baigu's extraordinary power is resurrection. All the dead can be resurrected by him, and he carries with him a great number of dead. The purpose is to have the ability to protect yourself at any time. Zhao Tiedan stomped his feet on the ground, and as the ground shattered, the skeletal arms shattered in an instant. Along with the bones hidden underground, they were all crushed by Zhao Tiedan's kick. Zhao Tiedan punched Yi Baigu, and Yi Baigu retreated again. Don't get hit. If you get hit, you'll die? At this moment, a dark shadow appeared behind Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan turned around and swung a punch, but the black shadow moved in front of Zhao Tiedan in an instant. Zhao Tiedan then threw another punch in front of him, and the black shadow flashed again, avoiding Zhao Tiedan's attack. Teleport? Zhao Tiedan's face darkened. The pressure from Zhao Tiedan spread instantly, and in an instant, everyone around him froze. The black shadow who was playing hide-and-seek with Zhao Tiedan also froze. Zhao Tiedan didn't hesitate at all and punched the black shadow's chest. The black shadow's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. I will die just like that? Zhao Tiedan withdrew his fist with a cold expression and then swung it again, causing the shadow's head to explode. 1. Zhao Tiedan said. The rest of the people looked very unhappy. Especially Yi Baigu. His breathing became disordered at this moment, because he discovered that Zhao Tiedan was also at the half-step sky realm. Let's attack together. Yi Baigu shouted, but he did not attack directly. Instead, he silently took a few steps back. Lung Feng didn't care about pretending to be dead at this time, and the icy air instantly enveloped Zhao Tiedan. The remaining 4 Yuanling realm masters also showed their strengths. These 4 Yuanling realm powerhouses are all strong attackers. They were selected by Yi Baigu and Lung Feng specifically to target Zhao Tiedan. But Zhao Tiedan did not dodge or evade their attacks, allowing them to fall on him. In an instant, Zhao Tiedan's arm was cut off and one of his feet turned to stone. Just when everyone thought they had won, a red light appeared in the distance. The red light approached them at an extremely fast speed. The person who came was Zhao Tiedan's real body, and the one who had been fighting with Yi Baigu and others was actually Zhao Tiedan's shadow. When everyone noticed the red light in the distance, it was too late for them to hide. Zhao Tiedan's body rushed straight through the battlefield with an unstoppable impact. The impact brought by Zhao Tiedan was devastating. Yi Baigu was the one who reacted the fastest. He reacted almost instantly and fled from the center of the battlefield as soon as possible. But others reacted a little slower. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was a powerful Yuanling realm warrior whose body was covered in rocks. His ability is petrification. The thigh of Zhao Tiedan's shadow is petrified, which is caused by this petrification. He was directly smashed into pieces by Zhao Tiedan, and his body turned into powder. The other three heroes were hit by the wind pressure. The wind pressure brought by Mach 300 is also terrifying. The three men were hit by the wind pressure, and their bodies flew out like broken sacks. Although their bodies are still intact, their lives have come to an end. Zhao Tiedan made an arc in the distance and rushed over again. This time, Zhao Tiedan came towards Yi Baigu. Yi Baigu immediately raised his palm, and 3 of the 5 Yuanling realm masters who were killed by Zhao Tiedan stood up again. Those who were not resurrected by Yi Baigu were the first Yuanling realm expert who possessed the ability to teleport, and the expert whose body was directly smashed by Zhao Tiedan. The powerful man who teleported instantly, his head has disappeared. Although Yi Baigu can revive the dead, certain conditions must be met, such as having a relatively complete body structure. The dead who have lost their heads cannot be resurrected. If the body is broken, it is impossible to resuscitate. After Yi Baigu resurrected these 3 Yuanling realm powerhouses, the first thing he did was to escape. But how could his speed possibly compare to Zhao Tiedan's? First, Shadow suddenly pounced and hugged Yi Baigu. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Tiedan hit him again. The 3 Yuanling realm masters who had just revived were instantly shattered by the terrifying impact brought by Zhao Tiedan. Next came Yi Baigu, and Zhao Tiedan directly crashed into Yi Baigu's body. Just when Zhao Tiedan smashed Yi Baigu's body, an illusory figure emerged from Yi Baigu's body. The illusory figure rushed directly towards Lung Feng. Lung Feng was stunned for a moment and just stood there, his expression constantly changing. Zhao Tiedan also saw the illusory figure enter Lung Feng's body, and immediately guessed that this might be the legendary possession of another's body. But why didn't he take his own body? Logically speaking, my strength is much stronger than Lung Feng's, so there is no reason for him not to choose me. Zhao Tiedan thought of a possibility. Unless this guy's ability to take over other people's bodies can only take over people who are weaker than himself. Zhao Tiedan grabbed Lung Feng's neck, but this time he didn't use force, but lifted Lung Feng directly. Although he couldn't kill Lung Feng, he couldn't escape unless he destroyed his body. However, Zhao Tiedan still took out the killer weapon he had prepared for Lung Feng a long time ago. As early as the first time he faced Lung Feng and he escaped, Zhao Tiedan prepared for the second encounter with Lung Feng. A huge glass container specially used to imprison cold wind. As for whether Yi Baigu succeeded in taking over the body, Zhao Tiedan didn't care at all. Chapter 49. Zhao Tiedan looked at the chaotic giant skeleton city and did not try to clean it up. Anyway, with you Falcon and the others here, we should be able to take care of it. This time, the giant skeleton city was attacked, and thousands of people were killed and injured. Zhao Tiedan was feeling depressed and returned to his residence carrying the giant glass container. When I returned to the residence, the cold wind in the glass container had returned to normal. Perhaps it was no longer cold wind now, but Yi Baigu. Yi Baigu's characteristic is that he can replace his body every 3,000 years, but each time he replaces, he can only replace someone weaker than himself. This is also the reason why Yi Baigu can live for more than 10,000 years. However, he cannot take away other people's characteristics and supernatural powers by changing his body. They can only retain their original extraordinary powers and characteristics. Yi Baigu tried to break the glass container, but after trying it, he found that the glass container was stronger than he had imagined. After trying it a few times, he gave up. On the one hand, my condition was very poor, and on the other hand, this glass container was stronger than I thought. Of course, there is a more important reason. Zhao Tiedan was standing outside the glass container. If he died again this time, he would be truly dead. Zhao Tiedan's death stare was fixed on Yi Baigu in the container. Yi Baigu felt his whole body crawling with fear when Zhao Tiedan stared at him. Zhao Tiedan is also at the half-step sky realm, and he can only exert the strength of the Yuanling realm at most. Even in his current state, he may not even be able to exert the combat power of the Yuanling realm. Therefore, Yi Baigu knew very well that if the fight started again, he would most likely be dismantled and buried by Zhao Tiedan. Should I call you Yi Baigu now, or should I call you Lingfeng? Yi Baigu was speechless. Then let's talk about your funeral now. I plan to remove your tendons and skin, then boil your flesh and bones into soup, use your blood and essence to water the flowers, and extract your psychic energy. I estimate that it can be charged with tens of thousands of psychic coins. I can redeem myself with money, 10 million psychic coins. Yi Baigu said immediately. After all, having run Baigu City for thousands of years, Yi Baigu has a very rich fortune. But I still want to skin you alive. What do you say? I can give you the entire Bone City. None of these conditions can change my mind. I just want to kill you. What do you want to know from me? Do you know the Scarlet Church? Never heard of it. Then what useful information can you provide me? What do you want to know? If I want to contract with my relatives from my previous life, do you have a solution? Zhao Tiedan asked. If you can help me solve this problem, I can let you go. Yi Baigu thought for a moment and replied. There is a way, but how can I be sure that you will let me go after you achieve your goal? There's no other way. This requires honesty and integrity. You have no choice but to trust me. Yi Baigu sat down directly and closed his eyes. Zhao Tiedan didn't continue to talk too much. There was still a long time to go, and there would always be a chance for him to speak. This container was provided by the system. It looked like a glass product, but it was actually an iron coffin, so Zhao Tiedan was not afraid at all that Yi Baigu would escape from it. Bang! Suddenly, Zhao Tiedan's door was violently kicked open. Zhao Tiedan took out the dumbbells instantly, but when he looked closely, he found that the person who came was actually fake. It looks like this guy is coming here with all his strength. Su City is 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers away from Zhuhai City. Su was able to get here so quickly, so it seems that his speed is not slow either. Iron enemy. Here, here. Zhao Tiedan knocked on the glass container. Lung foam. Su only saw lung foam. After all, he didn't know that Yi Baigu had the ability to take over other people's bodies. Just at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps outside, followed by a tall figure running in. Crocodile head. TZ, I just saw the signal. Did you kill all the enemies? Zhao Tiedan solemnly introduced Yi Baigu. I didn't expect you to capture this guy. Guangshi looked around the glass container and said, Luckily I wasn't there, otherwise he would probably have taken over my body. Crocodile head, you're such an unfriendly person. Su City is 3,000 kilometers away from Zhuhai City, and Haoyue City is only 1,000 kilometers away from Zhuhai City. But you're not even as fast as Su. Are you deliberately stalling for time on the road? Bullshit, I rushed here at my best. I admit that my speed was not too fast, but you said I was delaying time. That's an insult to me. Guangshi roared. Support Giant Skeleton City with 100,000 psychic coins, and I will trust you. I have. Su was really sincere to Zhao Tiedan. Not only did he rush over at full speed, but he also gave him money when he asked for it. 100,000 psychic coins, here you go. In fact, Guangshi was also feeling guilty. Last time, Haoyue City's signal cannon was stolen, causing considerable losses to Zhuhai City. This time, something happened in Giant Skeleton City, and by the time he arrived, the problem had been resolved. He also felt a little sorry for Zhao Tiedan. 100,000 psychic coins is indeed an astronomical figure for others. But for Guangshi, it can still be taken out easily. What are you going to do with this guy? Guangshi asked, pointing at Yi Baigu in the glass container. I plan to find a high place and hang it up for people to admire. I'll charge 1 psychic coin for each viewer. Ah, you're really not afraid of making things worse. Why? Killing him would be a minor offense, so what if I insulted him? Giant Stronghold. Lord Giant Tooth. Zhao Tiedan of Giant Skeleton City captured Yi Baigu of White Bone City alive and killed Guangfeng, Tianyun, Shiwan, Qifeng, Guangren, and Yegu. Nina reported while standing in front of Giant Tooth. Jia was also a little shocked at this moment. That guy is really capable. The other few unknown people are nothing special, but Yi Baigu is a veteran and powerful man. He also learned from an undercover agent in the Crimson Alliance that Yi Baigu had broken through to the half-step sky realm. Now Zhao Tiedan has actually captured Yi Baigu alive. How could Giant Tooth not be shocked by this? Did he suffer any injuries? He's probably not injured, but Giant Skeleton City suffered heavy losses, with 6,000 casualties. A battle at the Yuanling realm, or even the half-stepped Sangxiong realm can cause enormous damage to a city. If the battle continues to stalemate, it is common for the entire city to be destroyed. Giant Fong had also secretly led several such evenly matched battles in order to maintain the seal. Chief, is it time for us to take action? Contact all core members and prepare for the decisive battle with the Crimson Alliance. Also, you must personally travel to Giant Skeleton City and bring 1 million psychic coins as a reward and compensation for him. Zhuya appointed Zhao Tiedan as deputy leader in order to delay Yi Baigu during the final battle. But now Zhao Tiedan has completed the task ahead of schedule, which also surprised Zhuya. Yes, Chief. Chapter 50. When Nina arrived at the Giant Skeleton City, she saw the devastated city. When Nina arrived, she found that Guangshi and Su were also there. Your Excellency Avatar, I wonder what brings you here. Zhao Tiedan's expression was a little stiff, and even contained a hint of dissatisfaction. He had the right to express his dissatisfaction. After all, he was besieged by Yi Baigu and several Yuanling realm powerhouses last night, and he is facing all this alone. Even if he wins, it doesn't mean he can ignore everything. After all, more than 15,000 people died in the 2 attacks on Giant Skeleton City. This is the 3rd time you've called my name wrong. Someone who left such a lasting impression on Mr. Zhao Tiedan must be someone very important to you, right? Nina wondered if there was some sadomasochistic plot going on. Haha, it's not important at all. Zhao Tiedan didn't know if Nina was imagining some crazy plot. But every time I see Nina, I can't help but think of Avatar. The leader asked me to bring 1 million psychic coins as compensation. Nina said. Zhao Tiedan's smile immediately turned sincere. I'm so embarrassed, Your Excellency Nina. It's really troublesome for you to make such a trip. There's nothing I can do. She simply gave me too much. Nina expressed her disdain for Zhao Tiedan's behavior of treating people differently based on their status. However, she was a professional diplomat under the command of the Giant Tooth, so she still showed a friendly smile on the surface. Also, the leader wants you all to be prepared. Our decisive battle with the Crimson Alliance is about to begin. When? Not sure yet, but the time is not far away, Nina said. Finally, I can kill those bastards from the Crimson Alliance. Huangshi showed his fangs with an innocent smile. Then I won't bother you all anymore. I still need to go to other people's territories. Don't you want to stay for dinner before you leave? Okay. Zhao Tiedan's smile froze. He was just being polite. After Nina left, the 3 of them sat together again. It seems that TZ has really crippled the Crimson Alliance this time. Huangshi said. This dispute should be resolved as soon as possible. I've had enough of the Crimson Alliance's repeated provocations, Zhao Tiedan said. But the Crimson Alliance's leader is very powerful. Don't risk approaching him. You're no match for him. You can't beat him either? I can't beat him. He possesses all the magical powers of the Sky Realm, which is simply not something that can be dealt with by those below the Sky Realm. Everyone is at the half-step Sky Realm, but their combat power is different despite being at the same realm. Besides, he has the Giant Fong to deal with the leader of the Crimson Alliance, so there is no need for him to take action himself. Within 2 days, Hao US City sent 100,000 spiritual energy coins and 1,000 craftsmen to help rebuild Juk City. Xuqing sent a large amount of construction materials, and the reconstruction of Juk City was in full swing. However, Su and Huangshi both needed to go back to prepare for war, so they left Juk City early. Zhao Tiedan has also been lifting weights these days, waiting for notification in the final battle. In fact, Zhao Tiedan hopes to wait another 20 to 30 days until his physical fitness breaks through 10 million. However, this war was never led by Zhao Tiedan, and Zhao Tiedan had no dominant power in this war. Whether it was the Giant Fong or the Thunder Disaster, it was not something he could control. Physical fitness has exceeded 9 million, and your life level is gradually changing. Daily quest, 10,000-ton dumbbells x2, 20,000-ton dumbbells x2. Daily task, lift weights 50,000 times, lift weights 100,000 times. The host has awakened the magical power, immortality. The host has awakened the magical power, force field. The host has awakened a magical power, breaking all laws. Zhao Tiedan immediately checked his awakened magical powers. Immortality, unique magical power of the Sky Realm. After the host's body is damaged, it will recover at 100 times the speed. Force field, unique magical power of the Sky Realm. Depending on the host's attributes, different force field effects will be produced. Break all laws, unique magical power of the Infinite Realm. The host's attacks ignore all defensive supernatural powers and defensive characteristics of the enemy. These 3 magical powers all made Zhao Tiedan's scalp tingle, especially the ability to break all laws, which is a magical power only available in the Infinite Realm. I am not even in the Sky Realm now, but I have awakened the magical power of the Infinite Realm. Moreover, your attacks ignore any defense of the enemy, which means that every attack you make will cause real damage. Zhao Tiedan suddenly thought of Lung Feng. He had always been able to be immune to his attacks. Would this method of breaking all things be effective on him? Unfortunately, Lung Feng has been replaced by Yi Baigu, so the experiment cannot be carried out now. Zhao Tiedan looked at his hands and held the joint of his left hand with his right hand. Snap! Zhao Tiedan pulled with all his strength, and the joint of his left hand was broken. At this moment, the hand joints begin to automatically correct the joint bones and then recover quickly. Is this the immortal magical power? Zhao Tiedan was very satisfied with the immortal magical power. There is also a force field. How do we release this force field? Zhao Tiedan closed his eyes and felt some energy floating around him, some of which was attracted by him. When Zhao Tiedan discovered these energies, he immediately understood them, as if he had been born with them. Force field energy. These force field abilities also have different attributes. The force field abilities that can be pulled by oneself can form a force field that belongs to oneself. Zhao Tiedan's body floated up. It was the force field that held him up. At the same time, he can also lift other things, just like telekinesis, but it is different. Telekinesis is the use of powerful mental force to lift external objects. Zhao Tiedan's force field is an invisible energy that manifests itself in a special way. This force field can drag the enemy in front of itself and can also lift itself into the air to avoid the disadvantage of ground-to-air. Zhao Tiedan named his force field gravitational field. Zhao Tiedan was the first to awaken the unrestrained, and with the addition of immortality and force field, he already possessed 3 sky realm magical powers. In addition, there are the magical powers unique to the infinite realm, which can break all laws. I don't know if I can compete with the level of Giant Fong and Thunder Disaster now. Zhao Tiedan found Yi Baigu again. Now Yi Baigu was like a monkey in a cage, and was hung by Zhao Tiedan in the central square of Juzhai City. Yi Baigu is almost in autism now. In his long life of tens of thousands of years, he has experienced everything, but he has never experienced such a socially devastating scene. It is hung in a large square for people to visit and admire. City Lord Yi, I haven't seen you for a few days. Are you okay? Zhao Tiedan's caring tone sounded so harsh and sarcastic to Yi Baigu. If you want that method, both of our spirits must enter the void and sign a contract with me. I'm not here to discuss this matter today. Zhao Tiedan acted nonchalant. Zhao Tiedan was very anxious, but he couldn't be too anxious. Yi Baigu must be made aware that it is not him who needs the help, but he who needs the help. The Tusk Alliance and the Crimson Alliance are about to go to war. Zhao Tiedan said. Yi Baigu's expression changed several times, but he was relieved immediately. This is indeed a good opportunity to attack the Scarlet Alliance. Now that he was captured, the Crimson Alliance had lost several core members again. As one side gains strength while the other loses strength, Big Tooth will certainly not miss such a good opportunity. Be careful of thunderstorms. Yi Baigu said. This time it was Zhao Tiedan's turn to be surprised. Shouldn't you be hoping for the Crimson Alliance to win? After all, only if the Crimson Alliance wins can you regain your freedom. It doesn't matter to me whoever wins. From the moment I lose my autonomy. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.